Indo-Pacific region and to protect the sovereignty and territorial integrity of our nations. So I think this should give a very, very clear message to China that China should not try to create any kind of uncomfortable situation for us, and they should remain in their limits. And whatever I think this is the message which has been very, very clearly conveyed by the United States of America too. And the more you will see, more Chinese aggression will take place in different parts of the world, the more such statements will come from other democracies too. And in the last, I would like to say that India on its own is very much capable of responding to any such situations. But I am very much clear and confident to see the emerging situation where the democratic countries are coming together to respond collectively to any such situations. And I think what we have seen in case of Taiwan, what we have seen in the case of South China Sea, I think democracies are coming together, and that's a very clear message, a very clear warning to China that they should remain in their limits.
All right, we will be coming back and revisiting this story when more developments pouring and take it forward. For now, let's also move on and see what the External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar is up to. He is, of course, in New York for a two-day US visit to preside over two high-level ministerial signature meetings of India's ongoing presidency of the UN Security Council on December 14 and 15. Jaishankar was received by India's permanent representative to the United Nations, Ambassador Ruchira Kamboj. The high-level ministerial open debate scheduled today is on the theme of a new orientation for reformed multilateralism, and the high-level briefing of December 15 is on global approach to counter-terrorism challenges and way forward. Both these themes have been key priorities for India during its current tenure at the UN Security Council. Ambassador Suresh Kumar Goel, I start with you, sir, at this point of time. How important do you see this visit of S. Jaishankar to preside over the high-level ministerial signature events of India's ongoing presidency of the UN Security Council, wherein two themes that I rightly mentioned at this point of time will be focused upon?
Very, very important. These two issues on which the high-level meetings are taking place are the areas in which India has a critical interest, really. One, about the reform of the multilateral institutions, is clearly the phrase for the reform of the entire UN system, the way it functions, including that in the General Assembly. This has been going on for the last, in fact, I remember in 1990s, early 90s, when I was a counselor in the UN mission, Indian mission to the United Nations. 94, we started this subject, discussion on the UN reforms, the way it functions, the governance issues, etc., including the Security Council reforms. 1994, 6 and around 30 years, and nothing really has happened so far. So I think to provide a push to move it in a direction is very important, and I do hope that the minister is able to inject a certain sense of urgency in the way decisions are taken in the United Nations. And the second issue of counter-terrorism is again very, very important. There was a meeting in Delhi, if you remember, of the Counter-terrorism Committee, and that committee had adopted a declaration. Clearly, the high-level meeting will be also an opportunity to build on that declaration and to move the UN on implementation or execution of the declaration to whatever extent possible. I think there will be also a meeting on the peacemakers, etc. Again, India is a major peacekeeping country, contributor. So all the three events, and the first two in any case, are critical, are very, very important from Indian point of view. Though I really will be looking very critical, very with some anxiety to see how they move in a particular direction for implementation. Riyanka.
All right, Major Mohammad Ali Shah, I come to you at this point of time. India has been focusing on counter-terrorism measures and the challenges and the way forward from quite a long time. And the pitch is now gone global with multiple, such meetings that have been held by the top leaders of India. How do you view this development?
Right, Priyanka. When our foreign minister, when the external affairs minister, Mr. Ajay Shankar, goes to US, in fact, he is presiding over the function over there. In fact, it's on the theme of the two primarily, though a lot of issues, two primary issues. One is new orientation for reform multilateralism, norms that we call it, and the high-level briefing, which also the global approach to counter-terrorism, which you brought out very, very correctly, and it is an evil which needs to be fought wholeheartedly by the entire world together. Because what is the solution to terrorism? We have had multiple talks, we have had multiple attempts. Now we have how do you neutralize terrorism? By killing one Osama bin Laden, did we end the entire terrorism? No, we did not. You kill one, 10 heads will be born, unfortunately. So now there are few things strategically. One is how to wipe out the ideology. When the ideology is wiped out, automatically terrorism would be nipped in the bud. But is it that easy? That is the question. How do we wipe out the ideology? Through education, by educating them that, listen, people are only making scapegoat out of you, they're using you, nothing like that. All the dream they're showing you of some, I don't know how many number of hoods and what is going to happen, rubbish. Nothing of that sort is going to firstly happen, so let's not get into that. Second, again, is we have NSC gave out a statement just a couple of days back about how to curb the terror funding, that we have taken initial steps. Pakistan is an expert at IT, not information technology, but international terrorism. An expert at terror funding. They will do terror funding through illegal properties, luxurious properties, gems, through money laundering, through dropping narcotics, arms. They will not leave any stone unturned. They are, I think, so determined, to go ahead with terrorism. That is the route that they have chosen to take out. So that country actually promotes terrorism. They make heroes out of terrorists. So it is, again, that should be one important aspect which should be raised out. In fact, India contributes a great deal to the UN. Every year we have one of the maximum troops, we have one of the maximum contribution to UN, but yet we are not given permanent membership of the UN as yet. We are given temporary membership for a year, for some time, and okay, be happy. Though we were offered a permanent membership earlier during Mr. Jawaharlal Nehuru's time, he gave it to China for a different reason altogether, and that's a thing we regret till today, because a very big mistake, because China is the one who has put its foot down all the time, because one of the P5 members, and for India to become a permanent member of UN, because if India becomes a permanent member of UN, then China will also, their value will become less, and they will also buy it in certain ways, and they don't want that to happen. Now, when our external affairs minister goes to US, I see a lot coming out from this visit, because we are fortunate to have a very, very good, sound, balanced, mature external affairs minister who has the right replies, well educated, and he has himself been the external affairs, he's been in the secretary, he's been an IFS officer. So he knows very well how to conduct and how to go about. He knows a lot about diplomacy. So I am sure it would be a very, very fruitful visit. And yes, how to counter terrorism, as you brought out, I am sure, they will, here regarding the country, we have our armed forces to take care of that problem. But again, on a higher level, on a diplomatic level outside the country, they're going to discuss ways and means, and I'm sure something fruitful will come out of that.
Right. Group Captain UK Devnath is also with us on the broadcast. Group Captain Devnath, can you hear me, sir?
Oh yes, absolutely. Strength 5 and clear.
Right. Group Captain Devnath, how do you also react to S. J. Shankar now in US, two big meetings, high-level ministerial open debate that we know is going to be hosted under his leadership? What are your reactions?
See, S. Jaishankar is a seasoned veteran, seasoned foreign serviceman, and he has done a wonderful job, if I can use that word, as our external affairs minister. He knows where the beans for India lie. It has been made clear categorically by him that India's interest remains supreme, and as a sovereign country, India will take its own decision. That it has to support India against China. US needs us as an ally, and US is at present in a little bit of desperate situation because US is facing Ukraine problem, US is facing Taiwan problem. So US will go to any extent to placate and keep India happy. As Jaishankar also knows that as far as Pakistan is or US, because US.
All right, Group Captain Devnath, we are facing an audio issue with you there, sir. We'll try and fix that and get you back on the broadcast for your comments on that story. Sanjeev Srivastava, sir, would you like to take on and give your quick reaction on that?
Yes, certainly it's a very important visit, and this is an issue which is very much significant, very vital, important issue for the entire international community. Because United Nations organization, if it has to perform well, if it has to show some kind of results, which obviously it is not able to show because of the various limitations, I think reforms are very important. And reform, the multilateralism is the key agenda of this visit, where our External Affairs Minister Sri Jaishankar will preside over, and he will be obviously sharing his insights on these issues. And this is the need of the hour. If United States has to remain relevant, then I think reforms are must, and efforts must be taken on an urgent basis to bring about those reforms, which is long pending reforms. And the United Nations organization has not been able to play its role in various situations, various crisis situations in the international community. Latest example is the Ukraine crisis. And obviously, we have seen how the United Nations Security Council gets paralyzed each time. And whenever such proposals are come to take any concrete actions. So I think this kind of a situation can be avoided by bringing about reforms and also giving a due role to a country, largest democracy on the planet, the very fastest growing economy in the world, and obviously a very responsible player in the international community, a permanent place in the Security Council with veto power. So that is what is required, and that is what is required to be done. Otherwise, you will see G20-like forums will get more and more relevance, more and more prominence, and the United Nations organization and its various multilateral institutions will gradually get sidelined. So reforms are the need of the hour, and that is what our External Affairs Minister Sri Jaishankar will advocate for.
All right, shifting our focus to more news coming in at this point of time. Admiral R. Hari Kumar, Chief of Naval Staff, Indian Navy, who is in Colombo on a 4-day visit, will call on President Ranil Wickremesinghe. The Indian mission said amid persisting concerns in New Delhi over a Chinese military vessel re-entering the Indian Ocean region. Well, Admiral Hari Kumar arrived in Colombo on Monday at the invitation of Vice Admiral Nishanta, Commander of Sri Lanka Navy. The Indian High Commission in Colombo has, of course, given us this update. And during the visit, the CNS is scheduled to call on President Wickremesinghe, Prime Minister Dinesh, and Minister of State for Defence and other senior military officials. The Admiral is also scheduled to participate as chief guest at the passing out of parade of Sri Lanka's Naval and Maritime Academy in Eastern Trincomalee district on December 15, and the High Commission has given us all this information via a statement. We'll have short answers from all our panelists as we are running short of time. I start with Ambassador Goel, sir, your views.
Is part of the regular naval maritime cooperation between India and Sri Lanka. It's an important part of the relationship, particularly in view of the fact that the Chinese activities in the maritime space have been growing very fast. And I do hope that Admiral Haridas during the visit will be able to deliberate with the Sri Lanka side on how to proceed with this. Incidentally, there is already a lot of cooperation between the two countries on such matters, and we need to really work further on that cooperation. Priyanka.
All right, Ambassador Goel, thank you for your comments on that story. Major Shah, what are your reactions on this particular story that we are gathering as far as our Indian naval chief visiting Sri Lanka?
Right, Priyanka, a lot of people are speculating that the Indian Naval Chief Admiral R. Hari Kumar is visiting Sri Lanka to sort out the issue about the Chinese vessel Yongwang 5, which was there. But, well, that's going to be discussed on the sidelines. That is not the main thing. The main thing is going there on the behest, on the invitation of Vice Admiral Nishanta Ulungete, the commander of the Sri Lankan Navy, he has been invited as the chief guest of the Sri Lankan's Naval and Maritime Academy at the Eastern Trincomalee district, which is tomorrow. In fact, you rightly brought that out. And since he would be going there, he would also be meeting the president and Vikram Singhe, the Prime Minister Dinesh Gunawardena, the Minister of State for Defense, Premita Bandara, Terakun, and meet other senior military officials. And at the same time, he's going to be discussing about the Chinese vessel Yongwang 5, which was in August to be deferred, but then Chinese had the way of sending it to Sri Lanka, and it's leaving today, and which is a spy vessel. And at the same time, he knows for a fact that the Indian Navy and the Coast Guard is keeping a hawk's eye on the Indian Ocean. We know for a fact, he said, that there are about 60 external vessels over there, but we are keeping a close eye. There are 4 to 5 PLA vessels which come there. Yes, they are reconnaissance vessels. Yes, they come there. They are Chinese fishing vessels which come there. They know all that. So he's going to be discussing all that as well. So I think it's going to be a very, very fruitful 4-day visit through Sri Lanka, and it will further strengthen our ties with Sri Lanka. And as Ambassador Goel rightly said, it's part of a regular strengthening of relationships, Sri Lanka.
Right, Major Shah, thank you for giving us your reaction on that particular story. I quickly go to Mr. Sanjeev Srivastav and take his views. Mr. Srivastav, when the concerns are rising amid the Chinese spy vessel in Sri Lanka, which was Dr. Hambantota, now Indian Naval Chief in Sri Lanka, meetings to be held, how do you view this?
It's a clear indication that our defense and security cooperation with Sri Lanka will continue to grow, despite all sorts of designs which is being wielded by China through its spy vessel, research vessels, submarines, etc. I think our relationship with Sri Lanka is as close as ever. During the crisis in Sri Lanka, we have helped them to the best of our efforts, and I think we will continue doing that. But Sri Lanka is a very strategically important location, and obviously to ensure a rules-based order even in the Indian Ocean region, as we call in the entire Indo-Pacific region, countries like Sri Lanka, Maldives, and several other countries are of enormous significance. So our presence there is very much there, but that has to be continuously enhanced, upgraded, and for that to happen, our collaboration with countries like Sri Lanka will be of enormous significance, and that's what India is doing. Obviously, we are keeping a close track on what Chinese activities are, the way China sends its research vessels, and reality is that these are the spy vessels, submarines, movements, etc. So we have to keep a close watch on the entire situation. And for that to happen, I think our collaboration with countries like Sri Lanka will be of enormous significance. And I think this 4-day visit of our Navy Chief will be of enormous significance for our defense and security cooperation with Sri Lanka.
All right, Mr. Srivastav, thank you for your comments as well. Finally, Group Captain UK Devnath, I come to you, sir, taking your reactions and what importance does it hold for India and Sri Lanka at this point of time, given the fact that there is this Chinese spy vessel in the Indian Ocean region?
Our relations, especially maritime relations with China, with Sri Lanka, remain very nice, is the word. It must become a little more strong, if I can use that word. Sri Lanka has been creating little nuisance for our fishing trawlers, fishing boats from Tamil Nadu. Very often they have arrested our fishing trawlers have been arrested, the personnel have been arrested, but after some days they have released them. This remains a very minor but significant irritant between Sri Lanka and India. Tamil Nadu politics is dominated by issues which are in Sri Lanka. If I can remind the viewers, Maldives also got triggered by certain amount of unrest a decade ago, which were financed, supported and administered by troublemakers who were based in Sri Lanka. So there are many other such small issues which we need to sort out with Sri Lanka.
Right.
I'm very sure that Chief of Naval Staff visit, these things will be discussed, touched upon. But this particular visit more or less remains a ceremonial visit, and not much may come out of this visit. Yes.
All right, Group Captain Devnath, I would like to thank you for your comments and all our guests for joining us and speaking to us throughout those stories that we covered for you.
मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में ही सबसे अच्छा विकल्प मौजूद है।
कार्यकर्ताओं के परिश्रम और जनता के आशीर्वाद,
हमें ये भरोसा था और ये भरोसा कायम रहा।
विधायक जो चुनकर आते हैं वो क्या कहेंगे, उस बात पर हाईकमांड अवश्य उस बात को सुनेगी, समझेगी और फिर निर्णय लेगी।
What BJP has said that we will हम रिवाज बदलेंगे and we are definitely going to achieve it.
सर, मोदी जी को श्रेय है उसका, एक वैश्विक नेतृत्व है हमारे पास में, माननीय मोदी जी है तो विश्वास है।
कुछ भी जनता ने कुछ बता दिया।
जब तक वो पद पर हैं तब तक ये जादू बरकरार है।
मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में ही सबसे अच्छा विकल्प मौजूद है।
कार्यकर्ताओं के परिश्रम और जनता के आशीर्वाद,
हमें ये भरोसा था और ये भरोसा कायम रहा।
विधायक जो चुनकर आते हैं वो क्या कहेंगे, उस बात पर हाईकमांड अवश्य उस बात को सुनेगी, समझेगी और फिर निर्णय लेगी।
What BJP has said that we will हम रिवाज बदलेंगे and we are definitely going to achieve it.
सर, मोदी जी को श्रेय है उसका, एक वैश्विक नेतृत्व है हमारे पास में, माननीय मोदी जी है तो विश्वास है।
कुछ भी जनता ने कुछ बता दिया।
जब तक वो पद पर हैं तब तक ये जादू बरकरार है।
मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में ही सबसे अच्छा विकल्प मौजूद है।
कार्यकर्ताओं के परिश्रम और जनता के आशीर्वाद,
हमें ये भरोसा था और ये भरोसा कायम रहा।
विधायक जो चुनकर आते हैं वो क्या कहेंगे, उस बात पर हाईकमांड अवश्य उस बात को सुनेगी, समझेगी और फिर निर्णय लेगी।
What BJP has said that we will हम रिवाज बदलेंगे and we are definitely going to achieve it.
सर, मोदी जी को श्रेय है उसका, एक वैश्विक नेतृत्व है हमारे पास में, माननीय मोदी जी है तो विश्वास है।
कुछ भी जनता ने कुछ बता दिया।
जब तक वो पद पर हैं तब तक ये जादू बरकरार है।
मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में ही सबसे अच्छा विकल्प मौजूद है।
कार्यकर्ताओं के परिश्रम और जनता के आशीर्वाद,
हमें ये भरोसा था और ये भरोसा कायम रहा।
विधायक जो चुनकर आते हैं वो क्या कहेंगे, उस बात पर हाईकमांड अवश्य उस बात को सुनेगी, समझेगी और फिर निर्णय लेगी।
What BJP has said that we will हम रिवाज बदलेंगे and we are definitely going to achieve it.
सर, मोदी जी को श्रेय है उसका, एक वैश्विक नेतृत्व है हमारे पास में, माननीय मोदी जी है तो विश्वास है।
कुछ भी जनता ने कुछ बता दिया।
जब तक वो पद पर हैं तब तक ये जादू बरकरार है।
Welcome back. You're watching NewsX. I am Priyanka Chaudhary. Let's look into the headlines of this hour. After reports of the Tawang clash between India and China on December 9, the US says it supports India's efforts and the UN now calls for de-escalation. The UN now urges to ensure that the tensions in that area do not grow. According to sources, DG ITBP will visit all the areas of Arunachal Pradesh. Sources say he will discuss security points with commanders and the ITBP deployment along the LAC. Sources also add that the post-visit, the MHA will submit a report to border management. In a shocking incident from the national capital, two bike-borne men attack a 17-year-old schoolgirl with acid in Delhi's Dwarka. The girl has been hospitalized and is currently in stable condition. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister's son Udayanidhi Stalin takes oath as the State Youth Welfare and Sports Development Minister. The AIA-DMK takes a jibe accusing the DMK of dynasty politics. After days of long queues and check-in delays, the Delhi Airport Management informed today that the average waiting time for passengers has been brought down to between 7 to 8 minutes at the international terminal gates. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar embarks on a two-day visit to New York to preside over two high-level events during India's presidency of the United Nations Security Council that will focus on reformed multilateralism and counter-terrorism. Chief of Naval Staff is in Colombo on a 4-day visit. He will call on President Ranil Wickremesinghe amid concerns of a Chinese spy ship near Lankan and Indian waters. Our top focus remains the Tawang incursion. The clash between the Indian Army and the China's People Liberation Army troops at the Tawang sector of Arunachal Pradesh on December 9 erupted after the Chinese tried to transgress the line of actual control in a Yangtze area of Tawang sector. In response to India successfully curbing this incursion attempt, Chinese military responded on Tuesday with claims that Indian troops had illegally crossed a disputed border. According to a PLA Western Theatre Command spokesperson, Chinese troops were obstructed by the Indian Army who illegally crossed the line of actual control. In its statement, the PLA asked India to strictly control and restrain frontline troops and work with China to maintain peace and tranquility on the border. Following the first reports of the face-off, a spokesperson from China's foreign ministry said that the border situation was stable overall. Let me take you to an overview of the situation in Arunachal Pradesh. We will be showing you some images here where we can see how the Chinese have built up their aggression. We have this particular image with us, Chinese Air Force operations at Singaste Airport in Tibet. Very well, we can see fighter and AEW and C aircrafts all staged here. We can count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 aircrafts in line, and a bigger aircraft here, the 11th number. This is the particular area that has been zoomed up. These are the fighter aircrafts in Singaste Airport in Tibet. Moving a little further this side, we have multiple UAVs seen deployed near the runway. This is of course a reference area where the Chinese Air Force operations at Singaste Airport in Tibet is concerned. UAVs seen distributed across multiple aprons connected to the runway and at a hangar. These are the small portions where the Chinese have of course built up their fighter abilities. Moving on and shifting to another slide here, we have Arunachal Pradesh. This is of course a village, a Chinese village near the old road in Arunachal Pradesh. We know that China has been building villages near the Arunachal Pradesh border area to improve its army capabilities there in order to counter India in these areas. Shifting our focus to another piece of slide here, we have Arunachal Pradesh. This is of course the map that we are showing you. This particular area is called Thangla, and moving on, and we can see that this is the particular area where Indian military deployment is, and this is a newly constructed road. This white road, viewers, as you can see, this is a newly constructed road which was constructed in July 2022, and this particular area, this is the Chinese border village that they have created in order to accommodate their army and counter India in these particular border areas. This is a zoom up image of the Chinese village that has been built in the Arunachal border area. Moving on to our next slide, we will see that this is the village opposite Yangtze, the airport which we showed you in a previous slide, which is built after the Galwan clash. Remember, 2 years to the Galwan clash, another clash has taken place in Tawang area, and this is how China has built its area. Very well, you can see these are the satellite images that we are bringing to you on NewsX. This is the village, Jiaokang village, which is opposite Yangtze airport, which is built after the Galwan clash. Clearly, China has left no space in moving back, even though there has been de-escalation in the Galwan valley. We see that China is building its areas near Arunachal, and what we feared exactly happened in Arunachal Tawang area. There was a clash between Indian army and Chinese troops. By November 1st, 2020, China completed construction of a village 4.5 kilometers in Arunachal Pradesh. So as we can rightly see, this particular village that China has created was after the Galwan clash. By November 1st, they had finished construction of this village. These are the visuals that we have. We can see various houses that China has built in this area. Remember, it's a border area between India and China, where China is continuously building its troop areas to sit in, building more aggression against India. And to discuss more on this, I have been joined by our esteemed panel of guests. I start with Commodore G.J. Singh, who is a defense expert. He is joining us on the broadcast. Commodore Singh, how do you view these developments? Because we know that there was a village which was built in this border area, 4.5 kilometers in Arunachal Pradesh. The construction of the village was, it was completed by November 1st in 2020, just after the Galwan clash, and now we have the Tawang area where the scuffle has taken place. How do you view these developments coming in as far as China's aggression is concerned?
Because they will continue to do what they are doing so far. They will not stop anywhere, because they consider probably the whole of Arunachal Pradesh belongs to Tibet, and they consider it to be their own territory, and they have an evil eye on this area. But nevertheless, with the infrastructure and various villages and houses and the number of aircraft that you have shown on your images, I must also tell you that on our side, when the preparation is concerned, it is fully, totally, I would say, perfect and absolute, because we have got 10 formations. There's a 3 corps, the 10 formations, and there's approximately about 1 lakh of troops in that area. Apart from this, we have got 17 mountain division there with the latest 777 light field guns which we had taken from America. Very effective, very good range to counter any American any Chinese aggression. Not only that, when it comes to our Air Force layout, I would say that it is again something which has been brought to this level, force level, very recently, because we have got 1 full squadron Rafale there, 18 at Hashimara. That's again to counter these people. We have 6 Hercules aircraft. We have got Sukhoi Mk-1s, and at the same time other infrastructure helicopters that we have there. Apart from all of this, we have got our so-called UAVs, and our preparation on our side is, I would say, very effective, very comprehensive, holistic. The army has taken view of the whole area and the threat that emanates from them, from the Chinese. So I would say that whatever the Chinese are doing on their side, that is being monitored by our army, by our forces very well, and whatever counter is required is being taken care of. So I don't see any lack or any flaw in our preparation. I think we'll be able to tackle any situation that comes in time to come, because we have seen it is in the DNA of the Chinese to continue to maintain tension all along the LAC, right from Ladakh down to Arunachal, and this is something which we have seen all along for the past 2 to 3 years, especially after Galwan incident. So I would say that no doubt Chinese have made their infrastructure and prepared themselves probably for an aggression, but were equally prepared as well. Over to you, Priyanka.
Right, Commodore Singh, at this point of time, when this skirmish has also built up so much focus, be it in India or how the US is also, showing support towards India in terms of de-escalation, and the UN also speaking out, the focus goes back to these villages that China has been creating along the border area, not just one but two that we have reported. We have had images from the satellite that had come in. But what do you think? What is China planning to do next, despite there have been talks, diplomatic talks, commander level talks? What exactly is China planning?
You see, as far as I am concerned, I discern or I judge the way that the Chinese are bent upon looking at the Arunachal Pradesh to grab it, because they have been saying all along that this is a part of Tibet, and they are interested, or their planning is to restore that border which was there before the division or before. Priyanka, can you do something? There's a lot of echo coming. Yeah.
So is it better?
So you see, yeah, it's better now. You see, therefore, it's still coming. It's still coming there.
All right, I would request the crew to kindly look into this matter as we are hearing from our guest panelists there. Commodore Singh, I'll come back to you once we sort that connection with you. I go to Group Captain UK Devnath, who is also joining us on the broadcast. Group Captain Devnath, what are your thoughts when it comes to these Chinese villages that are built across Arunachal Pradesh? And it is not just the satellite images that we are seeing, but the Indian Army sources are also giving us inputs about these villages, not just one but two. The focus on these Chinese villages have now increased after the skirmishes that have taken place near the Tawang sector.
China claims the entire Arunachal Pradesh as a part of Tibet, and by design it wants to gobble up entire Arunachal Pradesh in next few decades. We will not let this happen. As far as these villages being constructed by China on LAC are concerned, Government of India has taken full cognizance of construction of these villages. These villages are on the border, on the LAC. There are certain places where, because of topographical reasons and because of lay of the land, the border is a little disputed. They sometimes claim in our side about half kilometer. We also sometimes say that actual LACs are behind them another 1 kilometer. Government of India, our External Affairs Ministry has already taken up the matter of these two villages with Chinese authorities, and right now talks are on to define and demarcate the LAC precisely on ground. the survey of that area is a little difficult because it is so remote. Usually, even villagers do not go there for their normal day-to-day functioning. Only sometimes in summers or pre-monsoon season, villagers take their yak for grazing to those mountain heights. Indian Army has been carrying out regular patrol right up to LAC. But it is not physically possible to monitor the entire 1,088 kilometer of LAC on Arunachal border. Patrol sometimes goes up within 1 kilometer, half a kilometer of our perceived LAC. But Government of India has taken cognizance, and External Affairs Ministry has taken up this case of these two villages with Chinese authorities, and Chinese ambassador was also called last year and was told to explain presence of Chinese engineering material near LAC. So government is fully aware, and we are taking full measures to ensure that Chinese do not ingress into our perceived definition of LAC. Yes, Yana?
Right, sir. Group Captain UK Devnath, thank you for your words there. I go back to Commodore GJ Singh, sir. If you can hear me, I would request you to please finish your thoughts as we had left it.
Yeah. You see, what I would like to say about this LAC, we call it the war of perception taking place. It is because, I'll go a little back to 1905, when this McMahon line was drawn, when it was divided, the Britishers, they divided Tibet from India, or they laid out this so-called McMahon line, which became a dispute later on, and we had war with China and ultimately became LAC. Line of actual control. It is different from LOC. In LOC with Pakistan, we know exactly which tree belongs to their side and which stone is on our side, and which Nala is with us, and where the division is. All that is very well demarcated. But with China, it is not. Why? Because you see, when in say about a century back, they drew the line sitting in Delhi. They drew it on a chart, on a map. Now, if you take a map of the world before your table and you draw a line, say from India to let's say Aden, or across the sea or across the land, the very width of that lead which is marking the page, the very width, which is not more than even half mm, when you transfer that half mm of thickness of the lead of pencil to the ground, to the geographic area of that map, you will find that will turn out to be at least 5 kilometers or 4 kilometers, or maybe 10 kilometers if the thickness is more. So there is a problem of perception between India and China. China say our perceived LAC is up to this. We say no, it is till there. This particular dispute will rage on. It will carry on. The solution to this is, which our Indian government has offered to the Chinese also, that let's sit together, make a commission, and draw a proper international border between the two countries, which they are not agreeable to. This is a problem. When it comes to diplomacy, when it comes to talking with China. Because unless and until we have that firm international border like we have it with Pakistan, other than LOC, this problem will continue to rage. There is no solution to it. You have seen it before also, before Galwan, these incidents have been taking place. It has taken place on 9th of this month. And I can tell you that this will continue to take place in future as well, because we don't have any firm international border with China. The only solution is political or diplomatic, that Chinese agree to sit with us and we discuss, make a commission, and our surveyors go there. I myself is a hydrographer, means I have been working with the Survey of India and with the Hydrographic Department of Navy. So unless and until we have this international border or firm LAC, there is no solution. So this is the root cause of the problem between India and China.
Right.
Now tackling it is also another problem. Chinese are bent upon creating tensions not only on LAC, but I find them doing it everywhere, whether it is South China Sea or Philippines or Taiwan and all the fringe countries of the what they call it, China, Indo-China, this thing, and they have problems with all the neighbors like Vietnam, Cambodia,
right.
And they are having what ambition or the aspiration of being expansionists, because they think
right.
the South China Sea is their empire. That is why we find problems coming up about that, free navigation, and which we say even all the countries in the world, like America and other countries, say we should have the freedom of navigation. But they don't agree to any law of sea which the UN has come up with. So therefore, this expansionist aspirations of the Chinese will continue to cause problems around the globe. It is not only here, everywhere. And the only way to tackle is use of military force, application of military force. Unless we have that application of military force on them, we give the kind of response, a firm response, robust response that we gave on 9th, our troops gave. With their dandas, with the sticks.
Yes.
That kind of, if we continue to do even militarily, they will be in their senses. Otherwise, they are not going to stop anywhere. So I think that what our government, our army is doing is in the right direction, the fitment of things and in the right direction. That's the only, other than that, what we can do is we can check them out at sea. All the shipping goes through Malacca Strait, and we have a very firm control in that area, especially when it comes to our Andaman command. That sea, we can put pressure from that side. We can put even pressure on Gavadar. You see, there are other areas to reduce pressure on our borders by bringing in the pressure from the seaside. So there are various ways which I am confident, and I know that our naval authorities, our air force, our army and general and all these admirals and air marshals are doing a wonderful job.
All right, we are getting a breaking news coming in. Commodore Singh, stay on with us. As per sources, alert has been issued in 3 districts of Uttarakhand adjacent to China. Alert has been issued in view of tensions on the border of Uttarkashi, Chamoli and Pithoragarh. This is the latest breaking news coming in after the Tawang skirmish. We are getting to know that there has been alert issued in 3 districts of Uttarakhand. Praveen Kumar, my colleague, is joining us on the broadcast to give us updates. Praveen, alert issued in 3 districts of Uttarakhand. Give us updates.
देखिए, जिस तरह से चीन सीमा पर तनाव की स्थिति है, उसी को देखते हुए 3 जिले जिसकी बॉर्डर जो है चाइना से लगता है, इन तीनों जिलों में अलर्ट कर दिया गया है और पूरी तरह से सेना के जवान जो है अलर्ट मोड पे हैं। खास करके चमोली, पिथौरागढ़ और उत्तरकाशी, ये 3 जिले हैं जहां पे अलर्ट किया गया है। जो चमोली है, चमोली के बाराहोती में कई बार जो चीनी जो फौज है उसके घुसपैठ करने की खबर आती रहती है, तो वहां पे अलर्ट है और आईटीबीपी के जवान वहां पे लगातार तैनात है। उसके पीछे भी जो बाकी जवान को भी अलर्ट रखा गया है और जो एयरफोर्स के भी खबर आ रही है कि उनके जवानों को, एयरफोर्स को भी अलर्ट किया गया है। वहीं पे धारचूला के इलाके में भी समय समय पर झड़प की खबर आती है, वहां पर भी अलर्ट है। ये जो पूरा इलाका है, यहाँ पर चूंकि बर्फबारी हो रही है, तो जो स्थानीय लोग हैं वो नीचे की ओर शिफ्ट कर गए इस वक्त, और जो अभी पूरी तरह से सेना जो है मोर्चे पर लगा हुआ है।
All right, Praveen, thank you for bringing us those updates, and also thank Commodore G.J. Singh and Group Captain U.K. Devnath for speaking with us on that story. We have some breaking news coming in. Supreme Court directs Centre to constitute within 3 months the Peniar River Water Tribunal to resolve the dispute over the sharing of water between Karnataka and Tamil Nadu. That is the latest breaking news we are tracking for you on the broadcast. Supreme Court has directed Centre to constitute within 3 months Peniar River Water Tribunal to resolve the dispute over the sharing of water between Karnataka and Tamil Nadu. This has been going on for a very long time, the water dispute between the two states, Karnataka and Tamil Nadu. Now Supreme Court has directed Centre to constitute a tribunal within 3 months to resolve the dispute that has been over to sharing the water between Karnataka and Tamil Nadu. Shifting our focus to more breaking news. Maharashtra-Karnataka CM is meeting with the Home Minister Amit Shah will be around 8 p.m. today at Home Minister's residence. The CMs are going to be meeting Home Minister Amit Shah amid the border row that has taken place. We are getting to know that Maharashtra and Karnataka CMs meeting with the Home Minister Amit Shah will be around 8 p.m. today at the Home Minister's residence. Key takeaways will be reported as and when they pour in after the meeting takes place. My colleague Rushali with us to give us updates. Rushali, the meeting is slated to happen at 8 p.m. today at Home Minister's residence. This is a key meeting as the border row grows between Maharashtra and Karnataka. What are the updates that you're gathering?
Certainly at the border, a lot of tension is still mounting. It's more than 2 weeks now, but situation is not under control, even though both the sides, BJP is in the power. And that's why opposition here in Maharashtra slamming Maharashtra government for not solving this issue. We have seen that Maharashtra MPs even met Amit Shah on this issue and asked him to intervene in this matter, and post that Karnataka CM Bommai has made a statement stating that meeting Amit Shah will not be fruitful for at least at the border issue. So after that, this particular crucial meeting will take place at 8 p.m. today at the Amit Shah's residence, and both the Chief Minister, Maharashtra Chief Minister and Karnataka CM will be there. So certainly what kind of solution that Mr. Amit Shah is giving to the border people, that's the very important. All the eyes are on Amit Shah now, because we know that for the layman, it's very difficult to even commute from the border area. It's not just a border of Belgaum district, but also near the Kolhapur and other adjoining parts of the Karnataka and Maharashtra are facing a lot of tension at this point of time. Opposition is slamming on the state government for not solving the issue. So all the eyes are on this particular crucial meeting. This will decide the fate of the border district area of Maharashtra, for sure.
All right. Thank you, Rushali, for giving us those updates. It's time for a short break. We're coming right back on NewsX. Stay tuned.
एसोसिएट स्पॉन्सर LIC, हर पल आपके साथ।
I'm gonna make a lift जो चांद तक जाएगी। मैं एक ऐप बनाऊंगा जो मुझे ब्रूनो को समझने में हेल्प करेगा। मैं एक शू बना रही हूँ जिससे I can fly।
When you believe nothing is impossible, you see no limits. Engineering solutions for a limitless world. Kirloskar.
ये कुछ दवाइयाँ।
$200, 150 आपके हुए बाबा जी 1350 रुपये।
इस वक्त तो मेरे पास इतने ही हैं, अब बाकी खाते में लिख लो।
बाबा जी बाबा जी, आज फिर कितने लिखूं खाते में?
अब कोई भी पैसा खाते में लिखने की जरूरत नहीं।
लॉटरी लग गई बाबा जी?
हाँ, बस यूं समझ लो कि लॉटरी लग गई। जब से पंजाब की भगवंत मान सरकार ने महंगे बिजली के बिल जीरो करके हमारे कंधों से बोझ हटाया है ना, तब से हमें उधार लेने की जरूरत ही नहीं पड़ती।
सही है।
अब तो समझो कि पंजाब के घर घर की ना लॉटरी ही लग गई है।
भगवंत मान के नेतृत्व वाली पंजाब सरकार में पंजाब के लगभग 86% परिवारों का बिजली का बिल जीरो आया है।
Welcome back from the break. You're watching NewsX. We are talking about the Tawang incursion, the clash between the Indian Army and China's People Liberation Army troops at the Tawang sector of Arunachal Pradesh on December 9 erupted when the Chinese tried to transgress the line of actual control in Yangtze area of Tawang sector. In response to India successfully curbing this incursion attempt, Chinese military responded on Tuesday with claims that Indian troops had illegally crossed a disputed border. According to the PLA Western Theatre Command spokesperson, Chinese troops were obstructed by the Indian Army who illegally crossed the line of actual control. In its statement, the PLA asked India to strictly control and restrain frontline troops and work with China to maintain peace and tranquility on the border. Following the first reports of the face-off, a spokesperson from China's foreign ministry said that the border situation was stable overall. That is the latest we are tracking for you on the broadcast. At this point of time, I have been joined by Mr. Congestion, who is a councillor of Chushul, Ladakh, to speak with us on the broadcast. A very good morning, Mr. Stanzen, and thank you for being with us and talking to us. How do you see this development that is coming in as far as the scuffle that has that had begun between Indian Army and the Chinese troops near the Tawang sector?
जो तवांग में जो हुआ बिल्कुल अनफॉर्चुनेट है, क्योंकि चाइना 1962 से ऐसा फेस ऑफ जो है हर जगह करते रहता है, कभी लद्दाख में, कभी अरुणाचल में, कभी सिक्किम में, कभी उत्तराखंड में करते रहते हैं। तो मैं यही कहूँगा कि अभी लद्दाख के जो सिचुएशन जो है वो अभी नॉर्मल नहीं हुआ है। जो 2020 में जून में जो एपिसोड हुआ लद्दाख में, वो अभी पूरी तरीके से अभी सेटल नहीं हुआ है। अभी भी एक दो फ्रिक्शन पॉइंट अभी भी है जिस पर अभी बात होना है, सेटल होना है, जैसे देपसंग है, देमचोक है। तो यहाँ के इशू जो है रिजोल्व नहीं हुआ है, फिर से वो दूसरे जगह पे एक तरीके से इशू खड़ा कर रहा है। तो ये कहीं ना कहीं हमें समझना पड़ेगा, पूरे इंडिया को समझना पड़ेगा कि इसको किस तरीके से ले, क्योंकि मैं देख रहा हूँ कि चाइना और इंडिया के बीच करीब 3440 के ऐसा किलोमीटर है, बॉर्डर शेयर करते हैं, जिसका प्रॉपर डिमार्केशन कहीं नहीं है, जिसमें ज्यादातर ये प्रॉब्लम जो है देखने को आ रहा है। अरुणाचल साइड में भी आ रहा है, लद्दाख में भी ऐसे स्थिति जो है देखने को आ रहा है 1962 से। इसको पूरी तरीके से रिजॉल्व करने की जरूरत है, और प्रॉपर डिमार्केशन जब तक ना हो तो ये इशू जो है होते रहेंगे। तो कल के जो अरुणाचल में हुआ, इसके लिए तो इंडियन आर्मी ने बहुत ही करारा जवाब दिया। मैं उनके लिए पूरे इंडियन आर्मी को सैल्यूट करना चाहूँगा, लेकिन ये कहीं ना कहीं चाइना का एक टैक्टिक है जो उसको हमें सीरियसली लेना पड़ेगा, नहीं तो ये चीज़ें जो है होते रहेंगी। अभी भी लद्दाख में जो है डिप्लॉयमेंट अभी भी है, अभी भी सिचुएशन नॉर्मल नहीं है। तो ये करना क्या चाहते हैं, तो इसको हमें देखना पड़ेगा।
जी, आपका सेंटर से क्या डिमांड है इस वक्त? अगर बात की जाए, आप कह रहे हैं कि लद्दाख में जो सिचुएशन है वो अभी भी काफ़ी तनाव है वहाँ पे, और इसी के साथ साथ ही तवांग में जो चाइना ने ये कदम उठाया है, ये जो क्राइसिस क्रिएट की गई है, इसमें आप गवर्नमेंट से क्या चाहते हैं?
मैं शुरू से यही कहते आ रहा हूँ कि इसको गवर्नमेंट सीरियसली लेना पड़ेगा, और इसको जो फ्लोर ऑफ द हाउस पार्लियामेंट में जो है डिस्कशन करना पड़ेगा। जब तक हम डिस्कशन में नहीं बैठते हैं, डिबेट नहीं करेंगे, तो इस मसला को जो है सॉल्व नहीं होगा। मैं किसी पार्टी को दोष नहीं दूंगा क्योंकि ये कांग्रेस के दौर में हुआ, ये बीजेपी के दौर में हुआ, ऐसा मैं नहीं बोलूंगा। क्योंकि लद्दाख की अगर स्थिति में देखा जाए तो दोनों के दौर में हमारे जमीन जो है काफी ज्यादा रिड्यूस्ड हुआ है, वो उसमें कोई दो राय नहीं है। लेकिन इसको बैठ के एक तरीका निकलना चाहिए और रिजॉल्व करना चाहिए और पार्लियामेंट में भी ये डिस्कस होना चाहिए, क्योंकि जमीनी जो हकीकत है, जो ग्राउंड सिचुएशन है, वो कहीं ना कहीं डिबेट करते नहीं दिख रहा है, कहीं ना कहीं पता नहीं हो रहा है कि हम यहाँ से जो बोल रहे हैं वो सही में आगे बात पहुंच रहा है कि नहीं पहुंच रहा है। क्योंकि न्यूज चैनल जितने भी है वो सही में ग्राउंड की जो रियलिटी है वो नहीं दिखा पा रहे हैं और इसके लिए एक गैप जरूर है। तो इसको डिस्कशन करना चाहिए और गवर्नमेंट सीरियसली लेना चाहिए जो अभी ये स्थिति है। जी
जो हमारे डिफेंस मिनिस्टर है राजनाथ सिंह, इन्होंने पार्लियामेंट में बात की थी इस बारे में, जैसे कि आप कह रहे हैं, और उन्होंने कहा था कि जो चाइनीज़ ट्रूप्स है उनको कंपेल किया गया था कि वो वापस चले जाएं, और इंडियन आर्मी ने काफ़ी अपना जो प्रदर्शन दिखाया था वहाँ पे काफ़ी स्ट्रॉन्ग और स्टर्न मैसेज भी दिया था। इस वक्त यूएस भी जो है वो कह रहा है कि इंडिया के साथ वो सपोर्ट कर रही है इन सब मामलों में। इस पे आप क्या कहना चाहते हैं?
जी बिल्कुल, डिफेंस मिनिस्टर सर ने एक पार्लियामेंट में ये स्टेटमेंट बिल्कुल दिया है और मैं ये समझता हूँ कि इंडियन आर्मी ने भी बहुत ही करारा जवाब जो कल के जो वो अरुणाचल में हुआ उसका जवाब दिया है। तो ऐसा नहीं है कि हमारे पास क्षमता नहीं है, क्योंकि हम 1962 का फोर्स तो है ही नहीं, हम 1962 का भारत नहीं है। क्योंकि अगर हम अपनी ओर से एग्रेशन दिखाते हैं तो नेचुरली चाइना के पीछे हटने का ऐसा स्टोरी पहले भी कई दफा आया है और लद्दाख में भी है। तो हमें एग्रेशन दिखाना चाहिए और बोल्ड स्टेप लेना चाहिए। उसके साथ उसके अगर लेते हैं तो उसका नेचुरली फायदा हमेशा रहता है। मेरा यही है कि हम डिफेंसिव मोड पे ना जाए और मैक्सिमम हम एग्रेशन पे जाते हैं तो फिर उसका एडवांटेज तो होता ही होता है। तो बाकी मैं इसका बिल्कुल समर्थन करता हूं, लेकिन लद्दाख की जो स्थिति है उस पर भी डिस्कशन होना जरूरी है, जो पिछले 2 साल 2.5 साल से चलते आ रहे हैं। जी
आप लद्दाख की बात कर रहे हैं तो लद्दाख में जो आप कह रहे हैं अभी तनाव है, क्योंकि वहाँ पे भी आपने बोला कि कुछ डिप्लॉयमेंट है, तो इस वक्त वहाँ के लोग क्या चाह रहे हैं, सिचुएशन कितना डिफ़िकल्ट है, ये बताइए।
जी मेरा गांव जो है बिल्कुल बॉर्डर से है और मेरे कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी बॉर्डर से है। तो जब भी ऐसा तनाव होता है तो नेचुरली गांव में एक अलग सा माहौल क्रिएट हो जाता है। तो हमारे लिए ये जरूरी होता है कि बॉर्डर में शांति होना जरूरी होता है, पीस होना जरूरी होता है। तो उस हिसाब से देखें, क्योंकि हमें पता है कि पिछले 2 साल से हमारे बॉर्डर की गांवों में क्या स्थिति रहा है। तो इसी तरह जो अरुणाचल में भी यही जब भी झड़प होते हैं तो उसके बॉर्डर के पास गांव में बिल्कुल अलग से माहौल हो जाता है। तो वो चीजें जो है बार बार ना हो, तो इसको भी देखना पड़ेगा और जल्दी इसको रिजॉल्व करना पड़ेगा। क्योंकि मैंने जो पहले बताया, लद्दाख की जो स्थिति है अभी भी पूरी तरीके से रिजॉल्व नहीं हुआ है। जितना पहले डिप्लॉयमेंट बॉर्डर पे था उस करीब इतना डिप्लॉयमेंट अभी भी है। जी
जो इंडियन आर्मी के जवान मौजूद हैं लद्दाख में इस वक्त, आप जो चुशुल एरिया के जो आप वहाँ से हैं, उधर अभी जो सिचुएशन है, आप कह रहे हैं काफ़ी वहाँ पे टेंशन है, तनाव है, पर जो इंडियन आर्मी ट्रूप्स हैं वहाँ पे वो काफ़ी स्ट्रॉन्ग हैं, काफ़ी स्टर्न हैं और काफ़ी कॉन्फिडेंट हैं कि ऐसे सिचुएशन में वो लड़ पाए आगे।
बिल्कुल, इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं है। जहाँ हमारी फौज है उसमें वो तो अभी तक का हिस्ट्री रहा है कि वो 100% to 100% देते ही देते हैं। तो मेरा ये है कि मैं अभी भी सिचुएशन टेंस में नहीं बोल रहा हूँ, लेकिन रिजॉल्व नहीं हुआ है। तो ये इसको आप दूसरे तरीके से ना ले, ये मैं बोल रहा हूँ कि अभी लद्दाख का सिचुएशन भी पूरी तरीके से रिजॉल्व नहीं हुआ है। मैं इंडियन आर्मी पे कतई शक नहीं है, वो अभी तक के जितने भी जो है बॉर्डर के उसमें वो लगे हुए हैं, अभी भी है, जिसके बदौलत अभी भी हम सेफ है। तो मैं इस पर बिल्कुल नहीं जाऊंगा। जी
आपने बोला कि तनाव नहीं है, पर सिचुएशन अभी रिजॉल्व नहीं हुआ है। तो ये रिजॉल्व करने के लिए आप चाह रहे हैं कि गवर्नमेंट और बातें करे आगे, टॉक्स होनी चाहिए चाइना के साथ, क्योंकि काफ़ी कॉन्वर्सेशंस हुई थी, काफ़ी कमांडर लेवल, कॉर्प्स कमांडर लेवल कॉन्वर्सेशंस हुई थी जब गलवान में घटना हुआ था। उसके बाद काफ़ी बातचीत हुई थी, फिर डिसएंगेजमेंट का प्रोसेस भी शुरू हुआ था। इस वक्त ऐसी और बातचीत होने की संभावना है वहाँ?
जी, अभी रिसेंटली जो इंडियन आर्मी चीफ ने भी यही कहा कि हम जो है 17 नेक्स्ट राउंड के लिए वेट कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि अभी तक के 16 राउंड जो है कोर कमांडर लेवल पे टॉक जो है हुआ है, जिसमें धीरे धीरे करके डिसएंगेजमेंट बिल्कुल हुआ है। तो अभी भी मैं कह रहा हूँ कि तो फ्रिक्शन पॉइंट अभी भी है, देपसंग है, दमचौक है, उस पर भी इशू, उस पर भी बात होना है, उसको रिजॉल्व करना है। तो ये सारा जो है बातचीत के जरिए ही रिजॉल्व हो सकता है, डायलॉग के जरिए ही रिजॉल्व हो सकता है, ना कि इस तरीके के झड़प से। तो अभी तक का जितने भी रिजॉल्व हुआ वो तो कम्युनिकेशन के हिसाब बात करके ही रिजॉल्व हुआ है ना। तो हम चाहते हैं कि रिजॉल्व करें, क्योंकि अभी भी तो जो फ्रिक्शन पॉइंट है उसमें होना ही है। जी।
All right, Mr. Stanzen, thank you for being with us and talking to us about the situation in Ladakh and what is expected from the Indian government in order to bring in peace and tranquility around the border area in order to provide for the people and the development for the people. Shifting our focus to more news coming in on the broadcast at this point of time. The Chipok Triplicane MLA Udayanidhi Stalin has been sworn in as a minister in the DMK government in Tamil Nadu, headed by his father MK Stalin. And with his induction, the number of ministers in the Stalin cabinet rose to 35. Governor R.N. Ravi administered the oath of ministers in the Stalin cabinet and office and the secretary to Udayanidhi in the Darbar Hall of Raj Bhavan. We had seen those visuals of all the ministers gathered there. He has also got the youth and welfare sports development portfolio, which has been handled by Siva V till now, and this is now gone to Udayanidhi Stalin. At this point of time, Stalin's wife Durga, Udayanidhi's spouse Kirutiga, MPs Kanimui and others ministers were among those present in the swearing-in ceremony, and the AIDMK has come out and slammed the DMK and Stalin government over dynasty politics, is what we are tracking for you on the broadcast. At this point of time, I've been joined by DMK leader Syed Hafiz to speak on this. Sir, if you can hear me, how do
I can hear you. Yeah.
How do you view the developments pouring in? It's a big day for the DMK party, wherein Udayanidhi Stalin has been sworn in as a sports minister. But similarly, at this point of time, the AIA-DMK is slamming the DMK party of dynasty politics. How do you react?
Absolutely, as you said, it is a day to enjoy, it is a day to cherish for the DMK cadres, because it is a long-standing request of the cadres of the DMK to make Udayana one of the minister in the cabinet. So that has been realized today. Coming to the point that the oppositions are accusing it as an act of dynasty politics, madam, I would like to remind the ADMK and its coalition that Anbumani Ramdas, who is a PMK leader, who lost the Lok Sabha, soon after he lost the Lok Sabha, is being made the Rajya Sabha MP just because his father is Ramdas, who is a PMK leader. This is dynasty politics. And then we have Mr. G.K. Vasan, who is a Rajya Sabha MP, who has never contested election. He is being the Rajya Sabha MP on behalf of ADMK just because his father Mupanar is a politician. Okay, so that is dynasty politics. This is not dynasty politics. How you can accuse this as a dynasty politics if Udayana has been made the cabinet minister without contesting the election. He went to the people of Chepak Trivlikeni. In his campaign, he clearly said, if you want to vote me just because I am Kalanjar's grandson, don't vote for me. If you think you have to vote for me just because my father is MKS, don't vote for me. If you trust me, if you believe in me that I will be there for you, I can do my duty as an MLA for you, then you can vote me. So this mandate, here we are conveniently forgetting that he contested an election. He contested an election and won with a margin of 68,000 votes. This is one of the top difference in the few MLAs who won with such a big margin. So he has a mandate. Coming to the second point, madam, the youths of the DMK and youths of Tamil Nadu who want him to be his face in the government. This is a long-standing demand. It is not just that he is being made because he is so and so, but his work has been considered too. So there is accusation, if you don't give people who work on ground the chance of becoming a minister, you accuse DMK saying you are neglecting the people. And here we have an MLA who is working with the people, who has a massive outreach in terms of campaigning, and he is the one who has brought so many democratic changes in the party. All the youth wing functionaries, many of them are first generation politicians who do not belong to a political background. So he is injecting a lot of youths into the party, a lot of young ideas into the party, which needed recognition for the youths to join the DMK more and more. So it is these things that has been considered to make him the minister. So this absolute, I will tell you, there was accusation when my chief minister of today, my Talaivar MKS, when he became the president of DMK, after 50 years of hard work, he was accused of being dynasty politics. But then he went to the people, he stood, he spoke what he felt, and people trusted him. That is how it's become. In democracy, just because you are a dynasty, you cannot come up, madam. You have to face people, you have to contest election. It is the choice of the people who elect you to become an MLA, and from then on you become the minister. So this dynasty politics, the accusation is baseless, and all the more AIDMK has no moral responsibility. I can name at least 20 to 30 legislators and MPs of ADMK in last 5 years whose father has a political connection with ADMK. So this is absolutely baseless, madam.
Right, there were protests also that the AIA-DMK had carried on against the DMK-led government yesterday, that we had seen statewide protests by the party. At this point of time, the people are going to play a key role. As you rightly mentioned, it was the people who voted DMK into power. But what are the people saying when it comes to AIA-DMK?
Ma'am, AIDMK in last 10 years, madam, they have destroyed the economy of Tamil Nadu, they have destroyed the infrastructure of Tamil Nadu, they have spoiled the future of Tamil Nadu. So that is why they had to be thrown out of the government. There's such a massive defeat that ADMK has to be thrown out. It is all that ADMK is losing the support, madam. Their own allies are sabotaging them. The BJP is trying to eat on ADMK votes. So there is a faction of Sasikala, there is a faction of PTV Dinagaran, there is an infighting between the OPS and EPS which they are not able to control. So to distract their party cadres from understanding the reality of the ADMK, that they are indulging themselves in such dramas which has no people support at all.
Right, at this point of time, what message do you want to give to the AIA-DMK workers, leaders, because they have been very stern on, saying that dynastic politics is in the bloodstream of the DMK and various others' reaction. What is that one message you would like to give them?
Madam, the message is clear, madam. The message is very clear. It is so illogical to not give a position to anybody who is working hard, who has done his best, who has the love and support of the people, of the masses, just because his father is so and so. I can understand if he has chosen to become a minister without contesting the election, without the people's support, then it is a different story. So all this cry and this fake propaganda is not going to work out. Before telling this to the DMK, go talk to Jayavardhan, who was an MP just because his father was a minister in ADMK cabinet. Go talk to OP Ravindranath, whose father is OPS. Go talk to Rajan Chellapassan, who's an MLA now. I can list many, madam. Why did you give Andumani Ramdas Rajya Sabha seat who lost the MP election? Why did you give G.K. Vasan a MP seat who never even contested the election? So talk about all this and come. Just because Udayana comes from a political family, it is absurd that these claims that though despite working for the people, though despite having such a big organizational support and such had a huge support of youth, huge love of youth, he should be neglected. That is not how DMK wins. DMK listens to the voices. The people who are saying he's so young, first time MLA, how can you make him a minister? Madam, they are conveniently forgetting the fact that OPS, who was first time MLA, who had just 6 months experience as MLA, was made the chief minister of Tamil Nadu when Selvi Jayalalitha had to step down. So it is not that. You are not talking about all that. In our cabinet, ma'am, we have Dr. Madhivendan, who's a first time MLA, who became the minister as soon as he became an MLA. We have Madam Kayalvili Selvaraj, who will become the minister despite being a first time MLA. So all these accusations are baseless. The people.
Your last words there. My final question to you at this point of time is, since you had a strong message for the AIADMK, telling them that, showing them that they were also involved in such allegations that they are putting on the DMK party at this point of time, what has MK Stalin have to, push forward and show the AIADMK party, given that they are constantly leaving no mark behind to slam the DMK government in Tamil Nadu?
Madam, this is really a very, very silly stand on ADMK to accuse us of anything, madam. Their 10-year regime was totally anti-Tamil, anti-Dravidian. In fact, after the death of Jayalalitha, ADMK Edapani Palaniswamy has consented to all the schemes which ADMK, then Supremo Jayalalitha, protested, from Udaymin Thitam to NEET to many such schemes which ADMK leader J. Jayalalitha had opposed. They have consented to such a thing, and there are a lot of cases which have been pending in the courts against these people for massive corruption. I would suggest them, in my personal capacity, that please go listen to your cadres, listen to the cadres, talk to them, tell them, listen to them, and just act on what they feel, rather than sitting and aligning with the BJP, behaving like a mouthpiece of BJP and letting BJP control you is a shame on Anna, which name you carry along in the party. Is a shame on Jayalalitha that you guys are involved in such cheap level politics and budging to all the threats that the BJP is giving. So please focus on strengthening your party by opposing the BJP, by standing with the people of Tamil Nadu, rather than consenting. Let it be the farm law. You were with them. Now we have come to such an extent of supporting 10% EWS, economical weaker section quota, which is totally against the principle of Dravidian ideology, which says you cannot have reservation on economic grounds. So these basic principles you have lost. You don't have a locus standi. You don't have a moral faith to express yourself. So you are here commenting us on matters which are completely internal to DMK, the matter which are completely in a way that it is democratically been settled. So that is the issue.
All right, Mr. Syed Hafiz, thank you for being with us and talking on that important story. We will also listen in to this reaction that Udayanidhi Stalin had given out.
No, I don't see it as a big moment for me and for my family. It is a very huge responsibility. I see it as a responsibility. When I came to, when I was given the responsibility of the youth wing secretary, that was a huge responsibility. So I'll do my best to fulfill the responsibility, and for all the sportsmen.
All right, we will be tracking more stories for you on the broadcast. For now, we're shifting our focus to a short break. We'll come right back on NewsX.
मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में ही सबसे अच्छा विकल्प मौजूद है।
कार्यकर्ताओं के परिश्रम और जनता के आशीर्वाद,
हमें ये भरोसा था और ये भरोसा कायम रहा।
विधायक जो चुनकर आते हैं वो क्या कहेंगे, उस बात पर हाईकमांड अवश्य उस बात को सुनेगी, समझेगी और फिर निर्णय लेगी।
What BJP has said that we will हम रिवाज बदलेंगे and we are definitely going to achieve it.
सर, मोदी जी को श्रेय है उसका, एक वैश्विक नेतृत्व है हमारे पास में, माननीय मोदी जी है तो विश्वास है।
नेक टू नेक कुछ भी हो, जनता ने कुछ बता दिया।
जब तक वो पद पर हैं तब तक ये जादू बरकरार है।
मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में ही सबसे अच्छा विकल्प मौजूद है।
कार्यकर्ताओं के परिश्रम और जनता के आशीर्वाद,
हमें ये भरोसा था और ये भरोसा कायम रहा।
विधायक जो चुनकर आते हैं वो क्या कहेंगे, उस बात पर हाईकमांड अवश्य उस बात को सुनेगी, समझेगी और फिर निर्णय लेगी।
What BJP has said that we will हम रिवाज बदलेंगे and we are definitely going to achieve it.
सर, मोदी जी को श्रेय है उसका, एक वैश्विक नेतृत्व है हमारे पास में, माननीय मोदी जी है तो विश्वास है।
नेक टू नेक कुछ भी हो, जनता ने कुछ बता दिया।
जब तक वो पद पर हैं तब तक ये जादू बरकरार है।
मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में ही सबसे अच्छा विकल्प मौजूद है।
कार्यकर्ताओं के परिश्रम और जनता के आशीर्वाद,
हमें ये भरोसा था और ये भरोसा कायम रहा।
विधायक जो चुनकर आते हैं वो क्या कहेंगे, उस बात पर हाईकमांड अवश्य उस बात को सुनेगी, समझेगी और फिर निर्णय लेगी।
What BJP has said that we will हम रिवाज बदलेंगे and we are definitely going to achieve it.
सर, मोदी जी को श्रेय है उसका, एक वैश्विक नेतृत्व है हमारे पास में, माननीय मोदी जी है तो विश्वास है।
नेक टू नेक कुछ भी हो, जनता ने कुछ बता दिया।
जब तक वो पद पर हैं तब तक ये जादू बरकरार है।
मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में ही सबसे अच्छा विकल्प मौजूद है।
कार्यकर्ताओं के परिश्रम और जनता के आशीर्वाद,
हमें ये भरोसा था और ये भरोसा कायम रहा।
विधायक जो चुनकर आते हैं वो क्या कहेंगे, उस बात पर हाईकमांड अवश्य उस बात को सुनेगी, समझेगी और फिर निर्णय लेगी।
What BJP has said that we will हम रिवाज बदलेंगे and we are definitely going to achieve it.
सर, मोदी जी को श्रेय है उसका, एक वैश्विक नेतृत्व है हमारे पास में, माननीय मोदी जी है तो विश्वास है।
नेक टू नेक कुछ भी हो, जनता ने कुछ बता दिया।
जब तक वो पद पर हैं तब तक ये जादू बरकरार है।
मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में ही सबसे अच्छा विकल्प मौजूद है।
कार्यकर्ताओं के परिश्रम और जनता के आशीर्वाद,
हमें ये भरोसा था और ये भरोसा कायम रहा।
विधायक जो चुनकर आते हैं वो क्या कहेंगे, उस बात पर हाईकमांड अवश्य उस बात को सुनेगी, समझेगी और फिर निर्णय लेगी।
What BJP has said that we will हम रिवाज बदलेंगे and we are definitely going to achieve it.
सर, मोदी जी को श्रेय है उसका, एक वैश्विक नेतृत्व है हमारे पास में, माननीय मोदी जी है तो विश्वास है।
नेक टू नेक कुछ भी हो, जनता ने कुछ बता दिया।
जब तक वो पद पर हैं तब तक ये जादू बरकरार है।
मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में ही सबसे अच्छा विकल्प मौजूद है।
कार्यकर्ताओं के परिश्रम और जनता के आशीर्वाद,
हमें ये भरोसा था और ये भरोसा कायम रहा।
विधायक जो चुनकर आते हैं वो क्या कहेंगे, उस बात पर हाईकमांड अवश्य उस बात को सुनेगी, समझेगी और फिर निर्णय लेगी।
What BJP has said that we will हम रिवाज बदलेंगे and we are definitely going to achieve it.
सर मोदी जी को श्रेय है उसका, एक वैश्विक नेतृत्व है हमारे पास में, माननीय मोदी जी है तो विश्वास है।
नेक टू नेक कुछ भी हो, जनता ने कुछ बता दिया।
जब तक वो पद पर हैं तब तक ये जादू बरकरार है।
मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में ही सबसे अच्छा विकल्प मौजूद है।
कार्यकर्ताओं के परिश्रम और जनता के आशीर्वाद,
हमें ये भरोसा था और ये भरोसा कायम रहा।
विधायक जो चुनकर आते हैं वो क्या कहेंगे, उस बात पर हाईकमांड अवश्य उस बात को सुनेगी, समझेगी और फिर निर्णय लेगी।
What BJP has said that we will हम रिवाज बदलेंगे and we are definitely going to achieve it.
सर मोदी जी को श्रेय है उसका, एक वैश्विक नेतृत्व है हमारे पास में, माननीय मोदी जी है तो विश्वास है।
नेक टू नेक कुछ भी हो, जनता ने कुछ बता दिया।
जब तक वो पद पर हैं तब तक ये जादू बरकरार है।
मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में ही सबसे अच्छा विकल्प मौजूद है।
कार्यकर्ताओं के परिश्रम और जनता के आशीर्वाद,
हमें ये भरोसा था और ये भरोसा कायम रहा।
विधायक जो चुनकर आते हैं वो क्या कहेंगे, उस बात पर हाईकमांड अवश्य उस बात को सुनेगी, समझेगी और फिर निर्णय लेगी।
What BJP has said that we will हम रिवाज बदलेंगे and we are definitely going to achieve it.
सर मोदी जी को श्रेय है उसका, एक वैश्विक नेतृत्व है हमारे पास में, माननीय मोदी जी है तो विश्वास है।
नेक टू नेक कुछ भी हो, जनता ने कुछ बता दिया।
जब तक वो पद पर हैं तब तक ये जादू बरकरार है।
Hello and welcome. You're watching NewsX. I am Meenakshi Upreti, starting the bulletin with today's headlines. After reports of the Tawang clash between India and China on December 9th, the US says it supports India's efforts and the UN now calls for de-escalation. The UN urges to ensure that the tensions in the area do not grow. According to sources, DG ITBP will visit all the areas of Arunachal. Sources say he will discuss security points with commanders and ITBP deployment along the LAC. Sources also add that post the visit, the MHA will submit a report to border management. In a shocking incident from the national capital, two bike-borne men attack a 17-year-old school girl with acid on Delhi's Dwarka. The girl has been hospitalized and is currently in a stable condition. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister's son Udyanidhi Stalin takes oath as the state's Youth Welfare and Sports Development Minister. AIADMK takes the chive, accuses DMK of dynasty politics. After days of long queues and check-ins delays, the airport management informed today that the average waiting time for passengers has been brought down between 7 and 8 minutes at the international terminal. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar embarks on a two-day visit to New York to preside over two high-level events during India's presidency of the United Nations Security Council that will focus on reformed multilateralism and counter-terrorism. And the Chief of Naval Staff is in Colombo on a 4-day visit. He will call on President Ranil Wickremesinghe amidst concerns of a Chinese spy ship near Lankan and Indian waters. All right, welcome back. We're going to start the bulletin with the breaking news coming in related to the horrific Delhi acid attack case. Well, these are updates on the Delhi acid attack case. Arvind Kejriwal has tweeted, and I quote, "This cannot be tolerated at all. How did criminals get so much courage? The criminals should be given the strictest punishment. The safety of every girl, child in Delhi is important to us. That has been said by none other than Arvind Kejriwal, strictly condemning the attack. Now, Arvind Kejriwal, the Delhi Chief Minister, has condemned the acid attack which has taken place in the national capital. He has said that the strictest punishment possible will be given to the perpetrators of the crime. It's a shocking incident, says Arvind Kejriwal. It's a big reaction coming in directly from the Delhi Chief Minister. Remember, it was a 17-year-old girl who has suffered injuries as acid was thrown on her. It was thrown at her by a young man. That entire horrific incident has been caught on CCTV camera, and that brutality which has now been caught on camera, of course, has shocked the entire nation, not just the national capital. It's a horrific case of brutality, acid thrown by a boy on a 17-year-old student. This is in Dwarka area of the national capital. My colleague Naveen Nishant is joining us live on the broadcast. Naveen, the Delhi Chief Minister has called for the strictest punishment for the perpetrators of a crime. This is, of course, the acid attack which has taken place in the national capital. Take us through the statement of Arvind Kejriwal, and also where do the police investigations stand in the case?
बिल्कुल देखिए, बता दें कि आज सुबह 7:30 के करीब द्वारका मोड़ इलाके में जब एक लड़की अपने घर से स्कूल के लिए जा रही थी छोटी बहन के साथ, तब दो बदमाशों द्वारा उसके ऊपर एसिड से हमला किया जाता है और फरार हो जाते हैं। पूरी जो घटना है वो सीसीटीवी में कैद हो जाती है और पुलिस के इन्वेस्टिगेशन में एक आरोपी को हिरासत में ले लिया जाता है और अभी के समय जो लड़की है उसका इलाज सफदरजंग अस्पताल में चल रहा है। सफदरजंग अस्पताल के बाहर तक पहुंची है। सफदरजंग अस्पताल के डॉक्टरों का ये कहना है कि जो लड़की की कंडीशन है वो स्टेबल है। पुलिस इस पूरे मामले की जांच कर रही है और हर्षवर्धन जो द्वारका डिस्ट्रिक्ट के डीसीपी हैं उनका कहना है कि कई टीमों का गठन किया गया है ताकि जो दूसरा आरोपी जो फरार बताया जा रहा है उसे गिरफ्तार किया जा सके। इसे लेकर जो दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री अरविंद केजरीवाल उन्होंने भी ट्वीट कर कहा है, ये बिल्कुल बर्दाश्त नहीं किया जा सकता। अपराधियों की इतनी हिम्मत आखिर कैसी आ गई? अपराधियों को सख्त से सख्त सजा दिलवाना मिलनी चाहिए और दिल्ली में हर बेटी की सुरक्षा हमारे लिए महत्वपूर्ण है। तो ये अरविंद केजरीवाल का ट्वीट था। इसके अलावा जो दिल्ली महिला आयोग है उनकी जो अध्यक्ष हैं स्वाति मलिवाल, उन्होंने भी ट्वीट कर जानकारी दी है कि दिल्ली महिला आयोग हमेशा से लड़कियों की सुरक्षा के लिए लड़ाई लड़ रही है और कई बार दिल्ली महिला आयोग ने देश में एसिड की बिक्री पर बैन लगाने की मांग की थी, लेकिन अभी तक उस पर बैन नहीं लग सका है। तो इसे लेकर भी लगातार ट्वीट किए जा रहे हैं कि आखिर दिल्ली में लड़कियां सुरक्षित कब होंगी। तो कहीं ना कहीं लड़की की जो स्थिति है वो स्टेबल है। लड़की के परिजनों का भी कहना है कि जब वो लड़की अपने घर से स्कूल के लिए निकल रही थी तो घर से बाहर निकलते ही स्कूटी सवार दो लड़कों ने उसके ऊपर जो है वो एसिड फेंक किया है और बताया जा रहा है कि दोनों लड़के नाबालिग हैं। स्कूटी पे कोई नंबर नहीं था और इसके साथ ही उन्होंने मुंह पर कपड़ा भी बांध रखा था ताकि उनकी शिनाख्त भी हो सके। लेकिन पुलिस ने इस पूरे मामले में एक को हिरासत में ले लिया है जबकि दूसरे की तलाश जारी है। आसपास के तमाम सीसीटीवी फुटेज है तो अभी के समय पुलिस निकाल रही है।
One of the two men who we can see riding on that bike throwing acid on the girl, one of them, I believe, Naveen, has been arrested. Of course, the police is trying to hunt for the other person as well. In fact, some more breaking news coming in. Stay with us. Let's reflect that breaking news as well. This is related to the National Commission for Women. Now, the NCW is taking cognizance of the acid attack that took place on a girl in the national capital, the one we were just talking about. A team from the commission will be reaching the hospital to inquire into the matter and to provide every possible help to the victim. That's the latest news coming in. So it's not just the Delhi government, Naveen, but also the NCW, the National Commission for Women, which has now stepped in and has offered all assistance and help to the victim of this horrific acid attack.
बिल्कुल, देखिए बता दें कि देश की राजधानी में इतनी बड़ी घटना हुई है तो तमाम जो एजेंसियां हैं उनकी निगाहें हैं पहले दिल्ली महिला आयोग और उसके बाद अब राष्ट्रीय महिला आयोग, उनके द्वारा भी ट्वीट किया गया है कि ये मामला उनके संज्ञान में है। उनकी जो टीम है वो थोड़ी देर बाद अब से सफदरजंग हॉस्पिटल पहुंचेगी और बताया जा रहा है कि यहाँ पर वो पीड़ित जो परिवार है, लड़की है, उससे मिलेगी और तमाम जो जरूरी सहायता है वो लड़की को उपलब्ध कराई जाएगी। क्योंकि दिन दहाड़ी ये घटना बताई जा रही है देश की राजधानी दिल्ली में। ये हुआ था सुबह 7:30 बजे लड़की अपने घर से निकलती है, उसके ऊपर एसिड से हमला हो जाता है, पुलिस को सूचना दी जाती है, पुलिस अपना काम कर रही है, लेकिन देश की राजधानी दिल्ली में ऐसे दिन दहाड़े घटना को अंजाम देना कहीं ना कहीं पुलिस की कार्यशैली पर भी सवाल उठाता है। तो अब से थोड़ी देर बाद जो NCW के जो मेंबर्स हैं वो सफदरजंग हॉस्पिटल पहुंचेंगे और जो पीड़ित लड़की है और
Okay, Naveen, hold on to that thought. We are now being joined by Swati Maliwal. She is a DCW chief as well. Ma'am, it's a horrific incident to say the least. An acid attack on a minor girl in the national capital. Arvind Kejriwal has come out and said that the strictest punishment should be given to the perpetrators of this horrific crime. What would you say really about this type of a grisly attack taking place in Delhi, ma'am?
I think it is completely shameful, and the condition of law and order in the country as well as in the capital is something that we should be all ashamed of. It is 10 years have happened since the Nirbhaya incident happened, and nothing has changed. Right in the center of the capital, you have a 17-year-old girl on whom acid is thrown by two people, and they escape that spot of crime. Now we are issuing a notice to the Delhi police because we want these two to be arrested, and strongest punishment needs to be given to them. We are also approaching the girl and her family so that whatever help we can do, we are providing. But the larger question remains, how many such girls and how many such cases will happen until we will actually wake up? I fail to understand why is it that India cannot ban retail sale of acid. So many acid attacks happen. They completely devastate those people on whom acid is thrown. And yet, despite so many letters, notices, summons by the Delhi Commission for Women, I just cannot understand why a simple step of banning the retail sale of acid cannot be done.
Ma'am, you say, and it's a very important point, you say that the retail sale of acid needs to be banned. Has the DCW written to the central government? Are you reaching out, of course, to the centre as well with this demand?
We have written to the centre as well as to the state number of times. In fact, last month we came out with a report. We had examined the entire state of sale of acid in Delhi, and we found very, very shocking results. We found that the SDMs who are supposed to monitor just regulate the sale of acid in Delhi, make sure that there are inspections that are happening on the ground to check unregulated sale of acid and ensure penalties. There were certain SDMs who have never in the past few years even bothered to go out and conduct these inspections. So that is the sorry state of affairs. We are also in touch with the family, and they have told us that acid is very freely available in the area that they live. So acid has become, it's so freely available that it is almost like vegetables. You can buy it across the counter, completely flouting all rules and regulations. And so we have written to the central government, we have written to the state government, and now I've had enough. If they don't act on our recommendations anymore, we will be approaching the court, because I really feel that we have to follow other countries in this matter. For instance, if you look at Bangladesh, 10 years back, they brought in a law, and they had many more acid attacks in their country. They brought in a law.
Why hasn't India? It's a very significant point which you make, ma'am, and a very, very strong appeal. DCW Chief Swati Maliwal saying that the retail sale of acid must be banned, and if it's not done so in a certain timeline, they could even think of approaching the court. Strong statement coming from your side, ma'am. Thank you for joining us. Some more breaking news coming in related to the big story of the day. All right, breaking news coming in. Now, this is information with regards to the suspects. Now, we are getting to know that this is according to Harshvardhan, that is a Dwarka DCP. Another boy has emerged as a prime suspect during the investigation. Multiple teams have been formed to nab this accused as well. Action is being taken on all these leads. One suspect is already in custody. The police says they have leads on the second suspect as well. They're very close to now arresting the second suspect in the Delhi acid attack case as well. That's a big news coming in from the national capital. My colleague, of course, Naveen, has been bringing us all these updates. But before we go to Naveen, let's listen into what the DCP of the area had to say.
आज सुबह 9 बजे द्वारका जिले के मोहन गार्डन थाने में एक इन्फॉर्मेशन रिसीव हुआ कि एक 17 वर्ष की लड़की पे 2 बाइक सवार लड़कों ने एसिड लाइक सब्सटेंस से अटैक किया है। ये घटना सुबह 7:30 बजे के आसपास का पाया गया, जब ये लड़की अपनी बहन के साथ जा रही थी। वो लड़की अभी अंडर ट्रीटमेंट है और 8% बर्न्स है, हॉस्पिटल में एडमिट है। हर कंडीशन इज स्टेटेड टू बी स्टेबल। एक लड़के को डिटेन किया गया है और फर्दर पूछताछ अभी किया जा रहा है और एक अन्य लड़का इसमें मेन सस्पेक्ट के तौर पर उभर कर आया है, जिसके लिए भी हमारी टीम लगी हुई है। मल्टीपल टीम्स फॉर्म कर दिए गए हैं और जितने भी लीड्स हैं सब पे कार्रवाई चल रहा है।
All right, that was of course my colleague Naveen Nishant who has joined us and has given us all these updates. Now let's take a look at some visuals as well, and we will of course be showing you how exactly this entire incident unfolded. That is of course in the Dwarka area, and this is right behind me on the screens. You can see the CCTV footage playing out, and we will be showing you grab by grab, scene by scene, really try to disseminate all the information for you. Now this is the first visual which we have on our screens. This man on your screen is one of the attackers, and this is the victim. This is the girl in her school uniform. She's standing on the road. Now that's the visual of the girl, the minor victim. That is the girl on the screen. She's standing there patiently waiting at the side of the road. Now let's see what happens. Then you have these two individuals. They're on a bike-borne assailants start approaching the girl. Two individuals start approaching the girl on a bike. This is the entire sequence and chain of events. And now let's just go ahead with the entire footage and we'll show you exactly what happened. They stopped the bike near the girl. Now these are the attackers, the assailants, and on the other side you see the victim, the girl in her school dress. If this is not heartbreaking, I don't know what is. Actually, what follows next, then you can see suddenly they throw something at her. That's the pillion rider, obviously seen throwing acid on the girl's face. That's that moment where that horror took place. It's being captured on camera as well. This is incriminating evidence. The girl, of course, covers her face, wreathing in pain, and moves away from the main road. This is the entire sequence of event. Here you can see how horrific this incident was in a matter of seconds, how these men changed her entire life. This girl who was simply going about her day, attacked by two men throwing acid on a minor girl. If this doesn't call for the most exemplary punishment, I don't know what does. Naveen, if you're still on the phone line with us, we are telling our viewers exactly what exactly had happened when this extremely shocking incident took place in the national capital. Out of these two men who we see on the bike, one has already been arrested, we believe. Also, police saying that they have solid leads on the second suspect. Can you give us more details really on the same?
बिल्कुल, देखिए बता दें कि सुबह लड़की घर से निकलती है और उसके ऊपर एसिड का हमला किया जाता है और पुलिस को ये भी शक है कि लड़का और जो लड़की है वो हो सकता है एक दूसरे को जानते हो, क्योंकि लड़की जैसे ही अपने घर की गली से निकलती है उसके ऊपर हमला होता है। तो पुलिस को इस बात का भी अंदेशा है कि जो दोनों हमलावर थे उन्हें लड़की के हर मूवमेंट के बारे में पता थी, क्योंकि लड़की स्कूल जाने के लिए घर से निकली थी। 12वीं की छात्र है, अपनी छोटी बहन के साथ वो घर से निकली स्कूल जाने के लिए और तभी अचानक उसके ऊपर एसिड फेंका जाता है। तो पुलिस इस एंगल को भी ध्यान में रखकर जांच कर रही है कि हो सकता है कि जो दोनों लड़के थे उनके द्वारा बहुत दिनों से लड़की का पीछा किया जा रहा हो, क्योंकि लड़की की हर मूवमेंट के बारे में उन्हें पता थी और जैसे ही लड़की के ऊपर एसिड से हमला होता है लड़की भागने लगती है। उसके बाद जो दोनों हमलावर हैं वो वहां से फरार हो जाते हैं, लेकिन पुलिस एक उसमें से हमलावर को गिरफ्तार कर चुकी है और पुलिस का कहना है कि बहुत जल्द दूसरे को भी गिरफ्तार कर लिया जाएगा, क्योंकि 10 से भी जो ज़्यादा टीमें हैं पुलिस की वो इस पूरे मामले की जांच के लिए लगाई गई है, आरोपी को गिरफ्तार करने लगाई गई है। और अब से थोड़ी देर पहले हम जो डीसीपी हैं द्वारका के हर्षवर्धन, उनका बयान भी सुने थे कि लड़की की जो कंडीशन है वो नॉर्मल है, जो इंजरीज हैं वो माइनर है, बहुत ज़्यादा कॉम्प्लिकेटेड इंजरी नहीं है। तो लड़की को भी आने वाले 1 से 2 दिनों के अंदर डिस्चार्ज कर दिया जाएगा। लेकिन पुलिस के सामने अभी सबसे बड़ी चुनौती है दूसरे आरोपी को गिरफ्तार करना, ताकि ये पता लगाया जा सके कि आखिर क्यों इन दोनों द्वारा उस लड़की के ऊपर एसिड से हमला किया गया।
Motive, of course, is yet to be known, but as you rightly said, Naveen, in these cases we see that mostly it seems to be an interpersonal issue. Whatever be the reason, whatever be the motive, nothing justifies this type of brutality. It needs nothing other than the most exemplary punishment. Naveen, stay with us. I'll keep coming back to you. Rachna Sikandar, a women's activist, also with us. Rachna ji, we just disseminated this entire horrific incident for our viewers. We explained what really had happened, how these two men threw acid on a young girl's face. What do you think really needs to be done? Because year after year, month after month, we can't be reporting on such incidents. There has to be a full stop somewhere. How do we really reach that, ma'am? What do you think needs to change as far as the law is concerned to ensure that these type of incidents don't take place anymore?
I think the immediate need, which I would think is, giving adequate medical attention to the girl, and so that she survives and her trauma is not as much. Now we are coming to the second point. What should be done? Basically, what we need, from what I understand, is fast-track justice. Any atrocity done on a woman, acid is really heinous. It has to be condemned by every state of society. Whatever is happening towards the woman, all the crime against women need to have extremely speedy justice, being in the parameter of democracy, because that is very important. We should really very quickly do that. Secondly, I was listening to the chief of NCWA, and I totally agree with her. We need to put a ban on acid. Not only a ban on acid, also on other inflammable and hazardous material. Like, if you put a ban on acid, such men are going to have kerosene in their...
I was just going to say that, ma'am. Let's say you ban acid today. Men can always think of another way of attacking a woman. I think it's a good suggestion. But what else, really? End of the day, something needs to be changed, even as far as a basic tenet of our law is concerned. Fast track code perhaps could be one solution.
Fast-track courts is the only solution. Police has to be very strict. Police should not actually go in the nitty-gritties. And if the crime has taken place, then it has taken place, and they should take immediate action, and the culprit should be brought to task immediately.
Right.
So it's a very long chain. The police is there, the judiciary is there, the evidence is there, then the various appellate courts are there. All these things need to be collapsed and brought into just one single preview, that okay, now this has happened, and within the preview of the democracy, whatever our acts are,
would you say, ma'am, would you say, okay, you say that fast track courts are needed, but would you say that incidents perhaps like the Chawla case, in which after years of the case dragging on in courts, eventually the apex court overturns the judgment and says that the main accused are set free? Do you think these cases also somehow embolden other criminals as well?
Of course they do. Of course they do, because when they see the like-minded people who are criminal are getting released by the apex court, then where does the common man look up to?
Right.
So definitely, these are the reasons why these kind of atrocities against women are increasing, and Delhi has become the they say rape capital. I would say.
But should acid attacks also be treated perhaps at par with rape? Perhaps a more serious crime, because in this case, let's say the girl will survive, but the trauma which this poor young girl, a minor, will go through, it's a life-altering incident for this young girl as well. Should that punishment also not be of an equal and a strict nature?
It is of an equal and a strict nature, but the whole process is so long that we kind of lose track of the whole thing. If the process becomes shorter, then it will remain fresh in our memory. Okay, now this incident has happened, and this girl gets justice within, say, probably 9 months or 6 months or something like that. Then we know that the justice has prevailed. And during this period, if she gets exhausted, if she wants to just move on in her life, then what happens to the case?
Also, do you think, when we speak of a mentality change, end of the day, a lot of this stems from our households, from our upbringing as well. Would you say that there needs to, be a revolutionary change when we speak of our upbringing as well, perhaps in schools and in official school curriculum as well, respecting girls, the importance and significance of equality should be taught to boys more than, the onus being put on the girls?
Girls. Yes, that's what I was about to say, that girls, from the kind of girls I'm seeing nowadays, are pretty educated, pretty advanced. Even if they are uneducated, they are pretty much aware of how they are supposed to conduct themselves. Right. Now it's the turn of the boys. That is why, just I think last week Kerala High Court has said that lock up the boys after 9:30.
Yes.
Why are you locking up the girls?
Exactly. The Kerala High Court said, why lock up the girls? The time is to change the mentality. Is that really the need of the hour? Is that something which we all need to think of as a society? We'll discuss it during the course of the day as well. For now, thank you, Rachna, for joining us on the broadcast. Shifting focus now to the other big story of the day. Now, as the Congress's mega litmus test for 2024, the Bharat Jodo Yatra has entered Rajasthan. Viral videos of Congress leader Rahul Gandhi being joined by the former RBI governor Raghuram Rajan have now stirred up a massive political storm. The former RBI governor, a Congress appointee known to be vocal over his stand on the government's economic policies, has been slammed now by the BJP. The BJP alleges that Raghuram Rajan is indulging in political opportunism and envisions himself as the next Manmohan Singh. The Congress party has vowed, however, that they view Raghuram Rajan's support as a success of the Padyatra, bringing together intellectuals from all walks of life in support of what the Congress party stands for. Is Raghuram Rajan's Padyatra debut a political move, or is it a row over nothing? That debate, of course, rages on. At the moment, news coming in that you have, of course, Raghuram Rajan, who was a former RBI chief, working side by side with Rahul Gandhi. All right, Anila Singh, BJP leader, is joining us on the broadcast. Good afternoon, ma'am. Thank you for joining us on NewsX. Visuals there for everyone to see. A critic of the BJP government, former RBI governor Raghuram Rajan, working hand in hand, side by side with Rahul Gandhi in his Bharat Jodo Yatra. What would you say?
My Ram to everyone, and this simply proves that it was a sort of a political appointment done by UPA government. If Mr. Raghuram Rajan shows his loyalty towards Mr. Gandhi and he's participating in Bharat Jodo Yatra, what does this prove? And time and again, what he has accused our government has proven false, absolutely wrong. In today's date, we very well know our economy is growing very strong. We have become world's fifth strongest economy. So what he has to say about that? After facing pandemic, we are coming up so very well. He doesn't have to say anything positive about it because he is somehow following Mr. Gandhi's steps. So whether he participates in Bharat Jodo Yatra or not, it hardly matters.
No, but you say it casts a shadow on his credibility. That's the line which the BJP has officially also taken, ma'am. But as far as the Congress is concerned, perhaps the Congress says that it's not political at all. Just about anyone from actors to social workers, many personalities are joining the Bharat Jodo Yatra. In fact, they have interpreted it as a sign of the success of the Yatra. What is your reaction to what Congress has to say?
Political Yatra, nothing more than that. Whatever they say, these people, Congress people, they are big liars. If they say that it is not a political yatra, then they are lying. So people, all those people who follow their ideology, they are participating. Maybe some of them, they are getting some money out of it. That is why they are participating in Bharat Jodo Yatra. But the thing is, whole thing which is being carried forward by Mr. Rahul Gandhi by conducting this yatra is not going to give them any fruit.
You say that those participating, walking side by side with Rahul Gandhi, are also looking at an ulterior motive. They also have, an agenda which they are trying to fulfill. What about Raghuram Rajan? Because Amit Malviya had said earlier that he's fancying himself to be the next Manmohan Singh. Anila Singh, are you there with us? Okay, we've lost that line with Anila Singh, but of course, a massive political row has now broken over the visuals which you see on your screen. Raghuram Rajan, he's the ex-RBI governor. He's also a vocal critic of the Narendra Modi government. Time and again, we've seen Mr. Rajan take pot shots at the BJP government, especially Prime Minister Narendra Modi, over the economic policies. He has raised many questions directly from the finance minister as well. Far as the BJP is concerned, they say his participation in the rally casts an aspersion on his analysis on his so-called neutrality. Udit Raj of the Congress also with us. Udit Rajji, thank you for joining us on NewsX. I'm not too sure if you could hear what the BJP spokesperson had to say, but BJP basically claims that all these big personalities who are working with Rahul Gandhi have been promised something by the Congress. Either it could be a dole, it could be a future position, and all of them are motivated individuals. What do you have to say about that, first of all?
See what happened when the circumstances are completely adverse. So country is not in the same frame. Economy is in worse condition. That time it is a call to all individuals, all citizens to unite. Even if they are not political, they have to become a political platform. आज की मांग ये है कि जितने लोग देश प्रेमी हैं, अर्थव्यवस्था को बचाना चाहते हैं, देश को बचाना चाहते हैं, डेमोक्रेसी को, सबको आना चाहिए भारत जोड़ो यात्रा में। भले कांग्रेस के समर्थन में है या नहीं, जनतंत्र के समर्थन में है, देश के समर्थन में है, आम आदमी उसके लिए है। तो रघुराम राजन का स्वागत है। मैं तो सारे जितने जर्नलिस्ट है, आपको भी कहूँगा, जीपीओ को कहूँगा, सभी को।
हाँ।
इस समय देश क्राइसिस।
नहीं, आप कह रहे हैं रघुराम राजन जी का स्वागत है, इसका राजनीतिकरण ना किया जाए, बट एंड ऑफ द डे सर बीजेपी का भी ये कहना है कि यू नो एनी टाइप ऑफ एनालिसिस व्हिच ही मे गिव फ्रॉम नाउ ऑन एंड यू नो अ शैडो हैज बीन कास्ट ऑन दैट, हु विल ट्रस्ट मिस्टर रघुराम राजन, बिकॉज नाउ बाय वॉकिंग साइड बाय साइड और वॉकिंग विद राहुल गांधी ही हैज शोन हिज पॉलिटिकल एफिलिएशन।
इसके मतलब गांधी जी हैं, सुभाष जी हैं, पटेल जी हैं, सब कांग्रेस के हैं, तो क्यों?
नहीं सर, पर ये राहुल गांधी जी है ना, ये सुभाष चंद्र बोस या वल्लभ भाई पटेल तो नहीं है। ही इज अ पॉलिटिकल लीडर ऑफ द प्रेजेंट टाइम। इफ यू वॉक विद अ पॉलिटिकल लीडर, वुड इट नॉट शो योर पॉलिटिकल एफिलिएशंस?
पॉलिटिकल हो, अच्छी चीज देश के लिए ली जानी चाहिए, अच्छी चीज। और अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी को भेजा गया था विदेश में, संयुक्त राष्ट्र संघ में भेजा गया, तो अच्छी चीज चाहे जिससे हो ग्रहण किया जाना चाहिए, बड़ा स्वागत करना चाहिए, औरों को लेसन लेना चाहिए रघुराम राजन से। तो अब नहीं काम।
पर उदित राज जी, भाजपा का कहना है कि आज के बाद अगर रघुराम राजन जी यू नो प्राइम मिनिस्टर की या इस सरकार की पॉलिसीज पे सवाल उठाएंगे तो उनपे जनता विश्वास नहीं करेगी, उन्हें तो लगेगा कि वो कांग्रेस के पिट्ठू हैं।
तो भाजपा करेगी, जनता तो करेगी। अब जनता मर रही है तो जनता तो करेगी। मैं तो कह रहा हूँ कि चाहे असली ज्ञान, असली सीख, असली समझ।
ठीक है सर, we've taken your point. We'll have to wait and watch जनता किसका विश्वास करती है. But yes, the war of words between the BJP and the Congress is continuing over these visuals. Raghuram Rajan walking side by side with Rahul Gandhi has turned into a hot political potato. As of now, thank you both of you for joining us on the broadcast. We'll shift our focus to now some breaking news coming in. All right, breaking news coming in. This is related to the AIM server attack. Latest update on the same that we are getting right now. An FIR has been filed stating shocking details. The FIR filed alleges that the attack originated from China. The FIR further reads that out of 100 servers, 5 physical servers were successfully infiltrated by hackers. Data in the 5 servers has been successfully retrieved according to the FIR file. That's the latest news coming in. Manohar Kesri, my colleague, on the phone line with us. Manohar, some big revelations coming in the AIM server crash. What's the latest? I believe out of 100, about 5 servers had been hacked by hackers.
ठीक है, बिल्कुल। हेल्थ मिनिस्ट्री के सोर्सेज के अनुसार से ये है कि जो भी सर्वर अटैक हुआ था 23 नवंबर को एम्स में, उसमें चाइना का हाथ था। और जो FIR है, उस FIR में ये सारी चीजें दर्ज हैं। 100 सर्वर थे, 40 फिजिकल थे और 60 वर्चुअल सर्वर थे। जो फिजिकल सर्वर था उनमें से 5 सर्वर्स को हैकर्स ने हैक किया था और पूरे डेटा को इंक्रिप्ट कर दिया गया था, जिसकी वजह से बहुत ज्यादा दिक्कतों का सामना करना पड़ा था। हालांकि एम्स अभी भी इससे उबर नहीं पाया है। कई ऐसे डिपार्टमेंट में अभी भी ऑनलाइन सेवाएं शुरू नहीं हो पाई है। हालांकि अच्छी खबर यह है कि जो 5 सर्वर हैक हुए थे उनको रिट्रीव कर लिया गया है और जो भी डेटा लॉस होने की संभावनाएं थी उसको काफी हद तक बचा लिया गया है। जी।
All right, Manohar, thank you for joining us with all these details. With that, it's a wrap on this bulletin. News and updates on the other side.
ये कुछ दवाइयाँ। $200, $150
आपके हुए बाबा जी 1350 रुपये।
इस वक्त तो मेरे पास इतने ही है, बाकी खाते में लिख लो।
बाबा जी आज फिर कितने लिखूं खाते में?
अब कोई भी पैसा खाते में लिखने की जरूरत नहीं।
लॉटरी लग गई बाबा जी?
हाँ, बस यूं समझ लो कि लॉटरी लग गई। जब से पंजाब की भगवंत मान सरकार ने महंगे बिजली के बिल जीरो करके हमारे कंधों से बोझ हटाया है ना, तब से हमें उधार लेने की जरूरत ही नहीं पड़ती।
सही है।
अब तो समझो कि पंजाब के घर घर की ना लॉटरी ही लग गई है।
भगवंत मान के नेतृत्व वाली पंजाब सरकार में पंजाब के लगभग 86% परिवारों का बिजली का बिल जीरो आया है।
Welcome back. You're watching NewsX. My name is Vineet Malhotra. Now we will take you through what exactly happened in Tawang, how the Chinese incursed at 2:30 a.m. on the 9th of December, and where these 300 soldiers came in from. We also show you the weapons that they carried and how they were forced back by our brave forces. We will also talk about this with our guest. Joining me on the show at this point in time is Major General Sudhakar Ji, geopolitical expert. Also with us is Major General Sanjay Meston, defense analyst. Colonel Sanjeet Sirohi, defense expert, also joins us on the show. And last but by no means the least, Major General Shashi Asthana, defense expert, also joins us on this special broadcast. I'm going to go to the big wall and show you what the chronology of these particular events was and why it was pertinent for our forces to get rid of not only these incursions, but at the same time figure out very adroitly and very, very quickly as to what the best response was going to be. So it's the 9th of December, it's 2:30 a.m. in the morning, and of course this is a cold area. You have to be on your guard, you have to be vigilant as to what's going on around you. So that's another faculty which needs to be appreciated for our soldiers. And this is the much talked about Tawang area, which we consider as very important for us. The Chinese also consider this to be very important for them as well, because they feel that this is the missing link that would finally bring peace in Tibet, which they too have illegally occupied. And located 25 kilometers away from Tawang is where this incursion happened from, 17,000 feet above sea level. So you can imagine the temperatures over here. The movement, if at all taken up, is definitely slow, it's precarious, and it is in fact riddled with a lot of problems. 250 to 300 PLA troops made their advances, and 100 to 150 Indian Army troops started to block them. They had fistcuffs, and in fact they definitely were carrying some arm-to-arm weaponry as well, which they were planning to use and get into our side of the border. This definitely also goes on to show that there must have been a lot of planning as to how they got inside, what kind of an estimate they assumed they would be met with, and the PLA soldiers came armed with weapons as well. Shots were not fired, not too many injuries have been reported. There were some scuffles that took place, and we'll also show you some sort of a retrospective, if we can call it, as to what happened in Galwan as well. Remember, there were altercations, there were scuffles between the Indian and the Chinese side. The Chinese definitely do not admit to the fact that they did suffer losses. Whatever losses we suffered, we owned up to it. But the Chinese very, very skillful at creating this opaque kind of a mirror in front of the world and not giving the exact picture. So this is the kind of weaponry that fight clubs which were used. Some of these are used by street gangs. Some of them are also used by cops, specifically in the Western countries, to subdue assailants and in fact make sure that the law and order situation is appropriate and under control. At 3:30 a.m. on the 9th of December is just the beginning of the new day. There was not much the Indian side could anticipate, but when they definitely spotted these soldiers, these 300 soldiers who were forced to retreat, it was only about half the size of their strength that was able to make them go back. And that is in fact a big victory in itself. I'm going to take a question from General Asthana. General Asthana, if you can hear me, sir. General Asthana?
Yes, I can hear you.
So what do you think really happened here in your best assumption as somebody who's served the nation, who's somebody who's practically and on hands dealt with threats which are analogous to the ones that our forces dealt with on the 9th of December. What do you think went behind this kind of a misadventure? What was the planning, if there was any kind of planning? And definitely we've already discussed this on our previous chat that when something like this happens on behalf of China, sir, it starts from the top. So definitely this is not something which was done off the cuff on their feet. There was planning behind it.
Certainly there was planning behind it, and it has to be cleared by the topmost hierarchy in military. Otherwise, Chinese do plan everything, and if we have to put the strategic picture in place along with the incident, then so many things have happened. Number one, Chinese internal situation is not that good. A diversion was required. People were not happy with the zero COVID policy. People were also not happy with the money in bank. They can't draw their own things, savings. So Xi Jinping and perhaps the hierarchy thought that an aggression has worked for them earlier, because Galwan, a different narrative and a different story was sold out to Chinese, and a nationalistic fervor was generated. And same was the case with the firework display when they did it in Taiwan. Even today, when I read a Chinese paper, even for today's incident, the story which they have put up to their guys is that Indians violated their area, and Indians were the aggressors, and they came, and that's how this situation or this kind of brawl took place. Notwithstanding that, the second major reason is that Chinese also feel that they needed to test our reactions in the eastern theater, knowing fully well that we have committed a large amount of force in the Ladakh. So they thought that maybe they will be able, the kind of response will generate as to what kind of situation India can handle with the remaining troops in eastern theater. The second reason is that they also want to LOCize the LAC. By that, what I mean is that a situation like this being created during winters, because winters patrol clashes are not that frequent. So then what is going to happen is, knowing the kind of democracy we have, there will be questions asked and things like that. And subsequently, perhaps the government may be encouraged to deploy more and more troops and perhaps flood the entire area even during winter. So if that be so, then there is a cost imposed because they are not too happy with our economy doing so well. They also are not too happy with the kind of exercises we went through. They are also not too happy with the kind of gap which we are trying to reduce in the infrastructure asymmetry, which they were carrying and they were enjoying for quite long. So they don't want to lose that advantage too. So considering all this, they did tested our response. You have covered in your commentary everything what happened, and perhaps they have got a lesson that Indian resolve cannot be tested and need not be tested, because every time you will get a rebuff, and rebuff of this kind, you can subsequently, they can keep making whatever story they have to sell it to their local audience. That's a separate issue. But notwithstanding that, Indian troops have done a fantastic job in a manner that they have been able to throw out. If you see from the political angle also, with the way things are being talked about, nothing very much has happened in a manner that after that they went back, and then we had a flag meeting, and I think things are there. But let me also assure that this is neither the first nor the last face-off. So long the LAC is not demarcated, the face-offs are going to continue and will continue. Chinese have a strategy of incremental encroachment. They will try to whether increase the infrastructure towards our side or move towards our side or create villages towards our side and continue till we physically stop them. So therefore, we have to physically stop them. We have to be proactive, whether it is in terms of the ISR capabilities, the military capabilities, also the economic capabilities. This is my last point which I would like to make. It is sad to see that the trade imbalance is more than the entire defense budget of India in a particular year. So obviously, the two sides are not working together. While we may be putting tremendous amount of effort to show a mirror to Chinese as far as military power is concerned, but then the fact is then there is a weaker side of also wherein the Chinese are getting the best of advantage or best of us out of us. So I think we need to work on all domains of the national combat power or national power, I will put it this way, to be able to match the responses of Chinese, because China wants China-centric Asia. We certainly are not going to succumb to it, Vineet.
Absolutely. Great points over there. General Meston, if you can hear me, sir. General Meston?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Right. So this is also, a reminder of the Chinese policy towards India that bilateral matters will continue, but our stance and our outlook and our perception and our attitude towards, these border disputes is something that you should not consider. Tawang is a sensitive point for India as well as China. What do you make of these, recent aggravations that have come our way?
Vineet, the recent aggravations which have come away and what is happening is, see, if we go a little into the historical past, since 1981, we have been having border talks. In fact, they were initiated when a foreign minister have visited China in 1979, and thereafter their foreign minister had come in 1981. And that gave an impetus to the so-called talks. And during the 8th round of border talks, that time Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi visited China in 1988, and therefore the joint working group was established. The basic purpose was to resolve the boundary disputes. After that, till date, or rather up to 2005, 15 rounds of those talks have happened. And let me state one thing very clearly, that this initiative was started way back in 1976 when the ambassadorial things were restored. That means we based our ambassador in China, and similarly their ambassador came to India, where we restored the diplomatic ties in 1976, and that time Indira Gandhi was the Prime Minister. Why I'm giving this backdrop is that whether it was Indira Gandhi or Rajiv Gandhi, since then many treaties have been signed. 1993 already referred to, 1996, thereafter 2005, 2012 and 2013. What I'm trying to highlight is that there has been an attempt by the government of India, and similarly I think Wen Jianbao, when he was the Prime Minister, he also made an attempt to resolve the border issue, because that is the actually most contentious issue, and till the time that is not resolved, these flare-ups will continue. Rightly brought out by General Asthana, this is not the end, this will continue. So therefore, first and foremost, the two nations have to look for a solution. Now India is interested, and definitely China was also interested, but I think now what has been noticeable that since Xi Jinping has taken over, I think they have become very belligerent in their approach, and not only against India, he has been making a lot of statements against Taiwan, of one China policy, and we will take back, we will annex Taiwan by force if need be. So therefore, the expansionist policy has suddenly started taking over in the Chinese CCP, and therefore he is trying now to gradually do something against India. Now coming on to these so-called violations. It's a well-established fact because, like General Sudhakar, I myself have commanded my brigade in Nathula, and thereafter I was also in the Military Operations Directorate looking after the entire China as a brigadier. And also the division which General Sudhakar had commanded, I was Colonel GS of that division in 2005. So with this backdrop, what I'm trying to highlight is that these kind of incursions have been carried out, and similarly our armed forces also, we have been also going out and doing extensive patrolling in our perceived claim lines. For example, in 2005 when I was Colonel GS of the same division, 3 division, we used to plan and send our patrols with a strength of about 80 to 100 from finger 1 to finger 8. So what I'm trying to establish that many people in other channels or some people are perceiving the Indian community, it is only the Chinese who keep coming. No, I would say that we, Indian Army has been proactive since many, many years, and we have been taking very stern actions, and we have been going to our claim lines up to finger 8. Our patrols used to go officer-led, self-contained. They used to be there for about 2 to 3 days and then return. Now, sometimes the face-off takes place when on the same day the patrols, emanate and it leads to face-offs. Now, in earlier face-offs, there used to be, in Hindi, I would say Dhakkam-baji, but of late, after in Galwan and now, they have started using these so-called, I would say, Stone Age weapons, which is again, I think, very unprofessional and disgraceful conduct of a so-called PLA. Professional soldiers don't carry these kind of weapons, improvised weapons to start hammering troops. So therefore, what I'm trying to highlight is that their intent is now to rather resolving the border issue, which was initiated way back in joint working group, etc. I think now their stance is changing. And why it is changing? I think it has been highlighted just now only. Large number of reasons have been aptly covered. And therefore, what I also foresee that now things are not going to be too conducive, and therefore Indian Army, we are proactive. I have already highlighted one aspect of being proactive, that we have been sending out of patrols in good strength in every area, whether it is fish tails in Arunachal, the last most eastern point, everywhere we have been sending out. I myself used to send out patrols in Nathula, and advantage to us. Second advantage is that in the entire LAC, most of the places we are occupying the watershed, all dominating heights, including passes, are occupied by us in good numbers. Example, in Nathula, I was occupying a brigade size strength, brigade plus rather, on the watershed, whereas the Chinese had only 2 companies deployed. One was of course at Nathula and one another post. And our bunkers, permanent defenses, 100% is prepared in the first year of defenses, where actually the battles will be fought. Second tier defenses also about 100% has been achieved, and in third tier 50 to 70% we have achieved. So what I'm trying to say, in successive line of defenses have been prepared. In the Chinese side, their focus has been more so on road development, etc., and no establishment of the villages.
General Sudhakarji, if you can hear me, sir.
Yeah, am I audible to you?
Yeah, now you are, sir. All right, so we've almost run out of time as well. The fact of the matter is that, this time around we have witnessed 300 soldiers, PLA soldiers, come inside. But, it's something which is known that China has the capability of wider and bigger and larger deployments in this part of, the border as well as the LAC as well. In our response, what kind of an aggression and what kind of, hurry rather or haste does India need to show to make sure that something like this is discouraged?
Vineet, very interesting question you're asking. You should have been in military. I must compliment you, though you articulate. Excellent question. Let me just put things in the perspective very quick, keeping in view the mind. First and foremost thing, we must actually compliment the soldiers on ground. I have been there. General Astana has been a company commander there. Those who have climbed down to the heights of Yangtze will bear me out that the last 150 to 200 meters, it is surely a steep climb. Since our boys have made a commendable job, they need compliments. Now the quick response or the issues on which the Indian Armed Forces or the nation has to actually address. In my opinion, first and foremost is what is happening across the ridge line is not visible to us. The man, the soldier on the ground, he needs to be given real-time basis information. I have been there. There are huge number of drones which are being actually applied. 139 varieties of drones, the UAVs, which come into our sector. The violate the airspace, we need to have some means to detect and neutralize these drones. Third point, wherever there is a kind, we need to actually anticipate from a far off distance. This particular action which has taken place on 9th and 11th should have been read accurately by our people on the ground well in advance and be prepared to give them a fitting reply, which I think to my assessment has happened. Fourth point, there is a requirement to activate the BRI. When I say BRI, it is not the roads and infrastructure. It is the border resolution institutions, which as per the China, they use this terminology. This particular mechanism has gone totally defunct over the years. We need to revive this at the level of local commander, at the level of the middle rung or the tactical level, operational level, and the strategic level. Last but not the least, I wish to highlight one point, that take your mind back to the Cultural Revolution from 1966 to 1976. Take your mind back to the Great Leap Forward, that is the second five-year plan of China from 1958 to 1962. Whenever there was an internal turmoil, 58 to 62, they lost almost 30 million people. And Mao Zedong, to divert the attention of the public turmoil, he had launched one of the factors is Sino-India conflict 1962. Now here in the backdrop of 20th Congress, this gentleman Xi Jinping has given his concept, he's given his new doctrine that fight and win local wars. Where else he is going to fight and win the local wars? Is it at Taiwan? My understanding and assessment is no. Is it at Japan? No. Is it at somewhere else? No. It is going to be along the extended border of 3,488 kilometers.
Okay.
If that be so, is it the middle sector or the Aksai Chin or this place? My recommendation for the government of India to focus on Tawang and Subansiri district close to Langju village. Back to you, Vinit.
All right, we've almost run out of time. Colonel Sirohi, we'll take concluding thoughts from you as to what is the plan ahead when it comes to our strategic advantage in Tawang.
Look, we are at strategically advantaged place. And my suggestion is, like General Ragaji has said, that we have to be proactive. And I think by now the Chinese army, PLA especially, have come to know that now that Indian army is not of 1962, where they could do whatever they wanted to do. They have faced the music in Ganwan, they have faced the music in Tawang, and they will face everywhere. And the other point which I want to bring out is that, which is very, very important point, is that the motivation of the Indian army is very high as compared to the Chinese. Chinese, they follow one-child policy. As a result, most of the people they are electing to serve in the army. Their motivation level is low. That's why 300 soldiers had to go back by only 50% of what the Indian soldiers were. So I think we are strategically, tactically and operationally very, very comfortable. Only thing is we have to show that proactiveness, which you have already shown, and this is the Chinese tactics. They will keep on doing it. They have done it in Vietnam. There they were also thrown out. They tried with us so many times. They will keep on trying it. And let me tell you that in case they try to do it, because now their only threat is India. Because if they have to be dominant in the Asia, they have to neutralize India. And India is the only country where they have not demarcated the boundaries. So this will continue, but whatever we are doing, and we must keep on doing. And I think Chinese will do it, but they will always be beaten back.
Absolutely.
That is what the
Absolutely,
strategy and the tactics will be.
Great point, sir. And of course, the frustrations continue to pile up for China, considering India's growing international stature and India as a preferred choice for other countries now in terms of manufacturing and trade. Thank you, everyone, for being a part of this conversation. We take a short break here. Be right back.
मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में ही सबसे अच्छा विकल्प मौजूद है।
कार्यकर्ताओं के परिश्रम और जनता के आशीर्वाद की जीत।
हमें ये भरोसा था और ये भरोसा कायम रहा।
विधायक जो चुनकर आते हैं वो क्या कहेंगे उस बात पर हाईकमांड अवश्य उस बात को सुनेगी, समझेगी और फिर निर्णय लेगी।
What BJP has said that we will हम रिवाज बदलेंगे and we are definitely going to achieve it.
सर, मोदी जी को श्रेय है उसका, एक वैश्विक नेतृत्व है हमारे पास में, माननीय मोदी जी है तो विश्वास है।
कुछ भी हो, जनता ने कुछ बता दिया।
जब तक वो पद पर हैं तब तक ये जादू बरकरार है।
मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में ही सबसे अच्छा विकल्प मौजूद है।
कार्यकर्ताओं के परिश्रम और जनता के आशीर्वाद की जीत।
हमें ये भरोसा था और ये भरोसा कायम रहा।
विधायक जो चुनकर आते हैं वो क्या कहेंगे, उस बात पर हाईकमांड अवश्य उस बात को सुनेगी, समझेगी और फिर निर्णय लेगी।
What BJP has said that we will हम रिवाज बदलेंगे and we are definitely going to achieve it.
सर, मोदी जी को श्रेय है उसका, एक वैश्विक नेतृत्व है हमारे पास में, माननीय मोदी जी है तो विश्वास है।
कुछ भी हो, जनता ने कुछ बता दिया।
जब तक वो पद पर हैं तब तक ये जादू बरकरार है।
मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में ही सबसे अच्छा विकल्प मौजूद है।
कार्यकर्ताओं के परिश्रम और जनता के आशीर्वाद की जीत।
हमें ये भरोसा था और ये भरोसा कायम रहा।
विधायक जो चुनकर आते हैं वो क्या कहेंगे, उस बात पर हाईकमांड अवश्य उस बात को सुनेगी, समझेगी और फिर निर्णय लेगी।
What BJP has said that we will हम रिवाज बदलेंगे and we are definitely going to achieve it.
सर, मोदी जी को श्रेय है उसका, एक वैश्विक नेतृत्व है हमारे पास में, माननीय मोदी जी है तो विश्वास है।
कुछ भी हो, जनता ने कुछ बता दिया।
जब तक वो पद पर हैं तब तक ये जादू बरकरार है।
ये कुछ दवाइयाँ।
$200, $150 आपके हुए बाबा जी 1350 रुपये।
इस वक्त तो मेरे पास इतने ही है, बाकी खाते में लिख लो।
बाबा जी, बाबा जी, आज फिर कितने लिखूं खाते में?
अब कोई भी पैसा खाते में लिखने की जरूरत नहीं।
लॉटरी लग गई बाबा जी?
हाँ, बस यूं समझ लो कि लॉटरी लग गई। जब से पंजाब की भगवंत मान सरकार ने महंगे बिजली के बिल जीरो करके हमारे कंधों से बोझ हटाया है ना, तब से हमें उधार लेने की जरूरत ही नहीं पड़ती।
सही है।
अब तो समझो कि पंजाब के घर घर की ना लॉटरी ही लग गई है।
भगवंत मान के नेतृत्व वाली पंजाब सरकार में पंजाब के लगभग 86% परिवारों का बिजली का बिल जीरो आया है।
मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में ही सबसे अच्छा विकल्प मौजूद है।
कार्यकर्ताओं के परिश्रम और जनता के आशीर्वाद की जीत।
हमें ये भरोसा था और ये भरोसा कायम रहा।
विधायक जो चुनकर आते हैं वो क्या कहेंगे, उस बात पर हाईकमांड अवश्य उस बात को सुनेगी, समझेगी और फिर निर्णय लेगी।
What BJP has said that we will हम रिवाज बदलेंगे and we are definitely going to achieve it.
सर, मोदी जी को श्रेय है उसका, एक वैश्विक नेतृत्व है हमारे पास में, माननीय मोदी जी है तो विश्वास है।
कुछ भी हो, जनता ने कुछ बता दिया।
जब तक वो पद पर हैं तब तक ये जादू बरकरार है।
कुछ मेरा,
कुछ तुम्हारा।
इसलिए ग्रीन लैम लैमिनेट्स, सपने आपके, लैमिनेट्स हमारा। अमेजिंग स्पेसेस के लिए कुछ मेरा, कुछ तुम्हारा।
मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में ही सबसे अच्छा विकल्प मौजूद है।
कार्यकर्ताओं के परिश्रम और जनता के आशीर्वाद की।
हमें ये भरोसा था और ये भरोसा कायम रहा।
विधायक जो चुनकर आते हैं वो क्या कहेंगे, उस बात पर हाईकमांड अवश्य उस बात को सुनेगी, समझेगी और फिर निर्णय लेगी।
What BJP has said that we will हम रिवाज बदलेंगे and we are definitely going to achieve it.
सर, मोदी जी को श्रेय है उसका। एक वैश्विक नेतृत्व है हमारे पास में। माननीय मोदी जी है तो विश्वास है।
नेक टू कुछ भी हो, जनता ने कुछ बता दिया।
जब तक वो पद पर हैं तब तक ये जादू बरकरार है।
Hello and welcome. You're watching Nation at 9 with me, Meenakshi Upreti. Our top focus, of course, is the 9th of December. Yes, the same day when PLA troops tried to transgress the LAC in the Yangtze area of Tawang sector and unilaterally tried to change the status quo. The Chinese attempt was contested by our brave troopers in a firm and resolute manner. This was what Defence Minister's statement said. The resounding factor here is the fact that China has time and again been encroaching land in Arunachal. China has been expanding its military village north of the LAC and continues to be upgraded constantly. A new wider road leading towards the LAC and ending with a post-like location near the Thangla. Now an unverified video has also emerged that's also from the Tawang area. That video has been surfacing which shows the Indian Army's befitting response to the PLA soldiers. The exact date of when the video was captured is unclear, but due to the factor that it does not show any snow, one can assume that it's not the end of the year. What exactly is China up to in Tawang? Let's take a closer look. We will show you multiple satellite images as well. Before we do that, let me bring in and rope in our guests as well. We'll discuss really China's ill intentions and what India's response should be. I'm going to start, of course, I'm going to first of all introduce all of them. Major General A.K. Sivaj, former head of Territorial Army, geostrategic and defense expert with us. Major General Sudhakar Ji, VSM veteran, geopolitical expert with us. Group Captain U.K. Devnath, former IEF defense expert with us. Vijay Kranti, China and foreign policy expert also with us. I welcome all of you gentlemen and thank you for joining us on the show. I'm going to start first of all with you, Major Sivaj. What we saw on the 9th, the details which are coming in clearly show China's nefarious and ill-intentioned. It seems obvious that it wasn't a chance encounter, that Chinese troopers by mistake strayed into our side of the territory. The number of Chinese soldiers which were there, the type of aggression which they showed very clearly. Would you say that it shows China's, not just its nefarious intentions, but how it was almost a pre-planned provocation from the side of the Chinese PLA?
Absolutely, Meenakshi. As far as China is concerned, it was a pre-planned operation. There are 300 soldiers come almost of a battalion strength, and Indian forces were well knowing it. We were in touch with it as to what the Chinese are doing. Now, if you just take your mind back, what was happening is that the internal situation in China is so bad that today people are protesting against zero COVID policy. There are protests which are more than what used to be in Tiananmen Square. Xi Jinping is quite weak, inflation rate is very high, supply chains are moving, and therefore they need something to divert the attention. The only option is either Taiwan or India. Taiwan is not possible because there are two aircraft carrier groups of America which are there in South China, USS Nimitz and USS Ronald Reagan. And hence they selected that they will do something against India in eastern sector. Now the point which is come is why Tawang? See, Tawang is an area which is politically and religiously very important. And if you capture Tawang, then rolling toward Assam, toward Bhutan is easier. It also is you can say a political hub center. Now, as far as this Yangtze is concerned, this Yangtze post is about at 17,000 feet. This dominate the area on the either side of line of action control. With Yangtze with us for last 10 years, we can overlook into the China almost about 6 to 7 kilometers, especially Nagdo Bowl, about north of Bumla. And now this is what is hurting them. They always think of taking Yangtze. They tried 8 times. They tried last year also in October, but every time it failed. Now this year they tried, but earlier the strength used to be not more than 50 PLA soldiers. But this time this was well planned, and they have come equipped with all the gadgets like batons, like taser guns, like the hand fist. So, but the Indians were well prepared. We were only 50 of them. They were given a befitting reply, as your video is also showing.
Well, exactly, sir. But since you mentioned the video, there's one clarification which I'd like to give. The video, we can't be sure, of the exact timeline of the video. But you're right. You're right about that at Yangtze. That is an area which is extremely crucial. It gives us an arterial, a tactical position, mountain tops, hilltops also, very, very important. Ridges also become very important. And since, we are speaking about the intention of China, let's take a look at some satellite images. We've collated them for our viewers, and they'll give us a better and clearer picture into China's entire plan. Now, this is the Tibet region. This picture, the video, the picture in front of your screens basically shows a lot of fighter jets. They are lined up across the runway. What you see here, all of them, these are fighter aircraft, and AWC aircraft which are lined up on the Chinese side. This is Tibet. This is closer to the border with India. Very, very significant for us, of course, to mention that. This basically shows how China has been preparing their military might across the border. This is, of course, on the side of Arunachal Pradesh. Now, this is Tawang, Arunachal Pradesh. This also shows how a Chinese village has now come up. This is the Chinese village. We've marked it out for our viewers. This Chinese village has come near. This Chinese village has come near our border, which is very, very significant. It also shows, how China is now trying to corner us, is trying to, increase their defenses near the border. If we go to the next image as well, this image is a closer view of the Chinese-built village. This is the village which you can see. It's a closer view of the village. It's very close to our border. One may wonder why China is building villages close to the border. The idea, of course, to bring infrastructure, to bring roads, that basically helps with movement of any sort of artillery and ammunition. All of this, I'd like to, of course, give courtesy also. This is via the Tribune, the image which we are showing, and some of them also have been taken from Fresta as well. This is courtesy India Today as well. All the images have been collated from multiple sources. We are also very explicitly mentioning the courtesies as well. This is the 9th of December 2022. This is exactly where the skirmish had taken place. It's a small area. As Major General Sewach was also telling us, this gives us a very strategic position, and that's why China has been eyeing the Yangtze area as well. This is in Tawang. These are 3 locations which we have marked out in this video as well, and these locations basically show where Chinese troops clashed with our soldiers. A befitting reply, as we all know, has been given by the Indian side. This is courtesy Maxar Technologies. NDTV also works with Maxar Technologies. This is a Chinese village in Arunachal in September 2021, and this image, also remember, if you all remember, had gone viral. China is building village after village near the Arunachal border, on their side of the border. Why are they doing it? Nefarious intentions explicitly exposed. This is by Planet Labs. This is a Chinese village in Arunachal Pradesh. This is a year before. Look, these are the number of buildings, housings which has already happened. All these satellite images show that people have started inhabiting these villages. China is trying to get full control over these villages, and obviously the intention is to use all of the infrastructure which you see to bring in their artillery, their ammunition, if the situation worsens. In fact, this is the last image, courtesy, of course, I'd like to also mention, this is via Planet Labs Inc. All these images which we have shown, all these images show and indicate just one thing. Our intention also to basically show how China has been increasing its capacity, its capability near the border. The idea, of course, to completely surround India. We also have Major General Sudhakar ji, who's also live with us on this broadcast. Major General Sudhakar ji, what do you make of these images which you just showed? Satellite image after satellite image very clearly, explicitly show China's real intention, don't they, sir? Very obvious that China has been eyeing our territory slowly but steadily. Over years, it has been trying to increase and better its infrastructure around the border. What do you think really our response should be to the same, sir?
Meenakshi, good afternoon, and thank you for inviting me to your channel once again for your show, and compliments to all the co-panelists and the viewers. Your question has got multiple parts, and I would like to answer them in a logical manner. First and foremost thing, Meenakshi, is NewsX is doing an excellent job. You see, collation and compilation of relevant images is a very time-consuming process, and hats off and compliments to the entire team. But the issue which you are highlighting is about the villages, the border villages. First and foremost point, there are 628 border villages which have been completed by middle of October this year only, and each of the village has already been provided with incentivized people, meaning the civilians have been encouraged. The Han Chinese from the mainland, they have been brought in, mixed up with the local population, and conglomerate of all these people have been put up in the houses. And there are optical fibers laid, there are communication network, there is a supply, a sustainable power supply from renewable energy, solar energy, hydel power, wind energy, etc., etc. There are helipads which have come up, there are oil pipelines. So there is a permanent kind of establishment which has been completed by middle of October in keeping with the new land border law. What is this new land border law? New land border law essentially gives them the power of, or the authority for the military people to be there along the border and apply the concept, traditional concept of encroachment and negotiation. When I say encroachment and negotiation, it is a historical, traditional concept of Chinese to apply this against the neighbors in the periphery, keep them suppressed, keep them subdued, so that the internal stability can be sustained inside China. This is one part. Second part to your question is as to what we should do. I'll come to what we should do. You see, first and foremost thing is we need to improve our surveillance network. This particular action on 9th and 11th, that has happened successfully. We have been able to give them back nice and properly, mainly because over past 2.5 years, our surveillance network has taken a quantum leap. Our viewers may not be aware that the P-8I, the aircraft which is responsible to keep an eye on the Indian Ocean region, they have been diverted, not all of them, some of them to the northern border, so that our surveillance capability across the ridge line, which we are unable to see, has been enhanced, number one. Number two, our drone capability earlier used to be limited. They used to fly from Tezpur. Now, I won't like to, for the sake of confidentiality, there are very state-of-the-art drones which we have in collaboration with supporting countries. They have come in, they have got deployed. Third and most important point is that the handheld thermal imaging devices, which earlier used to be in limited number, they have been given to the grassroots sections or the detachments. This has given them enhanced capability of surveillance. They're able to see the buildup of the troops from far off distance. And one point, Meenakshi, if you allow me quickly, General Shiwaz, while I must acknowledge and compliment the general officer, you see the location of Yangtze. A lot of people are asking why Yangtze. Well, Yangtze has to be understood from the perspective of McMahon Line when it was drawn way back in 1914 on the concept of the watershed or the ridge line. Watershed comes. Every border or international border management or marking today, the norms and conventions are based on the watershed principle or some geographical permanent feature which doesn't shift. This ridge line, which is existing from the tri-junction, from Zimithang side, across all along the ridge line, I saw one of the pictures in your channel, going right up to the tri-junction with the Myanmar, is a very prominent landmark. And as per the clause and the understanding in 1940, that time China did not exist. We had 3 representatives. One was from Tibet, one was from China, one was from British Empire, and it was anchored by Sir McMahon. And that is how the clause said that this is based on the principle of watershed. What does it mean? That Yangtze watershed is the place where our troops are sitting today. At one point in time in 1986, this sector is to be dominated or patrolled once in a month or 2 months by Assam Rifle boys. Nobody is to be there, neither Chinese nor us. Since it is our side of the watershed, therefore we are the rightful claimant of this particular area. And after 96 intrusion, which took place in Wangdong, that is Samdorongchu, where the IB officials were suddenly confronted with the Chinese PLA, where they were not supposed to be there, it was a quid pro quo from our side. So what do you do then after Chinese are doing like this?
No, but I take your point, I mean, it's even after, there have been multiple agreements which we have signed with China, but there are, a lot of pain points which still remain. In fact, Vijay Kranti, if I could go to you, doesn't it look like to you that China, by this aggressive action which took place in Arunachal on the 9th, has literally torn apart all the work which we had done, India and China, both the countries, in all these months? There were so many dialogues which happened. There was de-escalation which had happened post, Doklam, be it the Pangong area, hot springs, Gogra, etc. The trust factor between India and China has been lost completely. What do you think, sir, as an expert on the country, was China's mentality? Do they want to keep multiple fronts open to keep India engaged all the time?
The problem is we belong to that section of the world community who believe in rule of law, who respect contracts and agreements, and we believe that China will also do that. If things even after Galwan, China has, after repeated announcements and even threats by the Indian foreign minister, by the Indian government, that unless China stops its aggressive postures on the borders, there will be no progress in our relations. India has repeated so many times. So it was expected that China will behave. But China has a tradition to sign agreements, to negotiate agreements, to gain something at that time. And then soon after they will fortify their position there, and then they will forget. And on the very next opportunity, they will be again aggressive, forget all their old contracts and agreements, and start fresh. So if this has happened after Galwan, it has happened, at least I am not surprised. And all those people who know China, they are not surprised that in spite of India's telling them that our relation will improve only if you stop your aggression, and they have done it in Arunachal this time. So that the reason is, there is one more reason why China has done it this time. You remember in 2020, when Galwan happened, those were the days when Xi Jinping was very seriously preparing his Communist Party for this October 20, the 2022 Congress, because he had his design to become the permanent general secretary and permanent president and permanent military chief. So at that time, to create an atmosphere for himself to become a hero, to emerge a hero, because he was hoping that Galwan action will succeed. So China will occupy Galwan area, Siachen area, and all the dominance of India over Karakoram road will go away, and China will be very safe. So he thought that he will emerge as the hero. But unfortunately for Xi Jinping and the PLA, the Indian soldiers gave them a bleeding nose. So, but he attempted. Now, after the 20th Congress, Xi Jinping is in now a trouble. He again wants to regain his position.
So you're saying it's a diversionary tactic?
So I think he is doing it now to compensate for the COVID uprising in China.
Okay, interesting point.
So
you say it's a diversionary tactic by Xi Jinping. He wants to divert the attention of the people of China, perhaps, from all the issues which are happening in-house to, the Indian border. Interesting point, Group Captain UK Devnath, if you could come in here. I think it was an important point which was made by Major General Sudhakar Ji also, when he said that surveillance needs to be very strong, a befitting reply to China and a need of the hour. War is not something which any of us want. End of the day, infrastructural push also extremely significant. There has been a massive change when it comes to the policy of the Narendra Modi government. They have pushed far as Arunachal Pradesh is concerned, hasn't it, sir? We have highway projects coming up, so much infrastructure work which is happening in the northeastern border, especially the state of Arunachal Pradesh. Do you think that is where India needs to work a lot more if we are to counter China?
Oh yes, Meenakshi. China is worried about the massive amount of infrastructure work which India is planning in coming decade in Arunachal Pradesh. We are making huge amount of highway projects. They will be running parallel to LAC. And China knows that once all these highways and roadways and small roads, they connect our forward posts, then our military positions will become very strong. China on its part also has been strengthening its own forces in Tibet. You just now showed one picture of Chinese aircraft development at Shigatse. Basically, our Air Force is carrying out deep reconnaissance with the help of various means. One of the means available with us is, other than satellite, is electronic surveillance of Chinese Air Force. Other than this photo which you showed at Shigatse, Chinese also have deployed their fighter aircraft at places like Kashgar, Khotan, Nimchi, Ngarigunza, Gongar, which is near Lhasa. You just now showed the photograph, and Donshun. And Chinese Air Force in last 2 years, since Galwan, during various exercises, they have bought in their latest fighter aircraft like J-10, J-16, and their stealth fighter aircraft J-20. In fact, they deployed their H-6 strategic heavy lift bomber from Khotan and Kashgar. It very clearly shows their intention that in case things hot up, then they want to bring the entire might of PLA Air Force against India. As far as infrastructure development is concerned, we are going gung-ho. Most of the border places, as a counter to Chinese threat, we have made bunkers. These bunkers are very well constructed. We have, in fact, as per reports, we took help from IIT to construct these bunkers. These bunkers can provide huge amount of protection, not only from cold, not only from heat, but also they provide the soldiers various opportunities to fire enemies from 2 directions, 3 directions. We are working on it. It will take some time. Okay, give me 30 seconds more. You see, in this case, we are very alert. I want to assure everyone through your media that Intelligence Bureau and RAW and NTRO are doing fantastic job. Right now, we are ahead of China.
No, sir. When we speak of surveillance, we had a very detailed and elaborate explanation which came from the side of Major General Sudhakar Ji. I'd also like to go across to Major General A.K. Sivat. Sir, we are running out of time, but I want to, include one more comment from you. Since we are speaking about the infrastructural push, especially, in the eastern sector, China has very obviously opened another front. It's not come as a surprise to anyone. China has been extremely belligerent in the past as well. But can we beat and compete with China when it comes to the infrastructural push? Because they really are the master of it. Look at their BRI projects. They may be in troubles, all over the world, but the SAT images, etc., show that Chinese have been able to reach literally right at our border. In fact, even in Pangong, the bridges which they have been able to make, there is a lot of catching up which India also needs to do on that front, isn't it, sir?
Absolutely. See, there's no doubt. They are 50 to 60 years ahead of us. Our mindset was, especially in Arunachal Pradesh, that if we build up roads and infrastructure, the Chinese will come. Now, the whole thing has changed just about 10 to 15 years back. Now, we are making the infrastructure at a very fast pace. And especially, Modi government has changed the complete concept. We are making roads, we are making bridges, we are making airfield, we are making tunnels. Sela tunnel is coming, this Atal Bihari Vajpayee tunnel, then Jojila tunnel. All these have come very recently. Remember, Darbuk Shok Daulatbag Old Road is the game changer. So therefore, it is not, now, of course, we are not at par with China. We need another 10 years to catch up. but we are on the track, and that's how the progress is taking place. And the Chinese are feeling the heat. You know, when the Chinese were developing, we did not mutter a word. But now, once we have started building our infrastructure, they are raising fingers, whether it is Ladakh or Arunachal Pradesh. But let me assure my viewers that in another 5 to 10 years, you will find it India almost at par with China. And not only that, the logistic build-up which we are doing it in our border area is a matter of pride. Then third thing which we have now improved is our weapon system. We have taken weapons from outside also. We have started making Atmanirbhar, Make in India concept. So overall punch one can say, as on today, we are quite strong on line of actual control, especially starting from Ladakh to Arunachal Pradesh. We are alert and alive. And in case the China try to do any mischief, they will be replied accordingly in the same coin.
Exactly, sir, and very interesting point which all of you had made. It's a very riveting discussion. I wish I could have continued this further, but time only allows us this much. The idea really was to show China's preparedness and what India should do to counter the threat coming from the Chinese side. Our forces, of course, aware, alacrity at the highest level. India has given a befitting reply to China, but China's ill intentions, its nefarious intentions are out for everyone to see. The US has also slammed China today. The world is on India's side, but what really is Xi Jinping's real intention? How far will he go, and how we need to counter China even in the coming days? We'll discuss this during the course of the day as well. As of now, I thank all the guests who joined us on this extremely interesting conversation.
एक दिन मैं एक ऑटोमेटिक पेंसिल बनाऊंगी जो मेरा सारा होमवर्क करेगी। मैं एक फ्रिज बनाऊंगा जो अनलिमिटेड आइसक्रीम बनाएगी। मैं एक मशीन बनाऊंगी जो मेरे ड्रीम्स रिकॉर्ड करेगा।
When you believe nothing is impossible, you see no limits. Engineering solutions for a limitless world. Kirloskar.
ये कुछ दवाइयाँ।
$150 आपके हुए बाबा जी 1350 रुपए।
इस वक्त तो मेरे पास इतने ही है, बाकी खाते में लिख लो।
बाबा जी आज फिर कितने लिखूं खाते में?
अब कोई भी पैसा खाते में लिखने की जरूरत नहीं।
लॉटरी लग गई बाबा जी?
हाँ, बस यूं समझ लो कि लॉटरी लग गई। जब से पंजाब की भगवंत मान सरकार ने महंगे बिजली के बिल जीरो करके हमारे कंधों से बोझ हटाया है ना, तब से हमें उधार लेने की जरूरत ही नहीं पड़ती।
सही है।
अब तो समझो कि पंजाब के घर घर की ना लॉटरी ही लग गई है।
भगवंत मान के नेतृत्व वाली पंजाब सरकार में पंजाब के लगभग 86% परिवारों का बिजली का बिल जीरो आया है।
Hello and welcome. You're watching NewsX with me, Meenakshi Upreti, and a massive turnout of 6 at the Australian Sikh genocide referendum. A car rally in Australia has shocked India after efforts by Prime Minister Narendra Modi's government failed to stop activities of pro-Khalistan Sikh groups despite warnings sent to the Albanese government over rise in Sikh separatism in Australia and its links to terror groups in India. There was a massive rally which took place in Melbourne, which is in Australia, and the country hardly made an effort to stop it or to do anything about it. More than 2,000 cars, jeeps and trucks took part in the rally organised by the secessionist group Sikh for Justice. Now, the rally was led by hundreds of heavy bikers with banners which read, and I quote, "The last battle to kill Indian Hindutva system," and also Quote, 30,006 indigenous people were killed by Brahmin Hindu mobs in 1984, unquote, clogged the Melbourne roads in a 5-kilometer long convoy. Now, that coincided with events around the United Nations Human Rights Day. This is the third major event which was organized by Sikhs for Justice within a month ahead of the so-called Khalistan referendum voting, which took place on the January 9th of 2022. Now, the question really is, how do we take on the secessionist element? How do we impress upon countries like Australia, Canada, which are not only giving them patronage but allowing these type of activities to take place on their soil? To discuss all of this and more, we are being joined by a panel of experts, starting with Ambassador Suresh Goyal, former diplomat with us, Colonel J. Sodhi, foreign affairs expert, Sumit Peer, political commentator, Madhav Nalapat, editorial director of the Sunday Guardian, also with us. I'm going to start first of all with you, Ambassador Goyal. What do you really think are India's option? What can India possibly do? Australia to Canada, we are seeing these sort of secessionist groups which are being paid patronage, homage, in those countries. India has raised this issue with the Albanese government, just like we did earlier with the Trudeau government, of course, to no avail. This provocative rally was allowed to take place. In India, we have more than enough proof, dossier after dossier, which we have given to Interpol as well, against Pannu, against Sikhs for Justice. But despite of that, forget any action. They are allowing them to carry open rallies where messages full of hate against India are being openly and ostensibly shown, and yet no action, not even really an acknowledgement of India's displeasure with these activities.
Meenakshi, let me put it this way. First of all, in these matters, I don't think we can really look at Canada and Australia in a similar manner in terms of what our relations with those countries are. After all, when we are looking at the events, demonstrations against India as such, by Sikh for Justice, by the Sikhs there, or by the other communities in other countries, by the Muslims in UK, or Pakistanis there, their demonstration, and all kinds of things take place. But in the case of Australia, I think we need to really look at it in terms of whether these were actually actively encouraged by the government or they took place on the basis of what the people, and I'm not talking about the Indian immigrants only, the Indians have migrated there, but they have become Australian citizens. So whether they were actually done by the Australian citizens and whether they were actually encouraged or they just went on their own, we need to look at all the factors. Now, even though we are very unhappy about what the protests that take place in Australia, but our relations with Australia go far beyond these things. Australia and India are part of Quad. We work on security arrangements in India, Indo-Pacific, which is quite important to us from the foreign policy and strategic point of view. Maritime space in that area is becoming very, very active. We need to keep an eye on that also. China factor is coming up. Therefore, there are so many areas. India and Australia, they have a growing trade also economically. We have a good collaboration in technological areas. And there are many Indians who go and study there in Australia. So there are many areas of collaboration. So we need to basically first make a judgment whether it is actually actively...
But should these considerations, sir, and I'm sorry I'm interrupting you, should these considerations make us coy? Madhav Nalapat, if you could come in here, sir. I mean, I agree to a large extent with Ambassador Goyal. We may need to look at the larger and overall picture. We need to see whether the Australian government actively collaborated, allowed, this type of a rally to take place. But what if there was a free Quebec rally in India and we say it was done by some secessionist individuals against Canada? We have, no role to play in it. Would that not cause outrage in countries like Canada? I'm not saying that, one rally should cast an aspersion on overall relation between two countries, but it is a pain point. At least that needs to be acknowledged.
Meenakshi, first of all, I am quite happy that NewsX has taken up this issue. Something that is the size of a sparrow can grow and grow and grow and grow until it becomes the size of a house and finally the size of a large cloud, and a large dark cloud. And that is what we saw in Canada. The first thing I'd like to say, I do believe Government of India has to declare Six for Justice as a global terror organization. There is always the problem that when whether it is officials or non-officials, we talk to people in Canada or you talk to Australia, then they say, well, but it's not designated as a terror organization even by your government. I think it's very important to designate SFJ for what it is, an organization that is basically in league with the ISI and frankly is looking at setting up terror modules across the country, across India, specifically in the state of Punjab. And I'd like to say once again, I visited Punjab many times in the 1980s, and the brave Sikh community of Punjab stood by India. I've seen that, often at the cost of their own lives. So this is not going to succeed. But first, SFJ must be declared a global terror organization. The second point is, there's an explosion of fake news on the internet. According to the fake news, something like 300,000 Sikhs have been brutally murdered and massacred by something called Brahminic Hindus. Now, I'm not entirely sure what the people who have created this fake news mean by Brahminic Hindus. But the Brahminic Hindus are supposed to be so bloodthirsty that at last count, I would say the maximum number bandied about was about 300,000. And it's not happening way back in the 1980s. According to them, it's happening now. In every town, in every city, in every village, the Sikhs are being identified, targeted by Brahminic Hindus and ruthlessly killed. I don't want to say what is being done to the women and children. I don't want to talk about it. It's absurd. But the main point is a lot of young Australian citizens who have never been to India, frankly, and whose only identification with their community is that their parents are Sikh and occasionally they go to Gurdwara. I certainly hope what has happened in the UK, what has happened in Canada will not happen in Australia, a takeover of Gurdwaras by pro-Pakistan elements. We have to watch out for that. But the youth, they are mobilizing the youth. And this is a huge problem that can develop over time. So that's what I'm saying. NewsX has got this problem when it is only the size of, let us say, my fist. But one day, it may not be very far distant. It can become the size of a building. And I think it's important to take it seriously. And I do hope, and I'm very sure that the government under Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who is very cognizant of the terror threat faced by India, especially from Pakistan and its neighbor to its east, well, I'm sure that this will be done. And I again congratulate NewsX for being an early bird, warning about what could be a very serious situation for India, for Australia.
And a very, very significant point which you make, sir, the misinformation campaign as well. So, Peter, if you could come in here, because this online misinformation campaign which was really playing out against India, some of those extremely misleading headlines which Madhav Nalapad had also mentioned, they can harbor a lot of anti-India, a negative sentiment. We need to really nip that in the bud. How do we do that? To begin with, countries like Australia are not reacting at all to, the alarm which is being raised by the Indian authorities. Khalistani elements openly, conducting such rallies, no action really against them.
Meenakshi, thank you very much for having me on your show. In fact, this is a situation of alarm. There's no doubt about it. There's a couple of things in it. First of all, the numbers which are they claiming are fake. The genocide of Sikhs happened in 84. It was because of a political outcome, and there was supporters of a particular political party who did it. Now, where does Hindu and Brahman come into it? That's point number two. Point number three is that, when they talk of Khalistan, they talk of Shimla as the capital, they talk of Haryana Banega Khalistan, they talk of UP, they talk of Uttaranchal, and they talk about some more states. But incidentally, they miss out Nankana Sahib and they miss out Kartarpur Sahib. Now, who has made the map? Who has made the map? Map is made by the K2 desk. What is K2 desk? Khalistan and Kashmir desk is still active in ISI. They are the people who are doing this. What is the idea? Idea is to have this Hindu-Sikh divide, is to radicalize the Hindu youth and Sikh youth, and ISI has been quite good in that. Radicalizing of Muslim youth in the valley, They're radicalizing of Sikh youth. This is what they are trying to do. I mean, what is more baffling is I found pictures of there were at least 3 Sikh youth who were working for the Australian government. They were in various police and armed forces. They were also part of this rally. The radicalization has got deep into. Remember when Jahbaz Khan was meeting Khalistanis in Vancouver. Now, maybe the Pakistani High Commissioner is doing the same thing. Why Australia? I'll tell you 2 reasons. First of all, Australia is very important in Quad. They're our partner econ. Very recently, we did a FTA with them. And very recently, the FTA was approved by the Australian government. And here, from Australia, we need minerals. If we want to have an EV revolution, the rare earths and the minerals have to come from Australia because Australia is number 2 in there. So there is an angle of China, there's an angle of Pakistan, which are both working. Somehow they want to scuttle the relations between India and Australia, and they don't want India to be independent. India becoming independent on EVs and India having a 500 billion trade with Australia, that is what the roadmap is, that is irking them. So these resolutions are happening. And incidentally, the Kartarpur Sahib and the Nankana Sahib are not in the map. Now, when they are not in the map, you're going to easily know who made the map. Map was made by ISI. It is not difficult to mobilize a few people like this.
Okay, that's one theory. That's one theory, yes. And also there is a radicalization bit, and there's no doubt about that. When you see these type of misinformation campaigns, disinformation campaigns online as well. Colonel Sodhi, would you also concede with Sumit Peer? End of the day does look like perhaps there's a more sinister plot, an anti-India sort of rally, which you also think seems to be playing out in various countries. You have Australia, similar, Khalistani lobby in the USA as well, and now Australia. Also, we saw, such a provocative rally and with hundreds of participants take place.
Jai Hind, Meenakshi. It's my honor to be on a news channel and a privilege to be with the esteemed co-panelists. India is the safest country in the world for Muslims, Sikhs and Christians. It is the duty of every Indian and of NRI to ensure that India becomes strong and stable and not to divide and destabilize India. If God were to ask me in my next birth which country I would like to be born in, I would unhesitatingly and unflinchingly say India. This rally, which was held on 10th of December in Melbourne, is a matter of deep concern. There are 210,000 Sikhs in Australia and about 60,000 Sikhs took part in that. This cannot be swept under the carpet like Professor Madhav Nalapat has rightly said. This has the signs of becoming a bigger volcano, bigger tsunami in the times to come. This definitely is also a plot against India because India's rise as a global power in the last about 8 years under Prime Minister Narendra Modi is unsettling and unnerving many countries, which includes China and Pakistan to say the least, and also many of the developed countries. They can't imagine that in mere 75 years of independence, India is a global power where the developed countries like UK, their economy is on the ruins. Germany doesn't know what to do. So this is definitely upsetting many countries, and this tirade against India will continue. Meenakshi, I need 2 more points. 2 more minutes, please.
Okay.
This carnage which is spread that Hindus killed Sikhs in 1984 is wrong. It was a political killing. My father was constructing a house in Delhi. There was a mob standing outside his house to kill him. And you know who saved my house? A Hindu couple, Mr. and Mrs. Sharma. They stood guard 48 hours without sleep, guarding my father till the army convoy from headquarters Delhi area came to rescue him. So this is all false, all facade. Hindu Sikhs are one and will remain one.
So you say you also think that there is, of course, a bigger sinister plot to divide India, not just, of course, when it comes to the Khalistan element, but also religious lines. But, Ambassador Goyal, if you could come in here, sir, as far as Australia is concerned, you're right about it. Australia is a close partner of India. We have the FTA with Australia. It's a Quad partner as well. It fits perfectly when it comes to countering China. Nobody is saying that we should sever ties with Australia, but I'm sure a lot more can be done. On November 19th, also a similar rally by pro-Khalistani elements was taken out in Australia. Do you not think the Indian government also perhaps at this time needs to raise this issue, and emphasize on it a lot more with the Australian government? It has already reached the office of Anthony Albanese. What more do you think Indian government can do without really disturbing the relation between India and Australia?
Let me assure you, Meenakshi, that the government of India through the MEA, embassy, the consulates would have taken up the matter with the Australian government, and they would be taking the matter up again whenever there is chance of these things happening. The point is that if the Australian government could not go beyond a point, we must understand that there must be limitations within their own domestic systems, which they can go beyond. So we will explain, we will do everything possible. But I think beyond a point, we need to take action domestically. One, like Professor Nalpat suggested, why don't we declare SFJ as a terrorist organization? Once you declare an organization as terrorist, there are several areas of international cooperation which come up invoking a particular action against the terrorist organizations. We should use that once we declare them. And number two, I think most important thing, we do not use our own population, effective population, for positive information, spreading the positive information about what India is all about. It's very important for us to really to spread the good news. Now, for example, like about Colonel Sodi mentioned about Hindu Sikhs being together, it was a political killing and so on and so forth. Now, the point is that rather than one person saying it, if there becomes a national movement, if there is a whole host of people from the different communities, both Hindus and Sikhs, when they spread this word around internationally and to the people abroad, that is far more effective than the government saying it. So what I'm saying here is that we need to spread positive information. We need to undertake a kind of a publicity campaign, a cultural campaign, to let people know that what is happening there is all falsehood. It's actually fake news, fake events, which have no relevance now. And last, if our own security system is good and strong, whatever may happen in other countries is not going to impact on what is happening in India.
Fair point, and I think you have a very constructive suggestion also when it came about, the Indian community, the diaspora as well, spreading the word of the interfaith harmony which exists in India. Professor Nalapad, if you could come in here, sir. So you also gave another suggestion, which is declaring SFJ a terrorist organization domestically. But when it comes to, these countries, perhaps say even Australia, to give them the benefit of doubt, Interpol has refused to proscribe PANU. There are hardly any international organizations which have declared SFJ a terrorist organization. End of the day, do you think that also limits perhaps countries like Australia, maybe who knows, to give them the benefit of doubt? As I said earlier, they wanted to crack down, but on what basis do you crack down on SFJ organizing a rally? Because they can always turn around and say it's a simple political rally.
Look, I want to point out very clearly that this is a rally in support of the quote-unquote Khalistan movement. The Khalistan movement is a rerun of something that took place in the Punjab in the 1980s. That was naked terror. I saw, for example, I had gone to to courts at that point in time, and I saw hardened terrorists, hardened killers being brought in by brave policemen, and there was basically no opposition to their getting bail. And once they got bail, they looked very hard at the policemen who had apprehended them, and lo and behold, in a short time from there, the policemen's families were getting subtracted by individuals. They were being killed. All this was happening in the Punjab until, frankly, KPS Gill came and set things right. A proud Sikh patriot, like all the Sikh community, one of the most patriotic communities in India. So let me say, the fact is, this is something that I have seen before, and I don't want to see one more rerun of that. I want to point out one thing. Ambassadors talking about giving information. Absolutely, Ambassador. For example, the genocide of the Sikhs in Pakistan. What happened in Pakistan over 4 or 5 years? Absolute genocide, beginning around 1945-46 and going on till almost the entire Sikh community was driven out of what is now Pakistan by about 49-50. Who has documented that Sikh genocide of Pakistan? On the one hand, you have the fake news about a so-called genocide in India. And I would again like to say, as someone who went to Delhi immediately after from Kerala, when I heard these riots broke out, and I'm proud to say the newspaper I was in then, Mathrubhumi, strongly supported the Sikh community who were being targeted as correctly been said, by elements of a particular political party and not certainly by a community. But I want to say, why are we not talking about the information we have about Pakistan, about the ISI, about China, about narcotics? We are not doing any of that. And very importantly, I'd like to say, Meenakshi, I hope we don't sleep at the wheel and allow the Gurdwaras of Australia to be taken over the way Gurdwaras in Canada and the UK have been taken over.
Exactly.
Mainly because hardly anybody from the community votes. A small number of people vote, and these are mostly young people, and the radicalized people are really basically made to come out and vote, and they take control. And this is something that must be avoided.
Very, it's a very interesting point. I'd like to take it to Sumit Peer as well. Sumit, I'm sure you'd agree with this. End of the day, yes, the problem may not be as big as what we see in Canada, but we need to nip it in the bud. We need to really act now. We need to ensure that, the radicalization bid does not reach the extent to which it has in Canada. Australia doesn't become another Canada, another hub where, Sikhs for Justice and other such organizations mushroom, exist and prosper and keep fanning hate against our country.
Meenakshi, in fact, wherever the Sikh community is there and wherever you have strategic, tactical and military interests, these things will happen. This is my prediction. This is going to happen because it is not a normal thing. Sikhs are highly patriotic community. They will not do. There was a time the army had 33% of the Sikhs, and we have one our brother sitting right here. So there is no question of casting aspersions on Sikhs. This is what is SFG doing? SFG is trying to insult the patriotic Sikh of the India and the hardworking Sikh of the global community. He's trying to make synonyms between Sikh and the terrorism, which they are not. Now, the idea is they are using this tool on the behest of Pakistan. It's all funded, orchestrated by Pakistan. So Pakistan will use it exactly where all you will have strategic, tactical and military interest. The only way to counter it is that how can the Australian government allow this? Because 99.9% of the people who participated in this rally are Australians. How can the Australian government allow a rally in which you are talking of breaking of India? That is the major point. And how can the Australia become a playground for ISI and Australian government is doing nothing? You see, these referendums will not change a brick or will not move a stone here. There is not even one Sikh, one Gali, one Mohalla, one Gurdwara which is with them in India. So they can keep on running referendums somewhere in Timbuktu. That doesn't matter. But the question is, why are they being allowed by the Australian government? Aren't these guys Australian citizens? They are Sikhs, but they are Australian citizens. How can you allow such an anti-India vehement propaganda and secessionist and break India activities happen under broad Sunday light? That is our concern. And Arindam Babchi is on record that we have raised this up with the Australian government.
Yes, and also you're right, it's not the first time it has been raised with the Australian government. In November also, when a similar rally was held, the Indian government, of course, the Indian side vociferously raised the issue with the Australian government, but again to no avail. Colonel J. Sodhi, as we close the show, what would you like to add to this discussion? As a member of the community, I'm sure you'd agree with the suggestion which has come when it, about spreading the correct information, one about the Sikh community, the brave Sikh community of India, and the interfaith harmony, inter-religion harmony which exists in India. But beyond that, what more do you think needs to be done to counter such propaganda against India, sir?
Meenakshi, I've got 3 quick points for this. Okay. First is that the prominent Sikh leaders, be it politicians, be it businessmen, should come forward and speak on this issue with clarity. The second is the mainstream media channels like yours, the print media and the social media platforms should be used aggressively to thwart any such false propaganda being, propagated by institution like SFJ. And finally, the Indian government has been doing a great job. You see, on 18 September, this Khalistan referendum in Canada received a lot of publicity, but the Indian government stepped up a lot of diplomatic pressure. As a result, the 6th November Khalistan referendum in Canada ended in a whimper. So the way the Indian government countered the second Khalistan referendum in Canada, it should continue with the same steam. I am sure it's a matter of time before such events will fizzle out, be it Australia, Germany, or the United Kingdom.
Very interesting suggestion. It's been actually a very constructive discussion with a lot of positive suggestions which came forth from all the panelists, from spreading the correct information about Indian diaspora, the Sikh community, and of course the inter-religion harmony which exists in India, to reaching out to the Australian and Canadian government, impressing upon them to ensure that these type of anti-India activities are not allowed on their soil. End of the day, yes, Australia is a close partner of India. They are a Quad partner. We have trade partnership as well. But that cannot really be the reason for the Indian government not to raise the issue with Australia. Indian government has, as we speak, raised the issue with its Australian counterpart, Anthony Albanese's government. The ball released in their court. I hope someone, in the echelons of power is listening and taking note. Hopefully, we will in the future perhaps not see such type of radical propaganda being given space on any international soil. That's the hope with which I'd like to close this debate. I'd like to thank all the gentlemen and experts who joined us on this extremely riveting discussion. It's a wrap. On the other side, we'll come back with another extremely interesting debate lined up.
ये कुछ दवाइयाँ
$200, 150 आपके हुए बाबा जी 1350 रुपये।
इस वक्त तो मेरे पास इतने ही हैं, बाकी खाते में लिख लो।
बाबा जी आज फिर कितने लिखूं खाते में?
अब कोई भी पैसा खाते में लिखने की जरूरत नहीं।
लॉटरी लग गई बाबा जी?
हाँ, बस यूं समझ लो कि लॉटरी लग गई। जब से पंजाब की भगवंत मान सरकार ने महंगे बिजली के बिल जीरो करके हमारे कंधों से बोझ हटाया है ना, तब से हमें उधार लेने की जरूरत ही नहीं पड़ती।
सही है।
अब तो समझो कि पंजाब के घर घर की ना लॉटरी ही लग गई है।
भगवंत मान के नेतृत्व वाली पंजाब सरकार में पंजाब के लगभग 86% परिवारों का बिजली का बिल जीरो आया है।
Today we are going to be discussing toxic relationships. Taking off from the Shraddha murder case, that wasn't just a case of murder, that was also a case of abuse. The time women don't come is because they are worried that they won't get justice in the law. Even something like marital rape is still not a crime.
I think most women that are in abusive situations have difficulty at the first instance to even recognize that what's happening to us. Is that abuse or is this just normal?
Recognizing abuse and how it is difficult to get out of abusive relationships.
हमारे साथ भी होता है, कोई नहीं बेटा भूल जाओ, that kind of thing.
Adjust कर लो is a very interesting word.
ठीक हो जाएगा, सब ठीक हो जाएगा, बच्चे कर लो, सब ठीक हो जाएगा. That kind of an attitude. So you don't have support outside. The abuser will abuse the victim and abuse the victim and abuse the victim till the point that they're ready to break down and leave. And then they'll switch over and start being really sweet and say, oh, I love you, I can't live without you, I'm so grateful for you in my life.
Take a lot of things for granted. Abuse, as we said, that emotional gaslighting, that's something I want you to explain.
What would you consider as red flags in your relationships, right? So these are all 18, 19-year-olds. So one of them said that controlling behavior of any kind, that, why are you hanging out with male friends? Or, you said you're going to call me at that time, but you didn't. So this was one that emerged as a clear red flag, controlling behavior.
What we women want at these times on NewsX. Co-powered by Goldie Kitchen King Masala. Goldie Masale, jahan jaye rishte banaye. Associate sponsor Titan I+, Greenland Laminate and Kalyan Jewelers.
Welcome back. You're watching NewsX with me, Meenakshi Upreti, and our focus for the next 30 minutes will be the horrific acid attack which took place in the national capital. 2 individuals on a bike threw acid at a schoolgirl in Delhi's Dwarka district. The incident took place at around 9 a.m. The girl has been referred to the Safdarjung hospital. Delhi police officers are also reaching the hospital. Now, as per Delhi police, a PCR call was received around 9 a.m. regarding the incident of throwing acid on a girl in the area of Mohan Garden. It started when a girl aged 17 years was allegedly attacked using some acid-like substance by 2 bike-borne persons. This was around 7:30 a.m. Now, in this debate, we'll discuss who or what needs to be done to stop these acid attacks on women? What needs to be done to ensure the safety and security of our daughters? Is it time that you stop the retail sale of acid? If that happens to begin with, is it enough or not? We'll discuss all of this and more in the next 30 minutes or so. But first of all, I'd like to welcome Daulat B. Khan. She is the founder of the Acid Survivors of the Sahas Foundation. Daulat B, thank you for joining us. First of all, what do you have to say about this horrific incident which has taken place in the national capital? It's very unfortunate that these incidents of acid attack on women have become so very common that every few weeks, every few months, all of us find ourselves discussing similar incidents, looking for solutions, unfortunately being unable to find any, and once again the cycle repeats, ma'am. Daulat B. Khan, can you hear us, ma'am? Okay, I'm not too sure if Daulat Khan can hear us. Why don't I go to Sanam Singh, who is also a women's rights activist. Also, I'd like to welcome, before I go to Sanam, Tahira Hassan, women's rights activist. Bhagyashree, also a women's rights activist with us. Sanam, if I could come to you first, the same question which I asked Daulat Khan, you know. What do you think? Where are we going wrong? Why is it that these acid attacks are becoming so common? Every few weeks, every few months, all of us in a similar panel find ourselves discussing the exact same issue.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate that we've seen a rise in the number of acid attacks on girls. You'll never hear of an acid attack on a boy. I think women are seen as definitely the more, and especially young girls. And today's attack on the 17-year-old schoolgirl in Dwarka was absolutely reprehensible, because you see these attacks on women. They're seen to be more vulnerable. It's almost an act of vindictiveness to distort someone's looks, their face, the damage it does to their eyesight. It's a permanently damaging and creating disabilities in doing this. And it's surprising that the government hasn't taken more action on banning the sale of substances like acid so easily. So it becomes easy to access, and you'll find that these attacks usually take place like the one today, where two men on a bike wearing helmets could hide their identity, drive past a girl and fling this liquid at her. So, it's absolutely shocking that more is not being done to prevent such attacks and the sale of such substances.
Well, you're right about that. In fact, the sale of acid is rampant. And, Tahira Hassan, if you could come in here, I'm not against banning acid, but do you think that that's the penultimate solution? End of the day, if you ban acid, I'm sure, these type of perverse mind will think of another way to torture a girl if they have, some sort of vendetta or revenge on their minds. What do you think needs to be done? Exemplary punishment, fast-track courts? What is the answer? How do we stop these type of, hit-and-run attacks on women?
It's a heinous crime, and it is done with the intention of disfigure the women, girls, and inflict harm on her. So I think it should be condemned in very strong words. First, it's a gender-biased violence. So we all condemn it in very strong words. Since 2013, it was decided that acid will not be sold openly. The shop has to get the license. I mean, they need license, and that should be registered under the Poisonous Act 1919, right? And they have to maintain the stock and the sale to individual, right? And the individual cannot take acid unless or until they show the ID.
Isn't this ban ineffective? I mean, people can go buy acid to clean their house. I'm sure you and I, if we want, we can go to any superstore, any kirana store and buy as many bottles of acid as we want. Who's going to stop us?
No, thing is this, why it's not effective? After Nirbhaya, we have got the very strong law. Why it's not implemented properly? Why this cannot be implemented? Thing is this, the laws made to protect the women, if they will not be implemented properly, then what we will discuss? How we are going to prevent the crime?
So the laws are there, the implementation is the problem. Take your
these
point.
crimes.
I take these are preventive crimes. These are preventive crimes. Bhagyashree, would you like to come in here? Preventive crimes. Laws are there. Implementation is the issue. Point taken, ma'am. Point taken.
Such cases to the fast track court.
First of all, I just wanted to say.
Okay, Tahira, point taken. Bhagyashree.
फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल आई जस्ट वांटेड टू से वन थिंग कि हमें सबसे पहले ये देखने की जरूरत है कि क्या हम लोग एक चीज को ब्लेम कर सकते हैं इंडिविजुअली हम लोग सोसाइटी को ब्लेम करेंगे सोसाइटी भी उतनी ही रिस्पॉन्सिबल है पेरेंट्स भी उतने ही रिस्पॉन्सिबल हैं लॉ एंड ऑर्डर्स भी उतने रिस्पॉन्सिबल हैं और हमारा जो जुडिशरी है वो भी उतनी रिस्पॉन्सिबल है अगर हम लोग एक चीज को लेके देखें जिन लड़कों ने ये सब चीजें की वो मेंटालिटी उनमें कहाँ से है आपको नहीं लगता कि जब एक पेरेंट्स अपनी बेटी को रेज करते हैं तो वो अपनी बेटी को हमेशा कहते हैं जस्ट बी नाइस व्हाई डोंट दे टीच देम टू बी लाउड जब सोसाइटी जो हमारे बीच में होती है वो अपने बच्चों को ये कभी क्यों नहीं सिखाती है कि आपको अपनी बहन को
जी आई हैव टेकन योर पॉइंट मैम ओके आई हैव टेकन योर पॉइंट it's an important point which you were raising Sanam if you could come in here when it comes to the society I think Bhagyashree had an important point let's take all of these solutions so called solutions or issues one by one society judiciary courts etc let's take first of all the society do you think that it's time we teach our boys to behave better instead of telling our girls to stay at home I think there was a very important observation which was made by the Kerala High Court also just a few days ago about a hostel gate rule I think very very pertinent these days the High Court said it why lock up the girls tell the boys to behave
Agreed. I can't agree with you more. I think it's a time for society to change. It's a time for a generation of parents and mothers to change. And it's about teaching men, boys, young adolescent, teenagers in our society respect and gender equality. And when I say this, I think it's as important to teach the girls this as boys. I find very often you may find girls egging boys on to hurt another girl. So you can't just say that it's one way. I think that the need for education, the new need for establishing a better informed society is there. And I also brought this up in the context of the debate and the discussion we had on whether universities and schools are doing enough to address this issue of addressing how do we deal with gender equality, sensitizing people to what is and isn't okay as an appropriate touch. And yes, things like acid attack should definitely be part of it. Vis-a-vis the courts and the law, there's been a lot of movement since 2013 and 15. There's an amendment and section 326A of the IPC provides for a 10-year of minimum imprisonment for causing an acid attack, and for attempting to do so 326B says you can get punishment up to 5 to 7 years. But the question is not the law, the question is the implementation of the law, the question is catching the culprits. And much as I've been saying this on and on in the last, I think, few weeks, we need a more active and more proactive police force that is sensitive to the needs of a victim and that does pursue and prosecute culprits so that it acts as a deterrent. If you think that your actions are going to have consequences, people will stop and think.
I think that very important point. If your actions have consequences, people will think twice. But Tahira Hassan, we have the Chawla case as well, where years later, the main accused get acquitted. Do you think that these cases also somehow end up emboldening, criminals, really animals, like the ones we have seen in this acid attack?
Yeah, they are heinous crime. This I already have said. And the redressal of such cases through fast track court. So the evidences, witness will not be hostile and the culprit will be punished. So I think the conviction rate should be, again and again I say, it should be 100%. And we must assault on the culture that protect rapists and these type of criminals. And we must assault on Lakshmana Rekha that is different for men and women. Thing is that women are doing, our young girls are doing this. But you cannot say that we will wait till the society will change. And till that time, no, let the society change.
Yeah, these changes should be simultaneous. I agree, these changes should be simultaneous.
it should start from home only.
Okay.
Equality between girl and boy should start from home. Don't you see that in the rape cases, the girls are blamed, mostly women are blamed, their dress code, their food habit, these things are blamed. So this is a thing.
Onus on men and not on the women. I think that's exactly what Bhagyashree, you were also saying earlier. We can discuss as much as we want about exemplary punishments. We can talk about fast track courts, and all of those things need to happen, because end of the day, exemplary punishment is the only deterrent. But end of the day, exactly, the implementation also very important. But Bhagyashree, it needs to start from our home, doesn't it?
एग्जैक्टली एक चीज यहाँ पे मैं बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट मेंशन करना चाहूंगी. हमारे जो पेरेंट्स हैं वो डिस्क्रिमिनेशन बचपन से स्टार्ट कर देते हैं. दे रेज देयर डॉटर लाइक अ गर्ल, दे रेज देयर बॉयज लाइक अ बॉय. व्हाई डोंट दे रेज देम लाइक अ ह्यूमन बीइंग? हमारे पेरेंट्स अगर कोई चीज गलत होती है, किसी भी बच्ची को ये कह के क्यों नहीं भेजते अगर तुम्हारे साथ कोई चीज गलत हो रही है हमें आइए और हमें बताइए. स्टिल अगर महिलाएं या लड़कियां जब भी पुलिस स्टेशन में जाती है वो बहुत बड़ी चीज क्यों हो जाती है सोसाइटी के लिए? व्हाई इट्स नॉट ए नॉर्मल थिंग. पुलिस हमारे लिए बनी है. तो ये सब चीजों को फेस करने की बहुत ज्यादा जरूरत है. स्टिल अगर लड़कियों के खिलाफ कुछ भी चीज होती है तो वो रीजन सिर्फ वो लड़की क्यों होती है, उसी को हम लोग क्यों विक्टिमाइज करते हैं कि कारण वही होगी. तो जब कोई भी क्राइम स्टार्ट होता है तो वो एकदम से बहुत बड़ा नहीं होता है. जब उन बच्चियों को वो लड़के टीज कर रहे थे या उन्हें स्टॉक कर रहे थे तो वो चीज हमारी इंडियन सोसाइटी में क्यों नहीं सिखाई जाती कि वो नॉर्मल चीज नहीं है. अगर आपको कोई स्टॉक कर रहा है तो आपको उसको सीरियसली लेना है, आपको अपने पेरेंट्स को बताना है, आपके पास 100 नंबर है उस पर आपको कॉल करना है. व्हाई दिस इज अ नॉर्मल थिंग, स्टिल नॉर्मल थिंग. इस चीज को हम लोग सीरियसली क्यों नहीं लेते हैं? तो ये बहुत सारी चीजें हैं जो हमें एक लड़की के लेवल पे भी हम लोगों को अवेयर करने की जरूरत है. अवेयरनेस इसमें बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट रोल प्ले करता है, जिसमें पेरेंट्स भी उतने ही रिस्पॉन्सिबल है, सोसाइटी भी उतनी रिस्पॉन्सिबल है, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर भी उतने ही रिस्पॉन्सिबल है.
So it's a collective responsibility and a holistic sort of approach as what is the need of the other. Daulat B. Khan is also back with us, I believe. She is the founder of Acid Survivor Sahas Foundation. Daulat B., since you work so closely with acid attack victims, with acid attack survivors, what do you say really about these incidents which are taking place so commonly? Latest in the line of acid attacks on women in the national capital. Shameful incidents taking place despite of laws being despite of the laws being there. Would you also agree, like the other panelists, implementation the problem? You can ban acid, but end of the day, where is the implementation? Any of us can really go to any kirana store, superstore, and buy as many bottles of acid as we want.
मैम वो तो इजी अवेलेबल है एसिड अटैक. जबकि हमारे यहाँ पे सुप्रीम कोर्ट के गाइडेंस है कि बिना डॉक्यूमेंट के आपको सेल नहीं मिलेगा, एसिड नहीं मिलेगा, लेकिन आज भी एसिड मिल रहा है. जब सरकार हमारे 500 रुपए एक दिन में 500 के नोट को बंद कर सकते हैं, जब कोविड के टाइम पे देश को बंद कर सकते हैं, तो एसिड को क्यों नहीं बैन कर सकते हैं आप लोग? हम ये बोलना चाहते हैं आज भी हमारे पे एसिड अटैक हो रहे हैं और बहुत इजी अवेलेबल है ये मार्केट में.
जी, इजीली अवेलेबल है मार्केट में. बैन होने के बावजूद भी आप बहुत एसिड अटैक सर्वाइवर्स के साथ बहुत क्लोजली काम करते हैं. आप हमें ये भी बताइए कि किस तरह से एक औरत की पूरी जिंदगी बदल जाती है जब उस पर इस तरह का अटैक होता है. बिकॉज कई एसिड अटैक सर्वाइवर्स कहते हैं इट्स वर्स देन मर्डर.
ऑफ कोर्स मैम, ये हमको लाइफ टाइम की पनिशमेंट मिल गई है. हमारे साथ में हमारे पूरी फैमिली को ये एसिड अटैक के साथ में सर्वाइव करना पड़ता. हम अकेले सर्वाइव नहीं करते, हमारी पूरी फैमिली सर्वाइव करती है. और हमको सुप्रीम कोर्ट से क्या मिलता है? 3 लाख. और 3 लाख भी इजी अवेलेबल नहीं है. हमारी खूबसूरती की कीमत सरकार 3 लाख लगाती है. हमारा मुंह जबान बंद करने की कीमत 3 लाख रुपए लगाती है. हम सरकार से यही चाहते हैं, जैसे कि रेप केस में अभी बीच में आरोपी को बंदूक से गोली से उड़ा दिया गया, तो एसिड अटैक विक्टिम के आरोपी को भी इसी तरीके से पनिशमेंट होनी चाहिए.
स्ट्रिक्ट पनिशमेंट आप कह रहे हैं. आपका कहना है कि डेथ पेनल्टी होनी चाहिए एसिड अटैक जो करते हैं उन पे.
जैसे उनको बेल नहीं ना, हमारे 5 साल तक केस को फाइल किया, लड़ा, के पैसे इतना लगाया और हमको एक दिन जजमेंट मिला. उनको आरोपी को 5-10 साल की जेल हो गई और 3 महीने में आरोपी सब बाहर आ गए.
बड़ी बात. अच्छा, सो वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट. आई थिंक वी शुड एम्फसाइज ऑन दैट आल्सो. आपका कहना है कि बेल बहुत इजीली मिल जाती है, बेल नहीं मिलनी चाहिए. बेल मिलने से बार बार वो बाहर आते रहते हैं और फिर लड़कियों को धमकाते भी हैं.
यस, अभी हमारे केस में यही बोला गया था कि अगर आप ये केस वापस नहीं लेंगे तो आपके अभी फैमिली के ऊपर अभी आपके बच्चों पे भी अटैक होगा, जबकि हमारे फैमिली पर 4 लोगों पे अटैक हुआ है।
जी, और ये जो हादसा दिल्ली में हुआ है इसके बारे में आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे, क्योंकि ये एक माइनर लड़की थी, स्कूल के कपड़ों में थी, स्कूल जा रही थी, जब अचानक 2 लड़के आए और उन पे एसिड फेंक के चले गए।
मैम यही हम सरकार से बोलते हैं, जैसे कि बहुत जजमेंट पास होते हैं लेकिन वो इम्प्लीमेंट नहीं होता है। रिसेंटली हमने PIL फाइल किया है ये एसिड अटैक विक्टिम्स के लिए, क्योंकि हम भी एक एनजीओ चलाते हैं एसिड सर्वाइवर साहब फाउंडेशन, तो ये इम्प्लीमेंट बहुत ज्यादा इम्पोर्टेंट है। और यही है कि सरकार से हमारी गुजारिश कि हमको कोई 3 लाख देने से बेस्ट तो आप आरोपी को बिल्कुल भी बेल नहीं दिया जाए, उनको लाइफ टाइम की पनिशमेंट मिलनी चाहिए।
लाइफ इम्प्रिजनमेंट होना चाहिए, स्ट्रिक्ट पनिशमेंट होना चाहिए और बेल नहीं मिलनी चाहिए। एसिड अटैक जो विक्टिम्स होते हैं उनके लिए आप क्या कहना चाहेंगी? बिकॉज जैसे आपने कहा कि पूरी जिंदगी बदल जाती है, उन लोगों को, आपके जैसे सर्वाइवर्स को किस तरह की हैंड होल्डिंग की जरूरत है सरकार के द्वारा?
सरकार के द्वारा जैसे मैम हमारी सोसाइटी वाले ही हमारे फेस को लेके ये करते हैं, घर हमको जल्दी नहीं मिलती, नौकरी हमको नहीं मिलती, हमारे चेहरे के पर सवाल उठाए जाते हैं। हमारा क्या कसूर है? हमने बोला किसी को एसिड डालने के लिए, ये सरकार का, इसमें सरकार में जो एसिड अटैक हो जाती है तो उनको पूरी तरीके से सुविधाएं मिलनी चाहिए एसिड विक्टिम को, उनकी फैमिली भी उनका साथ छोड़ देती है।
जी, सो सरकार की
सर्जरीज होती है, एक सर्जरी नहीं होती मैम, ये बैक टू बैक सर्जरी होती है। मेरी खुद की 18 सर्जरी हुई, अभी भी मेरी सर्जरी पेंडिंग है, और एक सर्जरी की कीमत है 2 से 3 लाख। हम कहाँ से अफोर्ड करेंगे इतना?
सो एक लॉन्ग टर्म रिहैबिलिटेशन प्लान होना चाहिए, सर्जरी से लेके नौकरी तक आप चाहेंगे एसिड अटैक सर्वाइवर्स के लिए। लेकिन जैसे आप बता रहे थे कि एंड ऑफ द डे आपके रिहैबिलिटेशन के अलावा एक कड़ा कानून आना चाहिए जिससे कि इस तरीके के हादसे बंद हो जाएं, खत्म हो जाएं। आप क्या चाहेंगे कि सरकार की तरफ से क्या होना चाहिए? एसिड की सेल बैन तो है, लेकिन अभी भी एज यू सेड अर्लियर मार्केट में तो बहुत फ्रीली और इजीली अवेलेबल है एसिड।
मैम हम सरकार के तरफ से यही चाहते हैं कि जैसे नोट बंद उन्होंने एक ही दिन में अनाउंसमेंट किया, वैसे ही ये बिल्कुल भी बंद हो जाए, ऐसी इसकी बिक्री पे रोक लगाए गए, और जो भी एसिड अटैक करता है उसको बिल्कुल बेल ना मिले, लाइफ टाइम की पनिशमेंट मिले। जो हम झेल रहे हैं तो हम सर्वाइव करें, एटलीस्ट वो भी करें, इस तरीके से कुछ चेंज कर सकते हैं सोसाइटी को हम।
जी, आप चाहेंगे कि ये केसेस भी फास्ट ट्रैक हों, बिकॉज आप कह रहे हैं आपका खुद का केस 5 से 6 साल चला, बार बार बेल मिलती गई। एक टाइमली मैनर में एक टाइम फिक्स कर दिया जाए कि अगर ऐसा कोई केस आता है तो 6 महीने में या साल भर में कोर्ट इसे डिस्पोज ऑफ करेगी।
साल भर में ये केस को डिस्पोज करना चाहिए, जो भी विक्टिम को गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से सुविधा है वो 1 साल के अंदर ही होनी चाहिए। और ये जो फ्री ट्रीटमेंट का बोला जाता है प्राइवेट हॉस्पिटल को, वो नहीं देते, आज नहीं देते हैं।
नहीं, जो आप बोल रहे हैं कि किस तरह की फिर हरासमेंट होती है जब लंबे लंबे केस खिंच जाते हैं, 6-7 साल ये केस खिंचते हैं, तो किस तरह की हरासमेंट विक्टिम्स को फेस करनी पड़ती है?
तो मैम केस के लिए लॉयर्स बिक जाते हैं, लॉयर्स भी हट जाते हैं। जब आरोपी उनको एक्यूज जो होते हैं उनको अच्छी अमाउंट देते हैं तो वो हमारा साथ छोड़ देते हैं, और हम ट्रीटमेंट कराएंगे कि हम अपने केस के लिए फाइट करेंगे।
एग्जैक्टली।
गवर्नमेंट लॉयर, किसी लॉयर मिलता भी है तो वो हमको सही फॉलोअप नहीं देता, सही गाइडलाइंस नहीं देते हैं।
Okay, so you do get a PP, but end of the day you say that if you want to get a private lawyer, it gets very difficult because end of the day, yes, it's a monetary burden as well. Sanam Singh, I think, this is the ordeal of a victim we are hearing firsthand. Yeah. The victims, of course, telling us what they have to go through. When you have such cases which get prolonged, procrastinated for years and delayed, altogether, imagine what a victim has to go through. End of the day, it does look like that fast tracking of these cases, crime against women, bundle them all together, be it rape, be it acid attack victim, these sort of crimes against women, they need to be disposed of at the earliest.
Yeah, well, what I'd like to add here is the conviction rate for acid attacks has seen an all-time low in the last year. The rate fell from 71% to 20%. Some of the cases have now been, lying in pendency for more than 5, 6, 8, and 10 years. So the justice delayed is really justice denied for these women because they are permanently disfigured, going through the most painful and harrowing surgeries, ostracized from society, like we were just told. And what really is sad is that the judicial system is failing these women and saying, right, We recognize what you went through, and the proportionality of what you went through is what the perpetrator should go through. I don't think someone going to jail 5 to 7 years can justify, or even 10 years can justify, the loss of someone's eyesight in an acid attack, or the permanent disfigurement in an acid attack. So I really feel this is something that the legal system needs to look at. Are we giving punishment that is proportionate, and is it timely? The delays in this judicial system are really, it becomes a botched up investigation, and as I've said before, and then people get off scot-free on technical grounds. So you were failing the victims of acid attacks, as also a lot of other crimes against women.
Very, very important point. Tahira Hassan, if you could come in here, you were earlier speaking about fast tracking of these cases as well. Also, what's important is to ensure that you make it a non-bailable offence. It's a serious crime. You have altered someone's life forever. We just heard the harrowing experience, what the victims have to go through. Why should it be a bailable offence to begin with?
But you have to find out, it is non-bailable after, according to Act 2013, it is non-bailable offence. But thing is this, whatever laws have been made, I have earlier said, should be implemented. Why they are selling acid openly? We say, no, we'll do awareness program. Of course we must do. We must go for the awareness program. Nobody is stopping you. But when the laws have been made, why they are not implemented properly? Why these shops are not registered? Why they have not maintained the register of their stock and individual sell? And how they are selling this poison, this acid without seeing ID, without ID proof. Thing is this, the crime against the women are not taken seriously. This is what I have been saying. Often they are selling openly. Then why it is selling openly? Question is this: when there are laws are there, this country is run by the law. Nobody is above the law. Then implement those laws. And after that, if the culprit is there, the redressal of such cases should be through the fast track court. So the survival must get justice. We just heard about the survival. In the Lucknow, these survivors are running restaurant. I meet them. I talk to them. I know their pain, So this not only awareness. Justice Verma Committee was constituted because we women were on the street. And after that, we have very strong law. There is a punishment for the eve teasing also. But are these laws have been implemented properly?
Have they been implemented? Eve teasing is still considered a joke. It's considered a fun activity by so many boys. The end of the day, it's bringing us to the same point. I think, Bhagyashree, which you were telling us earlier as well, you need fast track codes. You need, stringent laws. You need to ensure that, the sale of acid is not allowed. All of that will happen only when crimes against women are taken seriously to begin with.
भाग्यश्री जी जैसे कि ताहिरा जी ने कहा, बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट बात इन्होंने की कि गवर्नमेंट का सिर्फ यही रोल नहीं है कि वो सिर्फ लॉज को बना देते हैं. लॉज को बनाना इज वन थिंग, लॉज को इम्प्लीमेंट करना बहुत बड़ी चीज है. मैं एक चीज यहाँ पे ऐड करना चाहूंगी, जैसे मैं जो हमारे साथ में जुड़े हुए हैं, कि फिजिकल जो पेन होता है वो एक टाइम के लिए होता है, उसे हम ट्रीट करवा सकते हैं कई बार. लेकिन जो मानसिक पेन होता है, जो ये एसिड विक्टिम्स जो मानसिक पेन जो झेलती हैं, जो सोसाइटी उनको देती है, जो उनको उनके घर वाले देते हैं, वो बहुत बड़ी चीज है और वो पूरी लॉन्ग जर्नी के लिए उनके साथ रह जाता है. तो ये बहुत ज्यादा जरूरत है कि सारी चीजों को एक साथ काम करने की जरूरत है. जैसा ताहिरा जी ने कहा कि लॉज को एग्जीक्यूट करना, इम्प्लीमेंट करना बहुत जरूरी है. अगर आप यहाँ पे देखेंगे, बचपन से लेके बुढ़ापे तक महिलाओं के लिए कानून बना दिया. अगर आप बचपन में देखें, पोस्को बना दिया है, चाइल्ड मैरिज एक्ट बना दिया है, 1000 तरह के कानून बना दिए हैं. कानून यहाँ पे सफिशिएंट है, उनको टाइम पे अमेंड कर दिया जाए. लेकिन रियल प्रॉब्लम एग्जीक्यूशन में है. जो एग्जीक्यूटिंग अथॉरिटी है, वेदर वो पुलिस है या वेदर ऑल और लोग जो उसमें इंक्लूड है, वो उसको प्रॉपरली एग्जीक्यूट नहीं करते हैं. महिलाएं अगर कोई शिकायत दर्ज करवाती है तो उसको सीरियसली नहीं लेते हैं. दूसरी चीज एक मैं कहना चाहूंगी, जैसे इन्होंने कहा कि जो हमारे यहाँ पे जस्टिस का जो कन्विक्शन रेट है वो बहुत लंबा है, और जो प्रोसेस है, हम लोग हर चीज को प्रोसेस पे टाल देते हैं कि मैम प्रोसेस है। एसिड सर्वाइवर जो है, उसका चेहरा, उसकी बॉडी आप देख रहे हैं, उसके बाद में भी उनको जस्टिस मिलने में सालों लग जाते हैं। अब आपको क्या सबूत चाहिए? तो बहुत ज्यादा जरूरी है कि हर स्टेक होल्डर को इसमें इन्वॉल्व होने की जरूरत है। एजुकेशन के लेवल पे हमें काम करना पड़ेगा ताकि उस मेंटालिटी को हम लोग चेंज कर पाए। सरकार के लेवल पे सरकार को काम करना पड़ेगा। जो हमारी बेटियां हैं, जो महिलाएं हैं, उनको हमें अवेयर करने की जरूरत है कि अगर ऐसी कोई चीज होती है तो उसको बहुत सीरियसली हमें लेना है, बहुत इजिली हमें नहीं लेना है। सरकार को बहुत स्ट्रिक्ट पॉलिसी की जरूरत है।
It's a holistic approach which is needed, and there's a multitude of solutions which need to be implemented, from fast tracking of these cases to changing the mentality of the society, to ensuring that all the laws which are in place are actually implemented. Those, of course, are the big solutions which most of the panelists today are giving. End of the day, how do we stop this menace? How do we ensure that our girls are safe? How do we ensure that there is a full stop to these acid attacks, really, which we have seen take place in our country? That is the open-ended question which I'd like to leave the viewers with. With that, it's a wrap on this discussion.
मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में ही सबसे अच्छा विकल्प मौजूद है।
कार्यकर्ताओं के परिश्रम और जनता के आशीर्वाद,
हमें ये भरोसा था और ये भरोसा कायम रहा।
विधायक जो चुनकर आते हैं वो क्या कहेंगे, उस बात पर हाईकमांड अवश्य उस बात को सुनेगी, समझेगी और फिर निर्णय लेगी।
What BJP has said that we will हम रिवाज बदलेंगे and we are definitely going to achieve it.
सर, मोदी जी को श्रेय है उसका। एक वैश्विक नेतृत्व है हमारे पास में, माननीय मोदी जी है तो विश्वास है।
कुछ भी जनता ने कुछ बता दिया।
जब तक वो पद पर हैं तब तक ये जादू बरकरार है।
Welcome back. As we discuss in depth the clashes in Tawang in this broadcast, we will also discuss what are the options in front of India. And if we consider the Pakistan example, there were the Uri and the Balakot strikes. India also has done a lot on its part post Galwan, from never seen before air and land deployment, bolstered infra, tactical advantages over the PLA, boosted budget for road and border village development are just few of the things India has done in the past. Given China's ploys along the eastern front now, the big question is, what are the options in front of India now, and how soon should some of these responses be implemented? Joining us on the broadcast at this point in time is Major General G.G. Dwivedi, defense expert. Also with us on the show is Group Captain U.K. Devnath, defense expert. Joyita Basu, editor of the Sunday Guardian, also joins us on the show to give her perspective on the matter. General Dwivedi, if I can come to you, sir, and if you can hear me. General Dwivedi?
Yes, Vineet, I can hear you.
Right. Sir, good having you on our show, and thank you for being here. Once again, we are standing at a crossroads where China has shown unnecessary aggression, but this time in a different part, with a different strategy, perhaps the same strategy, but a different intention. What is this a result of? And in your opinion, what kind of an astute strategy does India desperately need at this point in time so things do not go out of hand as they have in the past?
Well, Vineet, our soldiers training, and also the dictum of famous wartime philosopher Sun Tzu, they say always that you got to know deeply the mind of the opponent. And I follow China very closely, having served in China and of course commanded my forces on the LAC. Now, if I put it in a very precise manner, that we need to understand the Chinese grand strategy. And Chinese grand strategy is always use force to pursue their aims and objectives. And Chinese are never shied away from that. Even if you say the their 1949 revolution, they fought 53 Korean War, they went into Vietnam, and you see the actions in Taiwan, South China Sea. So LAC would be no exception. Point number one. Secondly, as far as India is concerned, the Chinese have never accepted McMahon line, or they have never accepted the so-called contention of the Johnson line. So they feel that these lines are violable and they can be impinged upon, and status quo can be changed at will whenever the opportunity arises. Now that is the background. That's how the 62 war took place. They used force to change the status of the border and also the kind of control. Now coming to these very specific instances, you see, after 93-96, when we had signed the agreement on peace and tranquility and CBM, confidence building measures, there was a certain amount of, calm on the LAC, while Chinese were continuing to improve their infrastructure inside, but on the borders, and I have been manning the borders at the time, that we used to patrol, but somehow there was some kind of status quo on the LAC. But the situation changed after Xi Jinping came in 2012, and we had 2013 Depsang, 2014 when Xi Jinping was here. We had Chumad, then we had Doklam, and then in May 2020, we had a major aggression by Chinese in eastern Ladakh. The point I'm trying to make is that Chinese strategy is to change the status of line of actual control and make gains whenever possible, whenever the opportunity arises. And I have coined a term, nibble and negotiate, that have been the Chinese policy. Now you see in 2020, May Galwan, and if we compare Tawang, we join the dots, a lot has happened between these 30 months. Chinese are continuing to improve their posture in eastern Ladakh, and to some extent the LAC status has changed because we are no more talking about patrolling point, we are talking buffer zones. And that means that you cannot patrol right up to where you used to patrol before May 2020. Coming to Tawang and this region, you see the 1962 war, in fact the shots first were fired in this region when our 7th Brigade was deployed here, and Chinese attacked in strength. Because Chinese firstly claimed South Tibet as, Zangnan, as Arunachal Pradesh as their own territory. And in that, Tawang is very, very important strategically because firstly it has a connect with the Lhasa monastery, secondly the population and demographics, and thirdly it gives them direct access, to Bomdila and down to the foothills. And they tried this in last October. My battalion was that time deployed there. The similar situation was there, and they attempted right now. And the strategy is same. They look for the opportunity at this time. The bad weather was there. Chinese thought that we might have thinned out or we are not present in strength. And they came in 300 in numbers. And Chinese battalion, they only had 600. That means they used about half the battalion to do this action. It was deliberate, well calibrated, and my watchword is in Chinese PLA, nothing happens without the blessings and concurrence of the higher up. And where Xi Jinping is the commander-in-chief and Western Theatre Command control all the resources within which is the opposite India. So in summation, what I would say that this is as per the design of Chinese. They are using the opportunities and they are trying to strengthen up their defenses and especially making Tibet as an impregnable shield, what Xi Jinping said during a visit in July 2021. Vineet.
Absolutely. So thanks for putting the entire matter into that perspective. But Joyita, the fact of the matter is that there is a lot going on in China as well. Do you think this is a ploy to distract the people of China from really worrying about the situation at home, at hand? Or do you think that this is perhaps a larger ploy on behalf of China to irritate India because of our growing clout internationally?
First of all, when it comes to China, as General Dwivedi also said, nothing happens without the knowledge of the Central Military Commission. And in this case in particular, I mean, it is known. I mean, we have even heard of certain incursions that happened. And at that time, it was kind of, I mean, obviously India got the information that it was not only discussed in the Central Military Commission, the repercussions of any such incursion that will happen on India-China relations, everything, they had calculated everything down to the last. You know, the T's were crossed and the I's were dotted. So everything was planned out. So I'm certain even this incursion, and considering 300 people, 300 soldiers tried to come in and occupy that peak, it was a decision that they had taken right at the top. All right, having said that, apart from that, now, why now? Now, when we are looking at, okay, first of all, why that particular area? Obviously, they are looking for tactical upper hand over India, which India also managed to thwart. What they did not expect, that India would put up such a, Indian soldiers would be alert and they are going to put up a resistance and will be able to repulse them. So maybe things did not go according to their plan. Now, why now? You see, there are several reasons it could be. I mean, of course, we are only speculating, but at the same time, I would say that there is a lot in matter in this speculations. Now, when you are looking at China, look at the situation that is happening in China. China is being battered. It is economically feeling battered. Think of the kind of, and although Xi Jinping has come back as, you know, president for life and dictator in chief and whatever he is, in October, November, that his third coronation happened. He got an unprecedented third term. The thing is, we also saw the protests that came in. So which also shows how unpopular Xi Jinping is in China right now among the public. Okay, and the protests were widespread. People are upset with it. Obviously, it was primarily because of the kind of COVID restrictions they have had to undergo and all. But even then, that unhappiness is very much there. And this is obviously a good way of kind of diverting attention. And the very fact that a clash took place, he can now hype it up and try to arouse kind of nationalist sentiment, saying that, see, I am the one who is protecting you from these people, you know, from basically the barbarians at your border. So that perspective also comes in, and diversion of interest. At the same time, let's not forget that India has taken over the presidency of both Shanghai Cooperation Organization, meaning SCO, and G20. This time. So in the next 1 year, it is extremely crucial. But, so you see, India is trying to put its best foot forward to the world. All right, and especially G20, SCO, so I'm not even certain whether Xi Jinping will turn up for this particular SCO meeting. But the whole point is, you see, if this is the time China tries to spark some kind of maybe a minor conflict, maybe what happened something like yesterday, then what happens? You see, the narrative gets diverted from India's story. Right now, everybody is talking about India as the place of stability, as a bridge builder, as a peacemaker. You see, at a time like this, we saw the kind of narrative that was talked about, the way India was talked about, you know, in spite of the kind of nonsense that the so-called Western so-called liberal media and the NGO type people, they write about India or talk about India. The fact of the matter is that India matters on the world stage. And there are countries in the world which, even in spite of being part of the, you know, so-called US bloc, I would say, the Western or this, they're actually looking at us enviously, saying, how have you been able to carve out an independent foreign policy space for yourself? So in such a situation, how is the best way to dent the India story? I mean, this is, you know, to start maybe a small conflict, to basically tell the world that, listen, India is basically try to spoil the game for us.
Okay, good points there, Joyita. Group Captain Devnath, if you can hear me, sir.
Oh yes, I can hear you clear, strength 5.
Well, once again, you know, this is an area of concern for India. We have seen, you know, villages, you know, that sprung up on the Chinese side of the border, and now there is an effort to infiltrate and penetrate and perhaps usurp some of our land, which has been done in the past as well. How do you think India should respond?
We have to respond adequately is the word. We should not overreact. We should not underreact. We must understand why they have done it. Strategically, they want us to become a little weak in Aksai Chin. Remember that when things flared up at Galwan, all the resources, especially military resources of India, were diverted towards eastern Ladakh. And now China militarily is trying to ensure that some of our strategic reserves, our military reserves, are also diverted towards east, so that our position in Galwan becomes a little weak. We can deal with it. I think a very good protocol will be, as per international norms, to call the Chinese ambassador. He is staying in Delhi and he is having a cushy time. Probably we can call him, and External Affairs Minister or his rep can issue a strong worded demarche to him, saying that this behavior of PLA on LAC is just not acceptable. We can also make it very clear to the Chinese ambassador that next time China makes this kind of an mistake or adventurism, then India will give rather harsh response. Time also to look at China as a trade adversary. Why not sanction their trade, commerce, and cause some kind of a damage to Chinese industry? Yes, China it depends on India up to a large extent. They export large number of useless things to India. We must immediately issue orders and have a mechanism so that we stop importing useless things from China. We are importing things like shoes. We are importing things like tents, ordinary tents which people go for adventure hike. I was surprised that we are importing furniture from China. Let's stop import of all Chinese-made toys. Time probably to seriously look at Chinese software and Chinese downloads in India. Last time when they played mischief at Galwan, 20 Chinese software and downloads. It caused them immense amount of pain. So these resorts must be resorted to. One more thing. I believe that very
Okay, we've lost you. We've lost you, Group Captain Devnath.
Escalation takes with PLA.
Okay, we are getting some problems with your video and audio, sir. We'll come back to you momentarily. But General Dwivedi, it's a good point that Group Captain Devnath brings up, that the decoupling India had initiated perhaps needs to be reinvigorated and restarted at a bigger level if China is going to continue behaving this way.
Well, Vineet, you asked for the response, and decoupling is one of the responses. But you see, Chinese, they believe in the comprehensive national power. And we have not been able to deter the Chinese while we have equal matching military capability on the borders, but we need to build our strategic assets and strategic capability. And when we are talking today about the responses has to be at the national level. They have to be far beyond the military capability, and rightly so. The economic area is one such area where we can actually hurt Chinese. If you see that today's the kind of trade or level of trade is almost $125 billion, and we are having a deficit. Rather, the Chinese are having a favorable balance of about $60 billion. So therefore, this has to be one of the areas that we need to address as far as decoupling and also building our capability is concerned. Secondly is that we need to strengthen our infrastructure, our capability to react at the point of decision, and more than that, not only defensive capability, but we need to have offensive capability. If Chinese are coming repeatedly into our territory, we need to identify areas and do the quid pro quo, reciprocity, because Chinese must know that we are not only going to be spotting their designs, we are also going to create problems with them. And one case in point is moment we occupied Kailash range, the Chinese then, mellowed down and they decided to go back on the northern bank. The third very important is in today's world, it matters who are your allies, who are your partners, whom you sit on the table, what type of position you occupy in the global arena. Like we have Joyita talked about G20 and other such forums, India needs to project itself. And we must ensure that Chinese, instead of they isolating us, we need to do a lot of work on them. That means diplomacy. So political, diplomatic, economics, military capability, all need to be put together. And my final word is that Chinese only understand strength. There is a word Li in Chinese. The moment you match up Chinese strength, then Chinese back off. And moment they find that you are vulnerable, they will exploit your vulnerability. So therefore, we must build up deterrence capability. And deterrence capability means intent and your capability. And capability of national capability. Our political leadership has shown the intent that we will not get browbeaten. And that also must be matched with our overall national capability. And that only we can actually meet the Chinese challenge. And the Chinese challenge is not only going to be on the borders, is going to actually further proliferate into our marine, seaboards, and we should be prepared. But right at the moment, as the debate is more centered on our land border, I think we need to acquire capability so that we have equal offensive capability to deter China's evil designs and misadventures. Vineet.
Absolutely. Joyita, is it a binary situation that we share with China in the sense that, we have to match their aggression or otherwise they will, basically leverage our vulnerabilities like they have in the past?
And you see, obviously, we have to not only, and we are matching them, they think that this is a war by attrition. They think that they're trying to bleed us by 1,000 cuts, in terms of our men and material being deployed. But thankfully, we can match China when it comes to the men part, because China is 1.4 billion and we are also almost 1.4 billion people. So China should not take us lightly, but of course China is heavily, I would say it has a major problem about India becoming a power. It does not want a power as basically a global power on its border. And this is like a power which is obviously not exactly friendly with it. But at the same time, what we have to talk about, we have to think in terms of the China is a bully. We cannot ever appear to be conceding even 1 inch to them. Okay, so do not talk to them. Do not at any level, do not talk to them ever. Do not, as we saw in, for example, SCO summit, there was no communication or even, conversation between our Prime Minister and their President. And that is a message that should go out. When it comes to the bully, you have to stand up to the bully and you have to send out a strong message. And here the problem that happens with our, I would say, foreign affairs establishment is that they are always very quiet about China. They're always very wary about talking against China. They're always very wary about, say, for example, the human rights violations that are happening in China. We do not ever talk about the Uyghurs. Whose brainchild was it to vote against or, abstain, something that we did at the United Nations about the Xinjiang problem that is happening in China? We kind of helped China get a clean chit over there. So what sort of a message are we trying to send out over there? This is something we need to get rid of. Speak up, speak out, and see what happens. All right? Because keeping quiet, appearing quote-unquote submissive or diplomatic hasn't helped us in any way. We are still having these incursions. Xi Jinping's intention is very clear. He doesn't want India to rise. He wants India's potential to be finished. Think of it now. iPhone manufacturing, iPhone 14, for example, they are shifting 45 to 50% of their manufacturing facility from China to India. The semiconductor companies, they are trying to, this at the TSM, the Taiwan semiconductor company that is there, they are looking at India. think of, okay, it may not be major. China is losing business to other countries as well, maybe the smaller countries, Vietnam, South Korea and all these places. But India has the capacity, it has got the capacity to absorb much more if industry starts moving out of China. And China has hurt itself economically in a very major way because of Xi Jinping's, I would say, ego, his attempt to go back to the China's socialist moorings and his zero COVID policy. So industry is wary. China is no longer, China need not be the world's manufacturing hub anymore, especially when India is providing a cheaper rate. So obviously, this is the time he will try to make things spoil for us.
Yeah, absolutely. We've run out of time. In fact, we have no time left, but Group Captain Devnath, concluding thoughts from you, 15 seconds, sir, and then we wrap up. Okay, we've lost his connection, but nevertheless, we have actually run out of time. General Dwivedi and Joyita Basu, appreciate you being a part of this conversation, shedding light on some important facets of this re-emerging situation with China. We take a short break. Be right back.
Today we are going to be discussing toxic relationships. Taking off from the Shraddha murder case, that wasn't just a case of murder, that was also a case of abuse. The time women don't come is because they are worried that they won't get justice in the law. Even something like marital rape is still not a crime.
I think most women that are in abusive situations have difficulty at the first instance to even recognize that what's happening to us, is that abuse or is this just normal?
Recognizing abuse and how it is difficult to get out of abusive relationships.
हमारे साथ भी होता है कोई नहीं बेटा भूल जाओ, that kind of thing.
Adjust कर लो. Adjust कर लो is a very interesting word.
ठीक हो जाएगा, सब ठीक हो जाएगा, बच्चे कर लो, सब ठीक हो जाएगा. That kind of an attitude. So you don't have support outside. The abuser will abuse the victim and abuse the victim and abuse the victim till the point that they're ready to break down and leave. And then they'll switch over and start being really sweet and say, oh, I love you, I can't live without you, I'm so grateful for you in my life.
Take a lot of things for granted. Abuse, as we said, that emotional gaslighting, that's something I want you to explain.
What would you consider as red flags in your relationships, right? So these are all 18, 19-year-olds. So one of them said that controlling behavior of any kind, that, why are you hanging out with male friends? Or, you said you're going to call me at that time, but you didn't. So this was one that emerged as a clear red flag, controlling behavior.
Watch We Women Want at these times on NewsX. Co-powered by Goldie Kitchen King Masala. Goldie Masale, jahan jaye rishte banaye. Associate sponsor Titan I+, Greenland Laminate and Kalyan Jewelers.
मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में ही सबसे अच्छा विकल्प मौजूद है।
कार्यकर्ताओं के परिश्रम और जनता के आशीर्वाद,
हमें ये भरोसा था और ये भरोसा कायम रहा।
विधायक जो चुनकर आते हैं वो क्या कहेंगे, उस बात पर हाईकमांड अवश्य उस बात को सुनेगी, समझेगी और फिर निर्णय लेगी।
But BJP has said that we will हम रिवाज बदलेंगे and we are definitely going to achieve it.
सब मोदी जी को श्रेय है, उसका एक वैश्विक नेतृत्व है हमारे पास में, माननीय मोदी जी है तो विश्वास है।
नेक टू नेक कुछ भी हो, जनता ने कुछ बता दिया।
जब तक वो पद पर हैं तब तक ये जादू बरकरार है।
Today we are going to be discussing toxic relationships. Taking off from the Shraddha murder case, that wasn't just a case of murder, that was also a case of abuse. The time women don't come is because they are worried that they won't get justice in the law. Even something like marital rape is still not a crime.
I think most women that are in abusive situations have difficulty at the first instance to even recognize that what's happening to us, is that abuse or is this just normal?
Recognizing abuse and how it is difficult to get out of abusive relationships.
हमारे साथ भी होता है कोई नहीं बेटा भूल जाओ, that kind of thing.
Adjust कर लो. Adjust कर लो is a very interesting
ठीक
word.
हो जाएगा, सब ठीक हो जाएगा, बच्चे कर लो, सब ठीक हो जाएगा. That kind of an attitude. So you don't have support outside. The abuser will abuse the victim and abuse the victim and abuse the victim till the point that they're ready to break down and leave. and then they'll switch over and start being really sweet and say, oh, I love you, I can't live without you, I'm so grateful for you in my life.
Take a lot of things for granted. Abuse, as we said, that emotional gaslighting, that's something I want you to explain.
What would you consider as red flags in your relationships, right? So these are all 18, 19-year-olds. So one of them said that controlling behavior of any kind, that, why are you hanging out with male friends? Or, you said you're going to call me at that time, but you didn't. So this was one that emerged as a clear red flag, controlling behavior.
Watch We Women Want at these times on NewsX. Co-powered by Goldie Kitchen King Masala. Goldie Masale, jahan jaye rishte banaye. Associate sponsor Titan I+, Greenland Laminate and Kalyan Jewelers.
मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में ही सबसे अच्छा विकल्प मौजूद है।
कार्यकर्ताओं के परिश्रम और जनता के आशीर्वाद की जीत।
हमें ये भरोसा था और ये भरोसा कायम रहा।
विधायक जो चुनकर आते हैं वो क्या कहेंगे, उस बात पर हाईकमांड अवश्य उस बात को सुनेगी, समझेगी और फिर निर्णय लेगी।
What BJP has said that we will हम रिवाज बदलेंगे and we are definitely going to achieve it.
सर, मोदी जी को श्रेय है उसका, एक वैश्विक नेतृत्व है हमारे पास में, माननीय मोदी जी है तो विश्वास है।
कुछ भी हो, जनता ने कुछ बता दिया।
जब तक वो पद पर हैं तब तक ये जादू बरकरार है।
Today we are going to be discussing toxic relationships. Taking off from the Shraddha murder case, that wasn't just a case of murder, that was also a case of abuse. The time women don't come is because they are worried that they won't get justice in the law. Even something like marital rape is still not a crime.
I think most women that are in abusive situations have difficulty at the first instance to even recognize that what's happening to us, is that abuse or is this just normal?
Recognizing abuse and how it is difficult to get out of abusive relationships.
हमारे साथ भी होता है, कोई नहीं बेटा, भूल जाओ, that kind of thing.
Adjust कर लो. Adjust कर लो is a very interesting word.
ठीक हो जाएगा, सब ठीक हो जाएगा, बच्चे कर लो, सब ठीक हो जाएगा. That kind of an attitude. So you don't have support outside. The abuser will abuse the victim and abuse the victim and abuse the victim till the point that they're ready to break down and leave. And then they'll switch over and start being really sweet and say, oh, I love you, I can't live without you, I'm so grateful for you in my life.
Take a lot of things for granted. Abuse, as we said, that emotional gaslighting, that's something I want you to explain.
What would you consider as red flags in your relationships, right? So these are all 18, 19-year-olds. So one of them said that controlling behavior of any kind, that, why are you hanging out with male friends? Or, you said you're going to call me at that time, but you didn't. So this was one that emerged as a clear red flag, controlling behavior.
Watch We Women Want at these times on NewsX. Co-powered by Goldie Kitchen King Masala. Goldie Masale, jahan jaye rishte banaye. Associate sponsor Titan I+, Greenland Laminate and Kalyan Jewelers.
ये कुछ दवाइयाँ।
$150 आपके हुए बाबा जी 1350 रुपये।
इस वक्त तो मेरे पास इतने ही हैं, बाकी खाते में लिख लो।
बाबा जी आज फिर कितने लिखूं खाते में?
अब कोई भी पैसा खाते में लिखने की जरूरत नहीं।
लॉटरी लग गई बाबा जी?
हाँ, बस यूं समझ लो कि लॉटरी लग गई। जब से पंजाब की भगवंत मान सरकार ने महंगे बिजली के बिल जीरो करके हमारे कंधों से बोझ हटाया है ना, तब से हमें उधार लेने की जरूरत ही नहीं पड़ती।
सही है।
अब तो समझो कि पंजाब के घर घर की ना लॉटरी ही लग गई है।
भगवंत मान के नेतृत्व वाली पंजाब सरकार में पंजाब के लगभग 86% परिवारों का बिजली का बिल जीरो आया है।
Hello and welcome. You're watching NewsX. I'm Meenakshi Upreti, starting the bulletin with some breaking news. Breaking news coming at the top of this hour. Kejriwal has demanded to stop trade with China. Kejriwal said, and I quote, most imported goods can be made in India. Kejriwal also said China will learn a lesson from this. Kejriwal said India will get employment. That is the latest statement coming in. Kejriwal basically saying China will learn a lesson from this. And the tweet also of Kejriwal, we are putting out on your screens. Kejriwal has demanded that India stops trade with China. Remember, Arvind Kejriwal is trying to pitch himself against Prime Minister Narendra Modi in the run-up to 2024 polls. It's very obvious that these statements are also made with an eye on the national picture. Naveen Nishant, my colleague, is joining us on the phone line. Naveen, over to you. Take us through, first of all, one, what Arvind Kejriwal really had to say, and second, what do you make of it? Because many say that it looks like Arvind Kejriwal's national pitch.
बिल्कुल देखिए बताते कि जो चाइना द्वारा तवांग में जो हरकत की गई, जिसका भारतीय सेना द्वारा मुंहतोड़ जवाब दिया गया था, उसके बाद से लगातार जो चाइनीज सामान है उसके बहिष्कार की मांग देश में उठ रही है। और इसे लेकर जो दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री हैं अरविंद केजरीवाल, उन्होंने भी एक ट्वीट किया है और उन्होंने ट्वीट में लिखा है कि हम चीन से अपना व्यापार क्यों नहीं बंद करते। चीन से आयात की जाने वाली अधिकतर वस्तुएं भारत में बनती हैं, इनसे चीन को सबक मिलेगा और भारत में रोजगार। तो कहीं ना कहीं जो अरविंद केजरीवाल का ट्वीट है उसे आप इस संदर्भ में भी जोड़ के देख सकती हैं, क्योंकि आम आदमी पार्टी बीते दिनों ही राष्ट्रीय पार्टी बनी है, यानी नेशनल पॉलिटिकल पार्टी का उन्हें दर्जा मिला है और उनका जो टारगेट है वो 2024 का लोकसभा चुनाव है। तो कहीं ना कहीं अरविंद केजरीवाल भी अभी के समय फ्रंट फुट पर खेलते आ रहे हैं और जो नेशनैलिटी का मुद्दा है जिसे लेकर भाजपा हमेशा आगे आती है, चाइना पे चाहे प्रहार करना हो या पाकिस्तान पे वार करना हो, तो उसे लेकर अरविंद केजरीवाल ने भी ट्वीट किया है और अब मांग की है कि चाइना से होने वाले तमाम जो आयात हैं उस पर रोक लगाई जानी चाहिए।
Right, Naveen, and also, you know, that's a statement of Arvind Kejriwal, but also it's very obvious that Arvind Kejriwal is making a national pitch, isn't it? He has made his national ambitions absolutely clear, and it seems like, you know, in the same sort of sequence, Arvind Kejriwal has now demanded that India stops trade with China altogether. Interesting. That, you know, he's not questioning the government, he's not questioning really what happened there in Arunachal. On the contrary, he's offering a solution. That's the type of new politics which Arvind Kejriwal also has been trying to project, isn't it?
बिल्कुल देखिए बता दें कि अरविंद आम आदमी पार्टी एक राष्ट्रीय पार्टी बन चुकी है और वो ये तय कर चुकी है कि 24 में वो चुनाव लड़ने जा रही है। तो कहीं ना कहीं अपनी राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर अपनी मौजूदगी दर्ज कराने के लिए कहीं ना कहीं ये जरूरी है कि जो राष्ट्र से जुड़े मुद्दे हैं उस पर बात की जाए, उस पर अपने विचार दिए जाए। और अरविंद केजरीवाल ने यही किया है, क्योंकि जो तमाम जो देश के लोग हैं वो चाहते हैं कि चाइना से और चाइना का बहिष्कार किया जाए, जो तमाम तरह के ट्रेड्स हैं इंडिया और चाइना के बीच उन्हें पूरी तरह से बंद किया जाए और आम लोगों के मुद्दे को ही उठाते हुए अरविंद केजरीवाल ने ट्वीट किया। और बड़ी बात यह है कि आज दिन में जो आम आदमी पार्टी का ट्रेड विंग है उसने भी दिल्ली के कनॉट प्लेस में प्रदर्शन किया था और व्यापारियों ने वहां पे ये मांग रखी थी कि वो चाइना के साथ जो इंपोर्ट एक्सपोर्ट है वो नहीं करेंगे, जिससे चाइना को लगभग 10,000 करोड़ रुपए का नुकसान होगा। तो दिन में आम आदमी पार्टी के जो ट्रेड विंग था उन्होंने प्रदर्शन किया था सीपी में और अभी के समय अरविंद केजरीवाल ने ट्वीट किया है कि सरकार को चाइना से पूरी तरह से जो ट्रेड है उसे रोकना चाहिए।
All right, thank you Naveen for joining us with all these details. All right, shifting focus now to the big debate of the day. A changed and expanded definition for the word woman in the Cambridge Dictionary has brewed up a big debate across the world, where the definitions for man and woman once referred to the biological meanings only. Now, the Cambridge Dictionary has made the controversial move of adding gender identity to the definitions. While some say that gender identity should be choice, it has angered many who are either calling it a dilution of women and their struggles to gain position they've reached today, or over the top wokeness. Now, what is it exactly? What is the concept of gender identity, and are these definition changes, or are they changing in line with the society today, or is it just privilege? Let's open this up for a discussion. I'm going to start with Advocate Shamshveer Rain, lawyer from the Supreme Court, also introducing the other panelists, Brinda Adige, women's activist with us, Savio Rodriguez, founder and editor-in-chief of Goa Chronicles, Rashmi Sawant, women's rights activist, also with us. Welcome all of you on the panel. Let me first go to Shamshveer, Supreme Court lawyer. What do you really make of this entire debate? You know, some say that it's just privilege and some say no. It's very important that we change the definitions of gender in line with today's changing time and day and age. Where do you stand on this entire controversy?
Well, I think that yes, there should be a proper definition to it, but putting everyone into one box, that is where it is wrong. You should not term it as a woman or a man. They should be given a totally different name altogether, not a trans woman or not a trans man. So because a woman, they have struggled so much. Of course, the transgender also have, and they are actually still struggling to it. They don't have a proper name, a proper identity towards them. But putting everyone in a box is wrong. If a different kind of a small example I would give here, that when a new planet was discovered, you always give it a different name. You don't say Pluto 1, Pluto 2, Pluto 3. So similarly, if there is a different gender, that is now you have started recognizing it, that there are men who are born men and now they want to be known as changed into a different person. But giving them trans woman, trans man is the wrong thing according to me. You should give them a different name altogether so that they have their own identity from beginning till end.
Right, and also if I could bring in Savio Rodriguez. Savio, what do you think? Him, he, him, she, her, that's the way in which many define themselves nowadays. Do you think it's in line with today's changing society?
Well, I think the most important thing that needs to be understood is that those who opt to either be women from being men or men from being women because of what they consider to be their understanding of their gender is something that we who don't look at it that way need to look at it in an empathetic manner, which means for us to understand that they are looking at acceptance in society. The question is now how does society accept them when they are in their thoughts and in their own identity different from the others? Should we outcast them? Should we keep them at bay? The answer is no. They have to live a highly inclusive life just as every man and woman does. So I'm not yet sure whether the definitions of calling them transhuman or trans man is the right way forward. In fact, I would tend to agree with the lady earlier who said that maybe the thing has to be a more unique definition because they aren't really men, neither are they women, but they are certainly human beings. So they need to be inclusive.
But the question was, if we leave, the transgender part aside, if we only look at, the expansion also in terms of men and women, Rashmi Sawant, if you could come in here, what do you think of this expansion of the Cambridge Dictionary? Because there's a massive debate which has erupted around the same.
Well, I believe that especially on campuses like Cambridge and Oxford, because it's the university press that has come up with these definitions, more often than not, definitions have been used and weaponized to push divisive sort of agendas rather than an inclusive and a wholesome thing. I remember, you make a statement and then, if you say women and trans women, then you're considered transphobic because, trans women are women. You're not supposed to make that distinction. But then there are other people who then expect you to list everything. So this sort of variation in definitions and this sort of space for divisivity has led to more agenda-driven debates and provisions rather than real progress and real rights for the various communities that we have. So my general perception of this around this whole debate is that it will then be weaponized in ways which are not beneficiary to any communities, just to sort of create a torpedo of things. Because I've been on this campus and I have seen the first-hand effect of, definitions being brought into everyday practice and the sort of
So you
effect.
think the alteration of the definition of man and woman also could have an adverse impact? Brinda Adige, what do you have to say about this comment?
First, am I heard? Okay.
Yes, you're audible, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, first and foremost, we must accept that all of us are human beings and all of us are entitled to a life with dignity. And yes, we must be included in everything, whatever said and done. But I agree with the previous panelist who spoke to say that these definitions continue to divide us. And what we need to understand is their biological sex was something, and they now change themselves for their sexuality to be something else. Now, I would prefer to call the other person, yes, trans woman, trans person, trans woman, trans man. Woman, as per what the dictionary is talking about, could be all of this, and you include all of them there, is a problem, not just because of a definition, but also because of the kind of language that would get into common parlance, where women, biological women, will get sidelined. A. B, when we talk of this as being woman, whether you're trans or whatever you might say your birth assigned and now your gender sexuality, we're looking at a lot of other areas where you want to be treated as this woman itself. And we know that there are biological differences. Now, I would hate to run a sport or run on the field or compete with somebody who maybe have been a man and at birth and now claims he is now a she woman. It is not a fair competition. And that said, I don't accept this kind of a definition which puts everybody together and say, and now we want all of them to be treated like women. Why?
But many say it brings equality. But many say the idea is to bring equality. It's going to bring about justice, parity. Savio, would you agree with Brinda, or you're on the other side of this argument?
No, well, see, the most, like I said, the most important part is how do you make them inclusive with society. So, of course, a woman or man is different, and a trans woman and a trans man sexually and biologically is also different. So are we saying that society is only going to be defined by man and woman? I think we are seeing that society can go more beyond than just this definition. And I agree with Brinda on the point of view. If you're looking at sports, let's say, for example, there is a woman and there's a trans woman who is probably in some cases more athletic than a woman. That's not a fair sport at all. So I think the inclusiveness has to be more than just words. I think it's about giving them the right to have a life in society, being whatever their sexual orientation is, whether they were biologically born as male or female. That's the main thing. So today, even you can argue on it on the basis of psychology. You could say it's a mental issue. I don't know whether that's correct or not. But today, if a person feels that they are trapped in a man's body and that person wants to be a woman, and they have that right and that gender choice, then they should make that gender choice and live that kind of life. Should the society include them in every part of life? Yes, the society should find a way to include them in every part of life. But where do we draw the line between what is right and what is wrong in the sense of the biological aspects of it as well as the gender aspect? Therefore, a mere definition cannot be the end of it all. It has to be a more inclusive aspect of actions where you're able to bring them into society.
And Shamshavish, what would you say? Do you think that maybe that it's just superficial, a mere change in the definition or nomenclature, it needs to go beyond this?
Yes, of course, it needs to go actually beyond this. At least people have started recognizing them, telling everyone have got to know that there is another gender as well. I have seen few of the public toilets also now wherein it is transgender public toilet. So yes, things are actually changing, and putting their name, I mean, giving them a definition is a good part. This is a way to show them or tell them that look, we are now including you in the society now. But then again, I mean, this is it's a way wherein I am showing a lot of respect to you that now you are a part of us. But then giving you a similar name is the kind of which I mean, read between the lines. It is said so. This here it is a way to say that it is a kind of a insult for me to be treated as equal to all of them. I am altogether a different person. I have a different identity altogether. So making me a woman or a man is the wrong thing. But of course, including me, at least I was nowhere. At least I am somewhere now. So that's good. But then don't put me in by calling me a trans man or a trans woman. I am a different person. But the society will now start, if in case they are now there in the dictionary. So now at least people will start talking about them. They might get more rights, since they are also human beings. So the laws will be.
So you think it will bring the trans? It will bring the trans community to limelight. It will start a conversation about them. That's very important. But Rashmi, you had a very interesting argument earlier. You had said that these words and definitions can be weaponized. Would you like to elaborate on how or on what basis are you making this argument?
Well, I can give you a simple example of a United States swimmer. This was in the media as well, I think, by the name of Leah Thomas. And as a man, her ranking was way less in swimming, and she wasn't ranked as one of the foremost swimmers. But then she transitioned to being a woman, and then she was on top. She was ranked 1, and she won all of the championships. I think that is unfair. That that sort of physical advantage that it gives, I think that makes it very unfair, for the other women, in these spaces. So that is the basis of my argument. But I don't want to, I definitely feel that trans women deserve to be included in our society, and we need to do everything and beyond to, make them a very, integral part of our society, so that they're not excluded from anything. But I feel that superimposing their identities with an existing identity then creates problems for an existing community. Instead, we can give their identity all the respect that they deserve, like every other identity that we treat, like how women are treated, how men are treated. Trans women should also be treated with the same sort of respect and everything. I just feel like clubbing together might not be the best way forward, and changing these definitions will unfortunately create more hurdles and
create hurdles and cause confusion. Brinda Adige, what do you think? It needs to go beyond nomenclature. It needs to go beyond these definitions. Perhaps a time for change on ground. These words, these definitions, you think are not really going to do much other than spark debates and interesting discussions.
Absolutely right. But we also want to ask this question, that when such definitions are introduced, are they also trying to put everybody together? Like the previous panel spoke up, that there was this swimmer who was not too well ranked in the men's section, but when he identified himself as a her, she was on the top, and that is very unfair to women. So all human beings must be treated with dignity and respect, but we also have to have affirmative action based on historical as well as biological disadvantages that we all face. And that said, I think women face challenging times almost on a daily basis, and trans women, trans persons also face challenging time. That doesn't mean you have a definition and put two groups and say, okay, this is trans man, trans women, man, male, this is trans woman, woman, female. That's not acceptable. We all need to treat others, everybody.
So you can't put everyone in the same category. That seems to be your major issue. Savio, what do you have to say about it? Do you agree? Do you think that these definitions are putting, people, every gender in the same category, and that seems to be the main issue?
I don't think you can put every gender in the same category, and that exactly is the issue, and I agree with.
Yeah.
Like I said, you are a woman, you're a man, you could be a trans woman or a trans man, and that's unique, and that's an identity that you have on your own. And that is why governments all over must be made to understand the inclusiveness of somebody who's different from a man and a woman, and is biologically, but gender-wise, they think that they are women or men. So you have to be able to understand that. You can't put them in the same category. A woman cannot be made, a trans woman cannot be a woman is clearly evident in our discussion. So I think these definitions, these attempts to give a superimposed identity on a person who might be different, that is where the problem is. I think we need to first start to understand that we have to learn to respect them for the uniqueness that they are, and then find the way in which we get them included in society, because they are human beings at the end of the day. They have every right. So whether it's them getting a fair job in society today, whether it's about them getting a fair access to laws available in society today, they are not victimized for who they are. That is where the importance is, not the definition alone.
Fair point. So, it's not the definition alone, but Shamshravi Shreen, you were rather optimistic. You were bullish, on these changes which have been made by the Cambridge Dictionary. You said that they could, even if, there's no change on the ground, it can spark a conversation about, even if you just speak of, gender parity. You felt that it could, have a positive and optimistic impact, isn't it?
Yes, of course. If, as Madam earlier spoke, that there was a sports thing and an athlete had a problem. This, by including this thing, now laws will also change. Someone will start talking, as we all just spoke, that a trans woman and the lady cannot be put in the same category. So a law will come over there. A new sports category will come over there. So yes, things will actually change. So, I mean, this is good that now people have started talking about them. Otherwise, they were like human beings, but they were the kind of aliens here on the earth that no one were actually ready to talk about them. So it's nice that now everyone all over the world have started talking about it, and I hope that the UCC, that the laws have been about to come. So this might be a change for them as well, that they also get their.
No, but I think I don't want to digress to UCC, because that's a different debate for a different day altogether. But okay, I take your point, Brinda Adigi. At least it's sparking a conversation. Why criticize? What will you say about this?
Conversations have been on, and everybody knows that in all circles these conversations are on, whether it is the government, the civil society, or the corporate. The conversations today must start becoming more sharper, so that clarity is arrived at, and there should not be any kind of dilution and saying, but then this is what we want. We want all the things that women have. We want all the things that women enjoy. You enjoy everything separately. Ask for all of that separately and enjoy. It's your right.
Okay, fair enough. And Rashmi Sawant, what would you say? As I said earlier, in line with today's society, in line with today's, changing times, or it's just privilege?
Well, I think there is definitely more conversation to be had in this space. The answer is definitely not to put everybody in the same category. But I think more conversations will help us to accommodate everybody inclusively in our society. That being said, I also feel like there aren't, at least in India, there wasn't a lot of conversation about trans people, but it's finally happening, and it's very heartwarming to see them also occupy center stage in terms of rights and, other activities within the mainstream.
Fair enough. It's been a very interesting conversation. These debates around gender parity and equality have existed for ages altogether. Whether this change in definition, will it spark a new reinvigorated debate? Is it really the need of the hour, changing with changing society, or is it, just privileges? Is just for conversation's sake? That debate, I reckon, will rage on. But as of now, I thank all the experts who joined us on this extremely riveting debate. It's been a wrap. It's been a great, discussion. It's a wrap on this bulletin. News and updates on the other side.
मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में ही सबसे अच्छा विकल्प मौजूद है।
कार्यकर्ताओं के परिश्रम और जनता के आशीर्वाद,
हमें ये भरोसा था और ये भरोसा कायम रहा।
विधायक जो चुनकर आते हैं वो क्या कहेंगे, उस बात पर हाईकमांड अवश्य उस बात को सुनेगी, समझेगी और फिर निर्णय लेगी।
What BJP has said that we will हम रिवाज बदलेंगे and we are definitely going to achieve it.
सर, मोदी जी को श्रेय है उसका एक वैश्विक